Thank you so much, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to this virtual convening of the Kentucky Board of Education. Welcome to our members and to all of those who are viewing today's meeting remotely. A few notes to announce about conducting virtual meetings. You're probably getting used to this by now, but as always, the meeting must comply with the requirements of the Open Meetings Act. Accordingly, KBE members must ensure our video is streaming and that we can be seen throughout the duration of the meeting. Members, please mute your microphone while not talking. However, all discussions must be broadcast to the public. Therefore, be sure your microphone is not on mute when you speak. Every time you speak during the meeting, unmute your mic, state your name, and take a short pause. The technology has caught up with us in that regard, so that seems to be flowing pretty well. For any items that require a vote, a roll call will be conducted to record the vote of each board member, and at that time, state your name and record your vote. I vote yes or I vote no. Don't forget to silence or turn off other electronic devices that may cause disruption to your sound feed. I'm doing that right now. For any items, before we begin today, there is one note about an agenda item adjustment. Please be advised that the agenda item on the Kentucky Kids Count data presentation has been moved to an earlier time on the agenda to accommodate Terry Brooks, our presenter, who has a busy morning and a conflict with his schedule. This item will be heard immediately following internal board business. All other agenda items will remain unaffected by this change. At this time, as we have been doing in the last several meetings, I would like to revisit our July 10th resolution. So before we take roll, and as a reminder of the work we did on that day, I just want to take a moment to commend the department for the anti-bias training that has now been conducted with all agency staff. And I'm delighted to say that I've been seeing newsfeed around the Commonwealth of districts in Kentucky who are following suit with similar resolutions. So that is very gratifying. The resolution the board adopted solidified our commitment to focus on students' equitable access to excellent educators, focus on closing achievement gaps, and creating inclusive school cultures, and on helping students and educators learn how to deal with racial trauma. Quoting, critical conversations about racial trauma and implicit bias are needed across Kentucky, regardless of the racial makeup in our schools, districts, or communities. As we consider items that come before the board today and always, let us not forget the importance of our commitment to racial equity in Kentucky's public schools. At this time, Leslie, if you would, please call the roll and note that Amanda Ellis will attend on behalf of Aaron Thompson today.
Absolutely. Good morning. Joanne Adams.
Joanne Adams, I'm here.
Claire Batt.
Claire Batt, present.
Holly Bloodworth.
Holly Bloodworth, here.
Mike Bowling. Alvis Johnson.
Alvis Johnson, here.
Cody Polly Johnson.
And we do expect her later, Leslie.
Yes, ma'am. Patrice McCrary.
Patrice McCrary, I'm here.
Randy Poe.
Randy Poe, I'm here.
Sharon Porter Robinson.
Sharon Robinson, I'm present.
Lee Todd.
Lee Todd, I'm here.
Lou Young.
Lou Young, present.
Lieutenant Governor Jacqueline Coleman.
We do expect her shortly as well.
Amanda Ellis on behalf of CPE President Aaron Thompson.
Amanda Ellis, I am present.
Suliana Mesfin.
Suliana Mesfin, I'm present.
And Allison Sloan.
Allison Sloan, and I am present.
Madam Chair, you do have a quorum.
Thank you. At this time, we'll direct our attention to internal board business. The first item is approval of summary minutes. The minutes for the December 2nd, 2020 regular meeting and the January 28, 2021 Awards Committee meeting were distributed to you in advance. Are there any corrections to any of these minutes? Hearing none, do I have a motion for approval of these two sets of minutes, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Dr. Todd. Do we have a second?
Second?
Thank you. I believe that was Ms. Batt. Any discussion? All right, thanks everyone. Leslie, please call the roll.
Joanne Adams.
Joanne Adams. I vote yes.
Claire Batt.
Claire Batt. I vote yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
Holly Bloodworth. I vote yes.
Mike Bowling. Alvis Johnson.
Elvis Johnson, I vote yes.
Patrice McCrary.
Patrice McCrary, and I vote yes.
Cody Polly Johnson. Randy Poe.
Randy Poe, I vote yes.
Sharon Porter Robinson.
Sharon Robinson. I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
This is Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
And Lou Young.
This is Lou Young. I vote yes. Thank you. At this time, we will turn our attention to the approval of the KBE Robinson Award for Diversity and Equity in Public Education. And I will turn it over to our amazing Awards Committee Chair, Patrice McCrary.
Thank you, Chair Young. The Kentucky Board of Education Robinson Award for Diversity and Equity in Public Education is given in honor of Dr. Samuel Robinson, a former member of the Kentucky Board of Education from 1991 to 2004, who made diversity and equity in public education his life's work. A noted educator and civil rights leader, Robinson began his career in Kentucky in Louisville in 1960. His diverse background in public education included everything from being principal at Shawnee High School to being president of the Lincoln Foundation. Robinson was also a well-known community figure as Louisville navigated the civil rights era. So how fitting that this particular award is named after him. Each year, the Kentucky Board of Education grants this award to a Kentuckian or a Kentucky organization demonstrating extraordinary efforts and contributions in the area of educational diversity and in the area of equity. The criteria for receiving this award includes, but is not limited to, successful efforts in closing socioeconomic and/or racial achievement gaps and significantly improving student learning, student achievement, or other measured outcomes among students of color or economically disadvantaged students. The committee did meet, and on behalf of the awards committee, on January 28th, we determined that two very worthy candidates best met the criteria of the award. Now, let me say this. We had a large number of applicants, a very healthy number. This was the most difficult decision this committee has had to make because the applicants were all phenomenal. Every Kentuckian should be very proud of what is taking place across this Commonwealth because we have a surge of individuals and organizations who are working to make diversity on the forefront and to provide equity unlike ever before, I do believe. It was most encouraging to read these applications. We finally got it down to 2. The candidates 19 and 24. Therefore, I would like to move approval of candidates 19 and 24 as the co-recipients of the Kentucky Board of Education Robinson Award for Diversity and Equity in Public Education Award, and ask for the board's approval to recognize candidates 19 and 24 at the board's upcoming April regular meeting.
Thank you, Patrice, and thank you to Soliana and Claire, who also serve with us on the awards committee. As this motion comes directly from the committee, it does not require a second. Before I call for the roll call vote, does anyone have any questions for Patrice? Hearing none, Leslie, would you please call the roll?
Joanne Adams,
Joanne Adams. I vote yes.
Claire Batt,
Claire Batt. I vote yes.
Holly Bloodworth,
Holly Bloodworth. I vote yes.
Mike Bowling, Alvis Johnson,
Alvis Johnson, I vote yes.
Patrice McCrary,
Patrice McCrary. I vote yes.
Cody Polly Johnson, Randy Poe,
Randy Poe, I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson,
Sharon Robinson. I vote yes.
Lee Todd,
This is Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
and Lou Young.
This is Lou Young. I vote yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thanks again, committee. We really appreciate the extra time it took to read many, many applications and for the deliberations that followed. At this time, we will consider approval of KBE member participation in the 2021 National Association of State Boards of Education, NASB, Virtual Legislative Conference. Due to the continued impact of COVID-19, this year's NASB Legislative Conference will be held virtually. Historically, in years past, the board has only sent 2 representatives to these in-person conferences, of course, due to time and cost. However, due to the virtual opportunity and the lower cost of registration, it has been suggested that we allow up to 5 members to participate. We do not yet have full information about the upcoming conference. I checked the website last week and it wasn't posted yet, and I know that Joette is following it closely. So I would suggest that we approve today for up to 5 members to attend. Once additional information is made available regarding the agenda and schedule, board members can be polled for availability and interest to determine who may attend on behalf of the board. The registration is anticipated to be no more than $150 per person. Thus, the financial impact to the board would total approximately $750 at most. Do I have a motion to approve up to 5 KBE members to attend this NASB Legislative Conference?
Madam Chair, I make that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Do we have a
Chair,
second?
I second it.
Thank you,
Randy.
Dr. Poe. At this time, we will have a roll call. Excuse me, any further discussion? Hearing none, Leslie, would you please call the roll?
Joanne Adams,
Joanne Adams. I vote yes.
Claire Batt,
Claire Batt. Sorry. I vote yes.
thank you. Holly Bloodworth,
This is Holly Bloodworth. I vote yes.
Mike Bowling, Alvis Johnson,
This is Alvis Johnson. I vote yes.
Patrice McCrary,
This is Patrice McCrary. I vote yes.
Cody Polly Johnson, Randy Poe,
This is Randy Poe, vote yes.
Sharon Robinson,
This is Sharon Robinson. I vote yes.
Lee Todd,
This is Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
and Lou Young.
This is Lou Young. I vote yes. All right, thanks everyone. As noted earlier, we have a slight adjustment to the originally published agenda. And I would like to actually introduce a good friend and colleague, Terry Brooks, the Executive Director of the Kentucky Youth Advocates. Many of you know their work through Kids Count over the years, plus many other efforts to advocate for the needs of all Kentucky children. At this time, Terry will provide an overview of the annual report and entertain questions and discussion from board members. We have allocated up to 30 minutes for time for us to engage with Terry around this work, assuming that his schedule will permit it. So be thinking about questions that you might have for Terry as we hear from him. Good morning. And you may still be muted. I got to see Terry's face earlier, so let's see.
Is that better? Is that,
Oh,
can you
we
hear?
got you now.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
morning.
Okay, well, good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's certainly an honor and pleasure to be here. Our goal today is really threefold, and I have two colleagues, Patricia Tennant, who is our COO, and Mehek Kalra, who is our Chief Policy Officer, joining us. My job is to make sure we're all on the same page. We then are going to have Patricia kind of give you an overview of the data, and Mehek is going to talk about policy implications. My challenge is that several of you don't just know Kids Count, but you were exemplars of using it. Randy Poe, Lou Young as superintendents. President Todd may not know this, but we made many trips to his campus because deans, whether it was in the School of Education or School of Social Work, worked with us closely on integrating that into the UK curriculum. Sharon certainly is aware of it from a national perspective in earlier chapters. And yet I know that perhaps some of you are wondering, what is this Kids Count? So the best way to describe this is that some 4 decades ago, UPS decided to get into the business of kids. Some of you who are as old as I am will remember that at the beginning of CARA, UPS's CEO, Oz Nelson, was almost like the chair of the State Board of Education. He was so engaged in working with schools in the Commonwealth. What UPS heard 4 decades ago, when they asked questions about how are kids in America doing, they heard lots of stories. They heard lots of opinions. They heard lots of anecdotes. What they did not hear was data. If you know anything about UPS, you know they are not just interested in, they are obsessed with data. They really want to know how long it takes that package car driver to get from his vehicle to your front porch, back to the vehicle and on the road. And what they found was a real lack of hard data across this nation. So they initiated the Kids Count Project, which I really think of as sort of the national report card on kids. Every state has a Kids Count group. Think of them as the state's data geeks. And in Kentucky, KBE proudly wears that label as the Commonwealth's Kids Count group. A couple things happen on an annual basis. Again, just trying to make sure everybody is up to speed. In June, KBE and 49 other groups work with Anna E. Casey, one of UPS's philanthropic arms, and they release the National Kids Count Report. When I look at that report each June, there are two things that I look at. What's the trajectory of Kentucky's data? So whether it's economic well-being, education attainment, health outcomes, where are we going? Are we better than where we were? Are we worse? Are we staying steady? And secondly, it does provide us with a comparison, sometime inspiring, sometime uncomfortable, with other states. I'm somebody who is especially interested in Indiana, West Virginia, Tennessee, more so than Oregon and Connecticut. But it does let us get a sense of where are we given peer states. That's really, really important. But we take that data a step further. And this fall, and I believe that you either have received or will receive as part of the agenda or package, the latest product, we disaggregate every data point on a county basis. It's the reason that when Lou was superintendent of Jessamine County, what I remember so vigorously is she actually convened a group of students who became experts in Jessamine County data. They held a terrific press conference and talked about what Jessamine County leaders needed to do to move the needle for kids in that county. So what we want to do is have every Kentuckian be aware of where do we as a Commonwealth stand, both historically and in comparison. But then we really want to challenge folks to take that national data and that state data and localize it. So our hypotheses are threefold. One is we have to have data to be able to make smart policy decisions. Number two, as much as possible, that data must be contextualized. And thirdly, and I think you as a board, and I've shared this with Lou, and certainly the commissioner exemplifies this, we all know that kids don't grow up in silos. I mean, if there's any message that I would want to give you is an appreciation that I hear you as a board understanding that economics impact education outcomes, that you can't talk about reading and writing without talking about behavioral and mental health supports. So you get that. What I hope you see Kids Count as is a holistic data-based profile of where kids in the nation, kids in Kentucky, and kids in each of the 120 counties stand today and yesterday. So we see it as an action plan. We all know, you certainly know, that any research work can collect dust on the shelf, or it can be a catalyst for progress. And we obviously are working hard to ensure that Kids Count is that second lever, not the first. To share with you the latest data on Kentucky's kids is Patricia Tenen, KYA's COO. Patricia.
All right, can everyone hear me? Great,
Very well.
thank you, Terry. Okay, I am now going to be sharing my screen. Let's see here.
And board members, you do have this in the portal if you would like to follow along.
Okay. Let's see. So we are very pleased today to be able to share with you the 30th edition of our county data book. So this, as Terry shared with you, this project is much more than a book. It's a living effort. We have over 100 different indicators that we collect at the county and school district level that we share on our website. But every year we put out an annual publication. This was our 30th. And what I'd like to do today is just give you an overview of some of the highlights of what we found this year. And with a particular lens, you know, that we know that there are disparities. Kids, opportunities for kids are different depending on where they live, the color of their skin, and how much they make. And we know you know that, and we think that it's important to always be collecting that data and sharing that and highlighting that so that we can figure out the ways to make those disparities go away. So you all should have the state data trends as a handout. And we, as Terry said, it's a holistic portrait of kids. So we picked 17 key indicators of child well-being to highlight, and we break them into 4 arenas. And first, when we look at economic security, this year there was some good news and bad news. Good news is that the pre-pandemic poverty levels were moving in the right direction. Of course, this year's book has the most up-to-date data, but it does not have, we don't have access to the data currently. So we could look at a snapshot right before the pandemic hit. The bad news is that only 3 states had higher child poverty rates, and almost 1/5 of kids were food insecure. And when we look a little deeper into those, we know that there are persistent differences in those poverty rates by race. So, for example, while approximately 1 in 5 white children were poor in 2019, 1/3 of Black children and Latinx children and multiracial children lived in poverty. And we also can see, though Kentucky-specific data isn't as reliable as national data, we know that from the U.S. Census Bureau's Household Pulse Survey, that nationally Black and Latinx households with children have been much more likely than their white counterparts to experience food insecurity during the pandemic. So from late October to late December 2020, 29% of Black households with children in the U.S. sometimes or often didn't have enough to eat, compared to 23% for Latinx and 12% for white children. On the education front, those of you who are familiar with our state data profile will see that we've kind of changed it up a little bit. We had to get creative due to the pandemic. So since there was no K-PREP testing in the last school year, we replaced our usual indicators on math and reading proficiency with data on students with an IEP due to a disability and student homelessness. And since there's nothing inherently bad, of course, about having a disability, we chose not to say whether a change in that population is a good or bad thing. So we didn't report on trends there. The good news is we saw continued improvement on on-time high school graduation and kindergarten readiness. The bad news was that almost half are not sufficiently prepared for kindergarten, which you all know very well. Speaks to their future outcomes when they move on to middle and high school for children and even into adulthood. And we also see persistent and significant racial disparities in graduation rates. So with the exception of Asian American students, youth of color had lower on-time graduation rates than their white peers last school year. And there was a 10 percentage point difference between white and Black high school graduation rates at 93% and 83% respectively. And for Latinx students, it was 84%. And though the rates are small across all racial groups, Black students were twice as likely as white students to be homeless last school year. And we know that the pandemic has likely exacerbated this. And, we are paying close attention to reports of high eviction rates and the need for rent and mortgage and utilities assistance to make sure that we don't see increasing rates of homelessness. On the health front, we had good news in that there were huge improvements in teen births and the proportion of mothers smoking during pregnancy. I think on that front, the mother smoking during pregnancy, that's often a surprise we find for people to learn how high that rate is. But the good news is that it's going down, and we know that that impacts the birth outcomes for kids when the moms smoke. We also had a record high insurance coverage for kids, which we are really glad to see because we know how important it is to have health insurance for kids to see the doctor to stay healthy. The bad news is that our low weight births remain stubbornly high. And we also saw a coverage gap in health insurance for our Latinx children. So though Kentucky is experiencing record high health insurance coverage of children, we see 9% of Latinx children were uninsured in 2019, compared to 2 to 4% for other racial groups. So we'd like to see some focused attention. We think that this data calls for some solutions for that, that group of children. Also relevant to students' ability to stay focused on school success is the risk of becoming a teenage parent. And the latest data available shows us that Latinx female teens have much higher birth rates than their Black and white peers. And the last domain that we wanted to share with you is family and community. And this is kind of an amalgamation of a number of data points. The good news that we see is a continuing decline in youth incarceration. We are very glad to see that, because we know that a big impact of incarcerating youth when they are young is that they end up being incarcerated as adults. And that's not good for youth, and it's not good for our state budget. It's not good for us as a society. The bad news is that we are seeing persistent increases in youth in foster care and fewer being reunified with their parents. We also are seeing pervasive racial disparities throughout the system of juvenile justice. So in 2018, Black youth were 4 times more likely to be incarcerated in the juvenile justice system than white youth, which is unacceptable. And we think it's clear evidence that disparities are something that we need to be talking about and addressing. And though the Black-white disparity in foster care rates has been shrinking in Kentucky, Black youth are still more likely than white youth to be placed in the foster care system. We are pleased that students in foster care are now a distinct group that are measured in some parts of the school report card, and we hope to see their data portrayed in even more parts of the report in the future. And then one of the, in addition to the data that we share in the data tables, we opened this year with an essay that looked at the dual pandemics of COVID-19 and racial injustice. Like the rest of the state and the rest of the country, I think we felt there was an increased awareness and an opportunity to have those discussions and talk about how that is impacting kids in our state. And just for example, we see here, this is data collected through the U.S. Census Bureau during the pandemic. It's called the Household Pulse Survey. So this data portrays as of June and July of 2020. So it actually does capture data during the pandemic. And while it has impacted all of us in some way, and large numbers and families in very harmful ways, we can see that it has disproportionately impacted families of children of color, but also families with children. So in that first graphic, you can see that more than half of Kentucky households with children reported losing income from employment since the pandemic began. And more than a third expected to lose income in the month ahead. And then in the second graphic, you can see that only 60% of adults in households with children reported being employed in the past 7 days. And you can see that disparity there of, while it was 60% overall, it was 45% of Black households and 63% of white households. And now I am going to invite my colleague, Mehet Kalra, to go a little bit deeper into some of the other findings that we shared when we looked at the disparities by race and the impacts of the pandemic.
Thanks, Patricia. Thanks, Carrie, also. So as we move forward, we also have basically the county data that take a deeper look at some of the issues raised in the essay. And as Terry alluded to, we could use this data as a lever to drive policy and systems change. For example, in the education domain, we look at internet stability and quality, which has been even more critical during the pandemic, as many parts of Kentucky lack access to quality internet services, both for students' education, but also for parents' employment and healthcare access to services such as telehealth. This chart additionally to your left shows that more than one in 3 students of color lack adequate technology at home, putting them at a higher risk to fall behind. In the health domain, you'll see we look at access to healthcare and its impact, And the graphic shows the percent decrease in the number of children receiving routine vaccinations between 2019 and 2020. This has implications for keeping students safe from even non-COVID related illnesses when schools reopen. So during the pandemic, public schools have been critical in connecting families to resources needing to continue to learn, access to meals, receiving school-based health services, and other supports. At a time where heightened social and emotional needs are apparent, schools, healthcare providers, and other entities interacting with children and families must elevate efforts to identify the signs of stress, anxiety, depression. And school districts can really use this new funding stream called Expanded Care Services Policy to connect students with necessary physical and behavioral health screenings, counseling, immunization, and preventive dental care. Schools will continue to be a pillar for students, families, and communities throughout this pandemic and as we move forward. So the General Assembly can demonstrate their commitment to student success and health by investing in infrastructure to close the digital divide, ensure school districts have necessary resources to implement the Expanded Care Services Policy, and sustain investment in family resource centers within this year's one-year budget, but also next year's two-year budget. Even before the pandemic, Kentucky parents lacked childcare options, and especially families of color and those in the rural parts of the state. And now with childcare center closures, this ecosystem is fragile and further under threat. So regulated home-based family care options are a much needed solution for working families and local economies. So what a home-based childcare service is, it's a private home, for a number of small children, you have to meet the state health and safety standards. It fills the access gap as well. It's traditionally typically located closer to families in their neighborhoods. It's really been a critical resource for providers as well, first responders, healthcare workers. Additionally, it favors children of color too, because you have somebody that has a cultural background or speaks the same family's language, or has the ability to truly address the individual needs of a child. And so you're probably thinking, what's stopping this from currently happening? And currently, there's local planning and zoning requirements for home-based family childcare businesses that have created this decline in that, in them being offered. And so this year, legislators will have the opportunity to ensure local planning and zoning requirements do not discourage home-based family childcare centers to safely serve children in their neighborhood. Additionally, unfortunately, in Kentucky, 12% of children have had their parents separated from them due to incarceration, which is the third highest in the nation. We often refer, parental incarceration as a shared sentence due to the short and long-term effects on a child's physical health, mental health, and education achievement. And due to the inequities within the criminal justice system, Black children are more disproportionately impacted by having a loved one incarcerated. And women in particular are more likely to be the incarcerated parent than men. So what Kentucky can do is minimize the impact of parental incarceration on children by utilizing community-based services, especially for nonviolent offenses. This is something that is brought forth to our Kentucky General Assembly right now, and so we hope to see this move forward as well. And as you can see, what sets us apart is that we look at the whole child. We know that economic security impacts child's ability to health impacts education outcomes, and so on. So I know we just gave you a lot of data and policies to chew on this morning, but there's so many more that we could talk about when we think about kids and our families. So I just wanted to also say that we have county data profiles, we have a Kids Count data dashboard, we have race equity webpage, and so much more. So please feel free to utilize those resources. And just one last thing, every year we work alongside over 100 statewide partners to shape policy agenda called the Blueprint for Kentucky's Children. So we hope that you join us in our efforts and look through the 2021 Blueprint for Kentucky's Children's policy and budget priorities as this legislative session continues. And we even have a bill tracker on our website, so feel free to join us and follow us along.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Terry and team, Mahak and Patricia. We really appreciate all of this information. You guys can see the very infographic nature of the Kids Count book makes it so user-friendly. I loved using it, still do. Look forward to it coming out. You have these resources in the portal. Terry, if you're still okay on time, we've got a good 5 minutes for questions. Should we just open up, or how would you like to handle that?
I just want to reiterate that, first of all, we really appreciate this opportunity. Secondly, if you as an individual board member or a group commissioner has been very responsive, if you want to dig into this, you know, just give us a ring. We would love to have conversations, for instance, about maybe your home county, how we could come and do a Kids Count conversation in your home county or region with a particular group of folks. We really do value you as partners. We understand the pivotal role you play. We want to be there, but I'll be quiet, Madam Chair, and folks can ask questions.
All right, so if you want to take down or stop sharing, that'll give you a gallery view there. And board members, if you have questions or comments for Terry, feel free to unmute and I'll see if I can help cue you up. There you go. I see, Randy, your hand. Looks like it's maybe working.
Yeah, not really a question, more just a statement. In 20 years, I can say that the Kids Count book when I was in Boone County was our absolute Bible for our development. I remember 20 years ago when, prior to Smart Cities work, we were working with the county judge executives, and Kids Count came out, and we were ranked number 2. We said we may not be ranked number 1 above Oldham County, but we don't want to lose our number 2 status. But we dived deep into things, and that started our Success by 6 programs and multiple other things. I also want to say that not only there, but other groups utilize that data well too. My day job now is with the Northern Kentucky Education Council, so we will invite you up for our spring meeting to talk about the data there, because everything that we do is around what the Kentucky Continuum is now wanting to do across the state, and I think that's the first place that, even with the Kentucky Continuum, we can talk about post-secondary all we want, but if we don't build that foundation, and you guys give us the blueprint for that foundation. So I just want to say thank you for your all's work, because it's been a great asset, especially for anybody that digs into the Smart Cities work or the work that Lou does on Next Gen work. So thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks for that testimonial, Randy. And then I see hands from Lee, followed by Patrice.
Thank you very much. I'm a data hound myself, and we had a project at UK. They were called Commonwealth Collaboratives, where I asked our professors to find a Kentucky problem that they could add their research to, but to measure something and get in contact with the county who wanted to change. And the one I'd like to send you the data on, one we called it was about the dental program, and they were able to convince expectant mothers to have proper dental care, and they lowered the preterm birth rate, and they lowered the low birth rate babies significantly.
Wow.
And it's something that the lady who did it in Trover Clinic in Hopkins County moved to Evansville, and she continued it there. I'd like to send you the data on that. It's one of those things that really changes a child's life, and it's got some fun things. I'll give you the contact also at UK, the fellow who headed that program.
Great. We would appreciate that, Mr. President.
And I'll email you Terry's email address, Lee. And I'll copy you guys together there so that you're connected.
Okay, thank you.
And Mrs. McCrary.
Hi, Terry.
Hey, good to see you again.
Good to see you. I just briefly wanted to say thank you very much to you and your team for providing this unbelievable amount of information. When we are armed with this data, we have the necessary tools to start making a difference. So personally, I would just like to say a huge thank you for equipping us.
Thank you.
And sweet Miss Sloan's hand isn't working, but she also has.
My hands are working, but just not my electronic hand. I was just wondering, would like to see if you have any data around the correlation between those children that are going through the juvenile justice system and children that have diagnosed or undiagnosed learning disabilities, especially reading. I know when looked at the national level with our prison population, I think it's around 45 to 48% are found to have a reading disability, and that's not usually addressed. So I'm just curious what that percentage would be here in the state of Kentucky with our children.
We will tackle that. You have hit on a thing, and again, I think that I know the commissioner and I know the chairperson are very sensitive to this. One of our issues that have been a long time commitment is that whole idea of having a better understanding of A5 and A6 programming. As you know, when it comes to young people in the child welfare system and the justice system, they kind of belong to everybody, which means they don't belong to anybody. So KBE has responsibility, DJJ, DCBS, school systems. And one of the things that we worked on, and again, Lou knows that she actually ran in the Providence School, the state exemplar, is that we find it really difficult to get a profile of which kids are being served. So it's hard to serve if you don't know. We'll follow up, and perhaps the chairperson can connect us with you and we can do a little bit deeper dive, but that is a very important question and has lots of implications for sure.
Thank you, Terry. I appreciate that. I teach children with mostly emotional behavior disorders. So I've seen many students over the years end up in the juvenile justice system, and I know that many of them are struggling readers as well. So I was just curious. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll send that email connection as well. So thank you again to the team. And Terry, thank you for that kind shout out for the Providence School, the team that Terry was talking about earlier, the student voice team that came together to really dig into this data and to conduct press events and to really own the data and advocate for themselves, was a mighty young group from the Providence School, our awesome alternative school. And it was a very proud moment for this very proud superintendent. And it was your work that caused that interest. So deeply indebted to that connection with our kids.
Thanks. Madam Chair, I would just say to members, which is the reason we had a little bit of a time frame problem today, is this is Children's Advocacy Week. And perhaps we can send you links that the chair or commissioner can send out. We have some 20 events ranging from yesterday. Speaker Osborne, Senate leadership, and the governor came together to agree on common ground when it came to kids. We had a forum with legislators deeply involved in the K-12 sector. We have others coming up in child welfare, juvenile justice. We have an interview with the lieutenant governor. So we would love for, I know you don't have a lot of spare time, but we would love for you to, instead of Netflix this weekend, Children's Advocacy Week recording. How about that? So, Madam Chair, we'll make sure you get that, and perhaps you can share that with your colleagues.
Excellent. We'll let that be the last word. Congratulations on this busy day and important week for everyone at KYA. And thanks for all the great information today. Appreciate you and your team.
Thank you.
All right. Great energy this morning. And again, moving further ahead with our desire as a board to meet the needs of all Kentucky children. At this point, we will consider action to suspend standing committee meetings. Although, as you know, standing committees are established within our KBE policy manual, because of teleconferencing limitations and for the sake of efficiency for today's meetings, I would ask the board to entertain a motion to suspend standing committee meetings, as we have done in the past several meetings. All agenda items today will then be heard as full board items. Do I have such a motion?
Chair Young, this is Patrice McCrary, and I so move.
Thank you, Mrs. McCrary. Do I have a second?
This is Holly Bloodworth. I second.
Thank you, Ms. Bloodworth. Any discussion? By way of discussion, I will note that the team at KDE is working on the potential for us to go into breakout sessions in the future in hopes that as we remain virtual a bit longer, we will be able to reinstate standing committee meetings in that way. We'll do some practice and keep you posted. Any other discussion? Thanks so much to our chairs, Dr. Todd and Mrs. McCrary and Mrs. Bloodworth for the work you do with our standing committees as well. Leslie, if you would, please call the roll.
Yes, ma'am. Joanne Adams.
Joanne Adams. I vote yes.
Claire Batt.
Claire Batt. I vote yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
Holly Bloodworth. Yes.
Mike Bowling. Alvis Johnson.
Alvis Johnson, I vote yes.
Patrice McCrary.
Patrice McCrary. I vote yes.
Cody Polly Johnson. Randy Poe.
Randy Poe, I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson.
Sharon Robinson, I vote yes.
Lee Todd. Lee Todd.
You may be muted. There he is. Still muted, Lee. He may be having some technical difficulties. We'll
All
go.
right. We'll move to Lou Young.
This is Lou Young. I vote yes.
All right. And I'll come back to Dr. Todd one last time. All right. He could possibly record his vote once he's able to get back on.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. We love the next item, even better than a motion to adjourn. This is time for good news items and reports from our members. These good news items are posted in the portal. And thanks to Joette, we will have a slide deck to walk us through these this morning. And our first item goes to Dr. Todd, if he's available. If not, we'll loop back.
Madam Chair, it looks like he may have dropped off the call, so we'll try and get him back in.
All right, thank you. We'll bring him back in. In the meantime, though, I'll shift to Dr. Robinson. And,
So every February, the National Center, pardon me, the National Career and Technical Education Community celebrates CTE Month to raise awareness of the role that CTE has in preparing our students for both careers and post-secondary education. In 2019-2020, did you know that more than 71% of Kentucky's high school students participated in CTE? That's right. More than 140,000 students in grades 9 through 12 are touched by CTE experiences and coursework every single year across the Commonwealth. At the secondary level, CTE is delivered through comprehensive middle and high schools, locally operated career and technology centers, and state-operated area technology centers. These CTE students are preparing for careers in virtually every workforce sector and many of the state's most in-demand, high-wage occupations across the state and nation. In these pathways, students can acquire necessary academic and technical skills related to their specific career pathway, while having the opportunity to also demonstrate essential employability skills through work-based learning opportunities such as shadowing, internships, entrepreneurships, and even registered youth apprenticeships. Also, students are afforded the opportunity to pursue industry certification and credentialing that may lead to articulated post-secondary credit and/or advancement in the workforce. One of the most critical and unique aspects of CTE involvement includes the co-curricular student leadership organizations. These organizations allow CTE students to develop critical leadership skills, demonstrate civic engagement through service learning in their local communities, and allow for the demonstration of skills through competitive events at the regional, state, and national levels. Today and every day, we celebrate the success of our CTE students and the invaluable opportunities that make up an integral part of their high school experience. We look forward to witnessing the many leadership activities that will be on full display during the month of February that highlight and spotlight their many accomplishments. Go CTE.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Dr. Robinson. And I loved those photos, Joette. Mask Up KY. It was great seeing all those kids. Our next item is to Mrs. Batt.
Well, this is a very exciting item because it is about Governor Andy Beshear's announcement that Kentucky educators and support personnel would be able to receive the COVID-19 vaccine 3 weeks prior to when it was originally scheduled. And I think it was a huge morale boost to everybody in the education community. In collaboration with the Kentucky Department for Public Health, districts partnered with local health agencies, pharmacies, hospitals, and to facilitate the distribution process for the vaccine. The education community included in phase 1B of the rollout covers all educational professionals in the state. It includes teachers, administrators, bus drivers, cafeteria workers, teacher aides, central office staff, independent contractors, everybody who comes into contact with students, including speech and occupational therapists. More than 80,000 members of the educational community signed up to receive vaccines during the month of January. Now, this means schools will need to still continue to practice all the COVID-19 mitigation strategies that have been recommended, but educators will have a much greater sense of their security when they return to in-person school instruction. So this has been a huge factor in making everybody feel much more confident about returning to school in person. So I know this is great news.
It is exceptionally good news. Thank you so much. And thanks to everyone, Lieutenant Governor, Governor, Commissioner, all of the superintendents, our community health and public health partners. What an effort. Thank you to everyone. Our next item goes to Soliana.
Yes, so when the COVID-19 pandemic began, Prisha Hadow had no plans of writing a book. The low elementary Jefferson County student was like many Kentuckians tuning into Governor Andy Beshear's daily press conferences to learn more about the ever-evolving world she was living in. The governor's messages inspired Prisha to tell her own story. As an only child, it was hard for her to stay occupied during the pandemic with two parents who work full-time jobs, said Roshana, Prisha's mother. To keep herself busy, each day Prisha would take a note card and write down details about her experience during the pandemic. She has always been a writer, Roshana said. She would always write her experiences for herself. This time was different, I think. Governor Andy Beshear had a very big impact on her. While working from home, Roshana said she randomly would find Prisha's note cards in her desk. After reading a few of them, she pitched the idea to Prisha of structuring the note cards into essays. Prisha's essays began to form into chapters, which eventually led to her book, Pandemic 2020, A 9-Year-Old's Perspective. I just wrote what was in my heart and my emotions and my feelings, she said. At the beginning, I didn't really notice that a child's perspective was so critical, but it's very important that this message gets sent. It's very critical to look at everyone's point of view, but I feel like a child's perspective is also needed. In her book, Prisha covers a number of topics related to the experience of students during the COVID-19 pandemic, including tips on instilling healthy habits and how to navigate virtual learning. I would like to commend Prisha because this is a very brave thing on her part to come forward, especially as a student, and share her stories. And this is an opening of her educational leadership in future years. So congratulations.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Prisha, if you ever get a chance to hear this recording, we are so proud of you. I've loved everything I've been reading and hearing about your book, and Low Elementary has a special place in my heart. They're one of our next gen schools, and I know they're doing great project-based learning across the school. This is that kind of rigorous, high quality, student-centered instruction that we're all about. So thank you. And then for the iLead Academy recognition, I'll turn to Mrs. Adams.
America has a critical shortage of qualified employees for its rapidly growing tech workforce, and the United States Department of Education is looking to the Ohio Valley Education Cooperative and iLead Academy in Carrollton, Kentucky, for innovative solutions to that problem. In December, iLead Academy was chosen as one of only 5 schools in the nation to develop model computer science education career pathways in USED's Rural Tech Challenge. OVEC, which operates iLead Academy, will also received a $4 million Education Innovative Research Grant for a groundbreaking effort to train teachers to teach computer science in elementary and middle schools. OVEC and public school districts that were members of the organization will design a model approach to prepare American students for the nation's fastest growing high-wage occupations in a career pathway spanning from 3rd grade through college. iLead, which is a cooperative school that draws students from Henry, Carroll, Owen, Trimble, and Gallatin County, will create Kentucky's first virtual computer science career academy as part of the initiative. Students in the program will earn 12 hours of college credit targeted toward completion of one of 6 associate degrees in computer science at Jefferson Community and Technical College, or one of 2 associate to bachelor's degrees from JTC to the Northern Kentucky University College of Informatics. Students who attend iLead Academy in person will complete one of the degrees while in high school. Students will earn high-demand industry certifications in digital literacy, computational thinking, and the programming languages Java and Python. iLead also will offer a virtual program introducing students to the core concepts of artificial intelligence to address the rapidly increasing demand for AI specialists. I'm very proud to say congratulations to iLead Academy. The year I retired was when the iLead was just being planned, and then my very last intern went on to become their first director. So well done, iLead and OVEC, and again, congratulations.
Excellent. Thank you, Mrs. Adams, and congratulations to Dr. Mooneyhan, Alicia Sells, and the whole team at OVEC, and all of the superintendents who feed iLead from their various schools there in the Ohio Valley region. Great work. I'm sure, Dr. Todd, you were loving hearing all about Java and Python and the Project Lead the Way t-shirt in the picture and all that stuff. Looks like you're back on with us, so we'll loop back to the item from Fayette County.
Well, thank you very much. I don't want to miss a chance to talk about this young man. I do also want to say I vote positively to suspend committee meetings because I missed that vote as well.
Oh, thank you. We'll record that. Thank you.
Grayson Kemplin is an 11th grader at Henry Clay High School's Liberal Arts Academy in Lexington. And he participated in youth engagement conversations with the Biden-Harris transition team. He learned about this transition team opportunity through Kentucky Works, which is a collaborative project that supports youth and young adults with intellectual disabilities, with autism and multiple disabilities, and helps find competitive integrated employment for those. He attends Kentucky Works on a quarterly basis, and he tries to increase employment for such individuals in the 11th grade, as you noticed. Grayson participated in 3 calls with the transition team. In his own words, being able to ask questions at the transition team meetings was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I asked the team about priorities related to special education and made sure that they knew I was a student with a disability who benefited from special education services in my state. He's also very excited about the incoming administration's commitment to fully fund the Individuals with Disability Act, to also have planned investments in special education teacher recruitment, planned funding for colleges to better accommodate students with disabilities, and a commitment to increasing job training capacity for students with disabilities. He's a young advocate for students with disabilities throughout the Youth Engagement Transition Team calls and his other advocacy organizations in Kentucky. He's involved in post-secondary community conversation, discussing inclusive higher education options for students with intellectual and development disabilities. He also participates in Autistics United Kentucky and serves as a vice chair for Kentucky Protection and Advocacy's Development Disability Board. So you can see that he's dedicated his life to this particular area, which he personally is involved in and is bringing it to so many other people. And it's going to be exciting to see what Grayson does in future years if he's done all this by the 11th grade. So I'm proud to bring this young man to your attention.
Exactly. Thank you so much. Grayson, if you ever have a chance to listen to this video, thank you so much for representing us so well at the national level. Kentucky kids are amazing, and you are a shining star among them. So thank you. Thanks to everyone. I get even a little weepy when I hear these. I'm just so proud of the work that's happening across the Commonwealth. This is indeed why we do what we do. All right. Hard pivot, Amanda. Sorry, that's a hard act to follow, but we will have a report on behalf of the President of the Council on Post-Secondary Education from Associate Vice President, Dr. Amanda Ellis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you are right. Anytime we come after student leaders, there is no comparison, but it makes my day for sure. And it makes things very clear in what we should focus on. So it gives me great hope. Of course, President Thompson sends his regards and is sorry he can't be here to deliver just a couple updates from the council. But we did want to give you just a heads up on a few things, and some of this you will be familiar with. So as you know, the last KBE meeting, you all graciously supported the resolution for the Commonwealth Education Continuum. And of course, Commissioner Glass and Lieutenant Governor Coleman are co-leads along with President Thompson. We had our first meeting and Chair Young represented the KBE and we had excellent engagement. Everyone attended but one person. So we had about 28 people total on and gave excellent feedback. And so we were really pleased with the kickoff. That was January 27th. And so this council or this continuum will meet again in March, and we are taking the feedback that was provided by all of the folks. We did have breakout groups to be able to collect that efficiently to help guide us in next steps on additional data that was requested, more information, and possible action steps. And so it has great momentum. I can tell you that I know the Lieutenant Governor's office and I know KDE has received lots of folks interested in ways that they can serve, and we're hoping to have that a little more solidified once the continuum has the specific objectives they would like to accomplish. Because the continuum is so large, we talked about this before, if you really think about it, preschool through career, or what the Lieutenant Governor calls cradle to career, a lot of times our focus just this right now for our area is that transition into post-secondary opportunities for our students. And so especially now. And so we had great data that were shared and great conversations. So wanted to give an update and sincere appreciation. I know President Thompson was very pleased with how it was kicked off, and now the real work begins. And so we're really pleased. Also, the next 2 days, CPE has been very busy. On the 28th and 29th, we had our annual accountability reports from our campus presidents. That is something that is very informative if you are ever interested to kind of look at the scorecard about the goals and that are set for the public universities in KCTCS. They were able to share out like a 30-minute overview and have great discussion with the council. And our board members had great questions. I will give you just a couple of highlights. Despite all of the COVID-19 impact, which, you know, this could happen for years, we continue to learn what the impact is. Still, in 1920, statewide graduation and retention rates, as well as degrees, were up at KCTCS and our public universities. Kentucky's educational attainment rose to 49.1%, only 2.2% behind the national average, mainly due to increase in the short-term credentials. And we're looking at that deeply, but that really directly connects to the work and the emphasis around CTE. And I was so encouraged by Sharon's report on 71% participation. That is a pipeline that we really need to regard in Kentucky. That's not happening everywhere. It's a huge blessing for us. Also, degrees conferred, public and IQ, which is a private institutions, increased 3.3% over last year, and short-term certificates awarded by KCTCS were up 8.4%. So this full report for the 2021 progress report will be released later this month, and we'll make sure you all have access to that. It's very informative of what's going on and the gains that are being made. And the last thing I want to share is CPE is beginning their process for updating their strategic plan that will be up in, I believe, 2021. So we'll start the new plan, I believe, 2022. And so our agenda kicked off on February 1st with our Academic and Strategic Initiatives Committee. We call that the ASI Committee to oversee. They will oversee the process and contribute to the plan's development. And then a committee of campus institutional research and institutional effectiveness representatives will provide feedback on the plans, the metrics, additional information, ideas. So we're fully including all of our campuses in that strategic planning process. Just a few of those updates. Of course, campus vaccine plans are underway, and you all are very aware of that, so I don't want to be repetitive, but we are grateful for the opportunity to get those vaccinations going, and I know that our campus faculty are just as anxious to have the opportunity as well and be able to move forward as we get through this pandemic. So, Madam Chair, I'll stop there and be happy to answer questions if I am able to do so. But otherwise, thank you for the time.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Ellis. We look forward to your progress report later this month. The Commonwealth Education Continuum meeting was outstanding. I might have you put in a plug for the 60 by 30 slogan.
Yes, yes. So thank you for bringing that up. So, you know, we realized, to your point, Madam Chair, is that not everybody knows about the goal around the 60 by 30. And what that goal is, we kind of, as President Thompson will allude to, is kind of the North Star. The 60 by 30 is the goal of having 60% of Kentuckians with a credential or degree by the year 2030. And so that's how we are measuring our progress on that. But I think the real emphasis and momentum behind that can really happen through the continuum. And so that is something we are going to better define and make more folks aware. Because I do think it is something we can all get behind, and it benefits so many. So thank you for bringing that up. But that is something that that was some of the feedback we received and questions from the continuum. And so we realized we need to collectively do a better job of really promoting that goal because it will benefit Kentucky. And so especially now, so, there's lots of conversation about upskilling our adult population who may have lost their jobs or need to change jobs. The Work Ready Scholarship, if you haven't noticed, has been promoted a lot. If you've been on Spotify, it's about every 2 or 3 songs for opportunities that Kentucky offers their citizens and helps with financial burden. And so, there's lots of ways we want to reach folks, whether that's students coming right out of high school, adult learners, military. We have work to do. We have work to do, and really many resources that could be better utilized. But yes, you are absolutely right. And that is our North Star. And so we are putting things into action. So it's exciting work.
I would like to recognize a question from Ms. Batt.
I am so pleased that we have the committee formed for the continuum and the work that is going on this. I think it's very important for our state. My question has to do with the makeup of the committee that is at work. And looking at the membership, I was a little bit concerned that we did not have more teacher representation on the committee. I did see that a KEA representative was on. However, it seems very important to me that we have teachers who are active and who are playing a wide variety of different roles and on the committee if we want it to be something that becomes operational. And I'd like to maybe get a little bit of information about your plans for adding teachers onto the committee, because if we don't have those people who are actually in the schools doing the work, I don't know that it will be as useful to the people who are asked to implement the continuum.
Absolutely. So great question. The initial makeup was with the continuum as the representation of many roles, which was the goal, because 30 is a lot of people as it is to really manage that well. So Claire, the intention moving forward, once the objectives are agreed upon by the continuum based on the feedback that we received and prioritizing the work, then the work part will be to establish work groups to move in those ways. And that's when we will absolutely incorporate teachers and counselors and additional students. We have a K-12 representative, and we also have a post-secondary representative. Those are just representatives to start the work to help give us direction on where it should go. But the working groups to actually put the plans into action will absolutely require additional folks. And those work groups, are not just made up of the continuum members. And so we will be able to ask for help and have representation based on what those objectives will be. And to your point, for the expertise, because we are not experts in every one of these topics. And the topics that bubbled up in the topic around transition was a lot around access for students for early post-secondary opportunities. That absolutely takes the voice of the students, the teachers, the counselors, administrators, post-secondary. Lots of folks have to be at that table to move that forward, depending on what that objective would be. We have teacher workforce that was really bubbled up, and diversity of our workforce. So different expertise will definitely come through. And those are not the only two. Those are just the two that come to mind that had a lot of comments about it. And so to your point, we absolutely will engage more people. This is just to get the work started and to make sure we at least have representation of the role at the table. And then the work groups will absolutely involve more folks. I hope that's helpful. I don't have exactly what those look like yet, because we meet in March to get the okay from the committee, from the continuum, to ensure that what we captured from their feedback and proposed objectives are appropriate. So I hope that's helpful, and I can definitely give updates.
Thank you. And I recognize Lieutenant Governor Coleman. You may be muted. I don't see your name now.
Oh, well, I was just talking up and did not realize I was muted. No, what I was going to say, Claire, is just to piggyback off of what Amanda said. As we were putting this together, the way that I think about this, and I'm just speaking for myself here, is when I was in the classroom for all of us who have been in the classroom, you know that we have been asked more times than we can count to close the gap, right? To close the gap in our classrooms. And so as I look at this system-wide from early childhood into the workforce, I think about all of the gaps that exist that no one is working on closing. And so it's not fair to ask our educators in the classroom to do this work of closing the gap in their classroom when we have a system that's not willing or able or working on doing the same. And so that's how I think about this, is at the committee level, this is a commitment to close these gaps and to put our money where our mouth is and do exactly what we ask teachers to do every day. And so when it comes to creating those plans and those working groups to actually do that work, that's where they come to the table too. So just wanted to piggyback off of that as well.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Dr. Ellis. And while we have you on video and unmuted, I'd like to recognize Lieutenant Governor Coleman for a report from the Secretary of the Education and Workforce Development Cabinet.
All right. Thank you so much. As you all know,
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but I sort of want to go back, and I don't like belaboring points. However, I do want to say I love it that teachers are going to be involved in doing the work, but I think it's an oversight to leave teachers out of setting objectives. That is what happens so often on major projects, and that's where they go wrong. And without that input at the front end, I don't think you ever get a product that is as strong as when you have those who know the most about dealing with kids and working with them on a day-to-day level, providing input on the front end. I just would be remiss not to make that point. And I do hope you'll consider it, because I think for something as big as this and as important as this project is, teachers should be included in the objective setting stage. That's where their voices are so often overlooked. And that is why so often things go astray and do not have the buy-in from the people who are being asked to implement. So I feel like I have to make that statement. Thank you.
And before I turn back over to Lieutenant Governor Coleman, we have a hand raised from Ms. Sloan. And you may be muted. No, it looks like not muted. We don't hear you, Allison. All right, I will commit to recognizing you when we're able to get you back, the sound back on you, Ms. Sloan. I apologize. Lieutenant Governor.
All right. Thank you so much. In the work that we have done to create a Cradle to Career Cabinet, I have probably tons of updates I could give you on that work, but I will just highlight the big parts of the things that we've been working on. First of all, I wanted to again thank Amanda and all of the folks who have been working on putting together the Commonwealth Education Continuum. Dr. Thompson has been instrumental in putting this together and has been very foundational to this work. And I was happy to make sure that we had a representative from the cabinet who represents the Office of Early Childhood Education, because even though we do not have universal pre-K in Kentucky yet, wanted to make sure that that voice was heard. So Amy Neal did a great job. And then we also have our Kentucky Workforce Innovation Board Executive Director, John Lyons, who will sit on the board as we work to create pipelines for successful jobs. So recently I got to visit vaccination sites in Louisville and Lexington and Mount Sterling and Danville. And at every one of them, I got to meet teachers who were so excited and school staff who were so excited to get the vaccines so that we can get back to in-person classes as soon and as safely as possible. And I have to say that I had lots of nurses tell me that as many teachers got the vaccine, they literally cried tears of joy because it was just a relief to them. And so I know we're moving in that direction, and we just want to make sure that as we do that, we protect those folks who do that work every day. And so I'm grateful that we were actually able to, and I know Claire mentioned this earlier, we're going to finish up vaccinating the education community before we thought we'd start. So that's a huge testament to our healthcare communities and the infrastructure that's been created and set up, and it's just a very efficient model. The challenge we face now, is I'm sure you've heard the governor say, is our supply. Our regional vaccination sites have proven they have the ability to set up the infrastructure to distribute vaccines effectively and efficiently. If we could give them as many vaccines as they could use, we would do it. But we're obviously waiting on that from the federal government. But I can promise you that the governor is fighting for that every single day. We continue to work with CPE and with KBE on diversifying our educator workforce and on implementing professional learning opportunities around implicit bias and cultural competency. And I'm very excited to say that we will be making a big announcement on that very soon. And it's going to be great news for the Commonwealth and for certainly the education community. We are utilizing the agencies within the cabinet and our funding resources to identify and support Kentuckians that have been most impacted by COVID-19. So we're moving to the workforce side of this. We're looking at all of the opportunities out there, whether it's apprenticeships, work-based learning programs, tuition assistance, and what wraparound services are needed to support folks to get them back on their feet. And we're looking at the high demand jobs and the emerging industry jobs so that we can make sure that we, I say so often we are trying to plug holes in a sinking ship. And to me, that this is too important to do that. And we've got to make sure that we're building real generational change through this job creation and the support of the job sector. So I would be remiss if I did not mention that there has clearly been a disproportionate impact on women in the workforce. There are actually people referring to the pandemic as a she-cession because so many women have left the workforce. And so we are honing in on that subgroup of folks who need support coming out of the pandemic. There are two female-dominated fields in Kentucky where we have a shortage, and we can certainly work to put women back to work in these fields, and that is nursing and teaching. And so we're working again through agencies across the administration to put together plans to streamline and support women specifically to enter or re-enter these fields. Also, one of our focus points for that is to improve and expand the access of childcare in early childhood education in Kentucky. I keep saying we don't have it yet, but that's our goal. We're moving in that direction. And speaking of early childhood, our governor's Office of Early Childhood Education is partnering with the Department of Education on creating youth apprenticeships. And we're really seeing a move towards, with the trend for workforce, we're really seeing a trend towards earn and learn models and apprenticeship models, those types of things. And so to start it with youth, I think is a great opportunity for our kids and certainly something I'm excited about. You have probably heard me mention this a lot, and you're going to hear me talk about it a lot more. The Kentucky Broadband Initiative. This is being spearheaded by the Education and Workforce Development Cabinet because this is absolutely critical infrastructure for education. We always hear it talked about as critical for economic development, and that's true. But after what we've been through, we want to make sure that we work to close this digital divide and create access to broadband for every household in Kentucky. That's our goal. And I have to give a shout out to KBE on this, by the way, because when this pandemic started, they estimated about a 10 to 15% percentage of K-12 students did not have reliable internet access at home. And within a matter of months, they worked through local school districts, deploying hotspots and devices and things of that nature, and they closed the gap to less than 3%. That's remarkable. And so I want to make sure that every family has that, whether they have a K-12 student in their home or not. And so there are 3 parts to this Kentucky Broadband Initiative, and we're in the first one right now. It's called the speed test. And so I'm going to make a plug for that because I need all of you to do this. Everybody needs to go to speedtest.ky.gov. And it literally takes 30 seconds. It's anonymous. All it is an option for you to enter your address, and the speed test will check your internet speed. And what that does is that creates a map for us, which is part 2. We'll take that mapping and we'll identify the places that lack access or adequate access, and then we will utilize that map with our public-private partners to go out and create affordable, and that's the key word, affordable, reliable internet service for every home. So I'm really excited about that, and it's going to make such a big impact on public education in Kentucky, in our workforce, and certainly in building an economy that has jobs of the future. We have a partnership with CHFS and KBE, where we are looking into the issue of student mental and emotional health as we come out of this pandemic, and we're really trying to focus on building opportunities and an infrastructure within our school systems to allow for more focus on mental and emotional health, again, coming out of this pandemic. And last but not least, as part of the governor's proposed budget, I'm so excited about this. We have the Better Kentucky Promise, and a shout out to CPE for being really integral in making sure that this happens. This expands the Work Ready Scholarship that we already have in Kentucky to all associate and below programs, and it covers the cost of up to 60 credit hours at any Kentucky higher ed institution for qualified applicants. So it's not only the KCTCS system, it's any higher ed institution in Kentucky. And so that creates the opportunity for either students who choose the associate's credentials path once they graduate high school, or anybody who's been displaced by the pandemic, or anybody who's in a career that they've decided that they want to go back to school and upskill and improve the upward mobility within their own career. And so I'm really excited about that. I'm crossing my fingers that the legislature takes that proposal and makes sure that it's in the budget that they send back to the governor. But that is going to create some great opportunity for Kentuckians, and I'm really excited about that too. So, so that's it.
Excellent, thank you. And I would like to let you know for sure that it's really easy to do the speed test. I meant to do it when I saw you pitch that on the governor's presser last week, but just did it while paying full attention to the lieutenant governor, and it was easy peasy. So thank you.
Thank you.
Before you leave, and while Dr. Ellis is still available for us, I believe Mrs. Sloan is able to, we're able to hear her now. Allison?
Yes, apparently when my hands work, my mic does not work. So I can't have it all today. Let me first just start by saying that I started trying to take notes and a list of all the things that Lieutenant Governor Coleman was mentioning so I could give kudos, and I finally gave up because, oh my goodness, it's all amazing. So I just thought I'd just say one big thank you. It's wonderful stuff, and I can't wait to see how it all pans out. I wanted to try to get on earlier to piggyback on a little bit on what Claire was saying, that I agree that I think the continuum is an amazing thing. I know I've heard Dr. Thompson talking about it for quite a while, his dream of the P20 initiative. They all know that I'm very super supportive of all this work. I just wanted to add a little bit that when the list of participants came out, I did get feedback from a lot of teachers across the state that were concerned that there was not an active teacher or other K-12 representatives on the actual continuum. I think they felt what most expressed to me was that we had come so far with making sure that we had teacher voice in a lot of arenas, and especially being on the KBE, that they felt like it was a step backwards in a way. I tend to kind of agree with them, but I just wanted to share that because, you know, being the voice for the teachers, I did want to make sure that those voices were heard and that their concerns were heard. I do think it's important that we always remember that that active voice is important. I'm glad to know that there will be work groups going forward. How will that work? Amanda, if you don't mind explaining that to us, will Eddie Campbell be the representation in that work group and then takes that voice back, or how will that work?
So great question. Lieutenant Governor, do you mind if I start and you can follow up, or would you like
Right
to start?
ahead.
Okay, I didn't want to interrupt you. So first of all, I appreciate the comment and Claire's as well. I didn't say that, so I do appreciate it. The other thing I want to clarify is that this group does not set any policy. They don't set any requirements. All it is bringing voice. And so if you notice on the membership, really, we didn't hand pick anybody, even the co-leads left it up to the organizations. So we weren't going, oh, wow, we like this person because there are over 50,000 teachers and, you know, several thousand administrators and counselors. I mean, that we're really, we gave the leeway to the organization, how they would like to be represented, just to have the voice to start that work. So I think that's something I did not clarify, and I wanted to, that it is not a policy-making organization. This group is really just to have the perspectives of others coming in. And when I say even work groups, it's not to make people do anything because they don't have legislative authority or anything. But what it is to make recommendations for the KBE or the CPE to change policy, maybe even the General Assembly, put out unified communication, bringing perspective in for things that we just haven't thought of. So it was never intended to leave out teachers. There is a teacher rep. There is the counselors will say the same, like there's one and you're wanting to do transition, you know, like this is what counselors do. And so absolutely, we know that. We have an admissions person that represents all the admissions people, and it's just their voice from their perspective, but not doing all the legwork. So to your question specifically, Allison, is no, Eddie is just the KEA rep that has an organization that represents teachers. And he elected to represent the teachers just on that continuum group. But the workout groups, what we're hoping to do is once we kind of set what the goals are, because we want them to be measurable goals, especially for this year, is then we want to be able to put out an opportunity for people to volunteer to help with that work. And that doesn't mean we're forcing teachers to do anything in a classroom or the university to do anything. What we want is perspective on how do we better communicate? How do we better reach our students? We're 20% below on FAFSA, and we know that that is a gateway into students having opportunities, right? Or how do we dig deeper into the dual credit policy and getting perspective from high school teachers of what's really going on, maybe a frustration or maybe from the universities. So once we have those working groups, then we will make that available for people to reach out to show interest in things that they would like to contribute to, because we also realize that the folks who are volunteering have full-time jobs. And so I completely respect that. We're a household of educators, so I can completely understand that and respect that. But we do also will need that expertise on how do we really make change. And the challenge that was given to the continuum to start thinking about and sharing ideas with us to help us come up with some perspective ideas to get the okay to go with is what levers do we need to move that can make change for students in that transition and make it better for them? And I know you have a child in college, and so do I, and it's not been easy at all, especially right now. And so what can we do to make it better? And so that's the approach, Allison, and I don't think I did a very good job with the overview a while ago, just to make sure that it is a goodwill effort to make sure we have perspective. But even the work is making recommendations on how can we work together, to Lieutenant Governor's point, of involving our communities, involving our parents, involving the business sector and the universities. It's not just on the shoulders of teachers or just our schools, but how do we work together? Because we can't do it all. Y'all can't do it all. It's not possible. And so we've got to work together. So that was the intention. And so I apologize if that was not clear.
No, very helpful, Amanda. And we know that you will take this back to Aaron and
gosh, yes,
points
absolutely.
Very well taken. We don't want you to feel in a corner on this conversation at all.
No.
But you heard the message, and you know this is what the heart of the messengers.
Absolutely.
And I would like to recognize Mr. Johnson, followed by Dr. Todd.
I just wanted to congratulate Lieutenant Governor Coleman. She is after this thing. So we get all kinds of correspondence from her. So congratulations, keep up the good work. And I know it's going to bear fruit here if we all keep pushing it. So thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Got to have a Mercer County coaching love fest going on here, but I'm all for it. So she's after it. Dr. Todd, followed by Commissioner Glass.
I just wanted to ask again what that website was for the speed test. I wasn't quite quick enough to write that down.
It is speedtest.ky.gov.
Oh, all right, thank you.
So you failed the first speed test, Lee. You failed the first speed test. You're able to write it down.
It won't be the last. I'm getting old.
All right, excellent. And Commissioner Glass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick underscore on the points that were made around the representation on the Commonwealth Continuum. One of the actions that the Continuum took during its first meeting was to establish a set of norms. One of those norms was to make sure that we heard from practitioners and those who were directly impacted by the recommendations that we were bringing forward. So I just wanted to highlight that as well.
Including, thanks to your voice, a specific norm related to underrepresented students and families. So again, living up to our commitment to being the voice for the voiceless in the process. Thank you. Mrs. McCrary.
Thank you, Chair. This is for Lieutenant Governor Coleman. I did the speed test. It was easy. Just an absolute piece of cake. I did it while you were speaking too, while listening. I can multitask like that. But my question is this. I fear from the sounds of the updates, we are not reaching the most critical parts of the state that need to be taking this test. And my question is, have those principals reached out to their families, because that is a very trusted source in those small communities?
That's a great point, Patrice. And that was one of my concerns is it's really easy for people who obviously have access right now to be able to do this. And so we are making a very concerted effort. We have got partnerships and pipelines built in directly into communities. The partners are such a long list, I can't even begin to say them all, but the Chamber of Commerce, for example, is going through local businesses. I'm going to be speaking to superintendents about school systems. I'm going to be speaking to county judge executives about, supporting it in the local government sector. I mean, the list goes on and on. And so that is one of the biggest concerns, is to make sure that everyone does it. And so I want to make a point that people sometimes say, well, if I don't have internet at home, how can I do the speed test? Well, if you don't have internet at home, we absolutely need you to do the speed test, and you can do it somewhere else, but put in your home address. And so that's something that we need to make sure that people know. And whether you feel like you have good service or not, it doesn't matter. We need every single Kentuckian to do this. And I have to tell you that within the first week, we had so much success with the speed test that we've surpassed states that started their speed test 6 months ago with much larger populations. And so that's really important to say, but this rollout will continue. And we need people like you to take this back to your communities and make sure that everyone's aware, and raising that awareness will go a long way in making this a successful speed test. So thank you for that, Patrice.
Excellent, thank you. And you all may see that Lieutenant Governor has a Derby Day halo behind her head today, and I will borrow from her. She always says that Kentucky has the trifecta of President of Council for Post-Secondary Education, Lieutenant Governor of Education Workforce Development, and Commissioner of Education. So in honor of that trifecta, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Glass.
Thank you. And I think to build upon that, the Lieutenant Governor often talks about the superfecta, which would include the state board as well.
There you go. There you go.
To get everybody in. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the board. The first element that I'd just like to update you on is the announcement of Dr. Meredith Brewer as our new Director of Education Policy. She steps into that role from another policy advisor position at KBE to support this Board of Education. So she'll be serving as the Executive Director to the Board of Education and also as our federal liaison with the U.S. Department of Education, and she'll work with the Chuck Truesdale, who's our new KBE Director of Government Relations, and also key policy staff on the direction and development and execution of education policy. So we're thrilled to have Dr. Brewer joining us, and I hope that what you are sensing, board, is how important we at KBE value the work of this board, and that you've really felt a seamless transition from Jennifer Fraker, and we appreciate the work that she did to make sure that the board was supported in her transition, to Leslie Slaughter stepping up, and we're grateful for Leslie doing that, and now transitioning to Meredith. So from my perspective, it really has been a seamless transition of that baton, and we look forward to working with Dr. Brewer going forward. I think she's going to be terrific, and certainly was a very competitive process that she went through to get to this point. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Brewer. I also sadly have to inform you that we have another transition. Joette Fields has let us know that she'll be resigning from the Kentucky Department of Education in March. So we're going to miss working with you, Joette, and we appreciate and are grateful for all the years of service that you provided us at KBE, and we wish you well on the next chapter, wherever that may take you. Board, one of the goals that you set forth for me was to establish or seek consensus in the state around the future direction of education in Kentucky. So toward that end, we did collect information through that Start, Stop, Keep survey that was launched right when I began in this role at KBE and in the Commonwealth. You'll hear some more information on that a little later, but we're also working on what we're calling our virtual listening tours, hearing Kentucky's voices on education. So there'll be 9 sessions held across the Commonwealth, starting on April 6th and then concluding on May 6th. And that'll be an opportunity for Kentuckians to share their perspectives and what their experiences have been in our schools and some of their aspirations for Kentucky and for Kentucky's children. So I'm looking forward to those conversations getting started up. We've really had the team at KBE pull together and do some nice initial work on what those experiences will look like. And we're most of all focusing on that listening aspect and hearing from Kentuckians on what their aspirations are. You'll also hear more on that a little later. Some introductions of new staff. We have Tony Igwe joining in the Office of Assessment and Accountability. We have Chuck, of course, Chuck Truesdale, starting as Director of Government Relations in the Office of the Commissioner. So you'll get to hear from Chuck a little later on legislative updates. In the Office of Career and Technical Education, Robert Nolan and Tom Welshins has joined us. So welcome both of them. The Office of Finance and Operations welcomes Marshall Smith and Alan Cold Iron, and the Office of Legal Services welcomes Kara Beth Bale. So welcome to all those new KBE employees. We're excited about having you on. What a weird time to start a new job, but we're going to work through it. And one of the reasons I think I've mentioned to you, Madam Chair, is that I wanted to come and work in Kentucky is the reputation that the Kentucky Department of Education has for expertise and excellent work. And so that's something that I knew growing up here, certainly something I became aware of working in other states, and have been really impressed to work with this team. They certainly have lived up to their reputation nationally. Shifting gears, I wanted to update you on the ESSER II funds and guidance. So this is the latest round of federal funding that's coming into Kentucky to support relief from impacts from COVID-19. It was announced in early January that Kentucky will receive $928 million in the second round of those ESSER relief funds. So that's a large amount of money. It's an infusion. We're excited about what we will be able to do with that, what the possibilities of that will bring for Kentucky students who have missed out on so much in the course of this pandemic. Staff across various KBE offices have been working since early January to update our ESSER guidance to reflect the new provisions related to these funds, and we'll release those officially on February 9th, so next week. And I want to take this time to thank the staff here at KBE for their continued work to make sure that our school district leaders and educators are equipped with the most valuable information and resources possible as just as we continue to navigate COVID-19. You'll hear more about that a little later on from Associate Commissioner Robin Kinney and her staff. But we're looking forward to rolling that out and also seeing what creative and supportive ideas our schools come up with and the experiences that they will create for students. Shifting gears again, or maybe staying on a federal note for a moment, two important tasks that have been ongoing related to our ESEA Consolidated State Plan I want to make everybody aware of. The first, we just completed and submitted to the U.S. Department of Education an addendum, a requirement related to last year's federal waivers around assessment and accountability and school identification and reporting requirements for last school year due to COVID-19. This addendum shows how Kentucky will account for the one-year changes and how they'll impact our timelines for school identification and reporting purposes. And we have Rhonda on a little later as well, and she may be able to update you on any questions that you might have about that. The second piece relates to more formal amendments that will need to be made with our state plan to align with assessment and accountability requirements and the changes that are coming because of Senate Bill 158, which you'll also have time to talk about later today and act on those changes that you've heard about many times. Following today's board action on the changes related to Senate Bill 158, the department staff will begin the process of making the final formal amendments to our state plan and target sending those to the U.S. Department of Education on March 8th. So couple of shifts coming up there. Quick updates on the state schools that KDE supports. The Kentucky School for the Blind and the Kentucky School for the Deaf are continuing to provide virtual instruction to students across the state. While both of them have developed reopening plans due to increasing cases, both of the schools currently remain closed with only essential personnel on through the end of February. We do have a plan to reopen those schools to in-person instruction beginning March 1st. We have been getting vaccinations going at both of those schools and with the support of the local health departments in which they are housed. So we're making good progress in there, and we know that this is an incredibly vulnerable group of students, and it's really urgent that we restore some of the services that they have missed out on this past year. Based on the recommendations from the Department of Public Health, those schools are providing small group instruction to students within their counties of residence currently. For those students living in Jefferson and Boyle counties, small group services also are occurring at the school. But we're excited about restarting in-person instruction with all those virus mitigation steps and the support of vaccinations for the staff that are there. On January 11th, so just a couple of weeks ago, the 51 ATCs implemented hybrid schedules in order to serve face-to-face students. The hybrid schedule allows the ATCs to provide and maximize in-person instruction while also adhering to those guidance elements that are put forth in the Healthy at Schools guidance document, the flagship guidance document. Virtual instruction is also offered to students who have elected a virtual option and to students in feeder districts who have not yet returned to face-to-face instruction. Our ATCs are working to provide remediation to students as needed with after-school options and targeted intervention. Madam Chair, that concludes my remarks. My full report can be found in the board portal, and I'm happy to entertain any questions that board members may have at this time. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Doing well on time. So if we have any questions, you can signal or unmute. All right, excellent. I am really excited about that report for a lot of reasons, but equally excited to be able to share the next item on our agenda, which is an update on equity-related issues from our own Dr. Thomas Woods Tucker, the Deputy Commissioner and Chief Equity Officer for the Department of Education. So Thomas, it is a treat to have you here today, and I've been looking forward to hearing about all of this good work and good trouble.
Yes, good trouble. Thank you and good morning, Madam Board Chair, all of the board members, Commissioner Glass, and everyone who's listening. I do have a slide deck that will be popping up soon. And I do understand that we are doing okay with time, and being the grandson of a Baptist minister, I'll do my best, my absolute best to keep us on time.
Not
Okay.
all-day meeting and dinner on the grounds.
There you go. There you go. Next slide, please. As we know that February marks the start of Black History Month, which is a federally recognized celebration recognizing the contributions that African Americans have made in this great country of ours, and it's part of American history. It is American history. But it's also important to note that February 1st is National Freedom Day, the anniversary of the approval of the 13th Amendment, which abolished slavery in 1865. And so I began with our why, and you'll find out as we talk about our why, it is in line with the goals and objectives of the Kentucky Board of Education. It is aligned with the goals and objectives of our commissioner. And I'm reminded of this small piece, this small narrative from Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s I Have a Dream speech in 1963. Now is the time to rise from the dark and desolate valley of segregation to the sunlit path of racial justice. Now's the time to open the doors of opportunity for all of God's children, for all children here in the Commonwealth. And now's the time to lift our nation from the quicksands of racial injustice to the solid rock of brotherhood and sisterhood added as emphasis. You'll see that there are some key words here that are part of the work, part of the values of the Kentucky Board of Education. So I thought it was fitting to read that excerpt. Next slide, please. So why now? Just a couple things here. All students and staff, regardless of who they are, their color, religion, gender, ethnicity, sexual orientation, national origin, should be welcomed and respected. And that's important when we talk about the D in diversity. You know, it's important when we talk about ensuring that all students are respected, and it's not only afforded to a certain group of students. Then, of course, your Kentucky Department of Education desires to help school entities with diversity, equity, and inclusion, and we want to root out all types of things that cause achievement gaps and opportunity gaps. Next slide, please. KDE's commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Madam Chair talked about this earlier, so I won't spend any time on this slide. But we're committed to our four priorities: equity, achievement, collaboration, and integrity. And Madam Chair, you are absolutely right. It's great to see not only school districts here in the Commonwealth passing resolutions and creating racial equity policies, but it's also important to have that narrative go across the country and see other state boards of education creating such policies. So hopefully this is a springboard, not only here in the Commonwealth, but across the country, to ensure that each student is valued. And an important part of this is also acknowledging our past and understanding where we are here in the future. And it's okay to say that it's important to hear and ensure young people of color feel valued and safe in the schools. And that gives our students of color, all students, a bit of encouragement that their voices are being heard. Next slide, please. So where are we now? People have asked in my, seems like 100 conversations I've had with people asking the question, where are we now? I think we're at a point now where we're acknowledging that all stakeholders, our teachers, students, staff, and superintendents are facing some of the most difficult challenges in the history of education, whether it's heightened bipartisan politics, racial tension, and the uncertainty of what the educational policies are going to be in Washington, D.C., and of course, COVID. COVID is still here with us, and it's going to be with us for a while, but thank God that we're in a position where we have a vaccine to address it. But the other essential question is, how do we take care of the social and emotional needs of our students, staff, and administrators during this time? Very important question. Many of you have heard by now the rising suicides across America. You saw in Clark County, Nevada, a student who took his life, and kids are wanting to get back, and staff are wanting to get back into schools safely. Next slide, please. A couple other things. We're working to ensure that we're utilizing the resources of our colleagues here in our local school districts, especially our counselors, our psychologists, and our social workers. And I'm really proud of the work that KBE is doing, and a lot of this work has been done by Dr. Damon Sweeney, who's a program coordinator for comprehensive school counseling, because we know how important that work is in helping to address some of the concerns that our students have. But also acknowledging that diversity, equity, inclusion, and social emotional learning are drivers in the curriculum. I'm in a unique position. I want to thank Commissioner Glass and the Kentucky Board of Education for allowing me to work with our people in the Office of Teaching and Learning. And as we continue to update our academic content standards, that we're creating standards with equity in mind. Also, because we know this all goes hand in hand, teaching and learning all goes hand in hand. Then also a huge shout out to Lieutenant Governor, to the State Board, and others who have been really instrumental in helping us get the funding for the CAPE program as well. So I certainly want to make mention of that. Next slide, please. The Kentucky Department of Education's equity-related initiatives so far have been really remarkable. We still have a lot of work to go. And we have some really talented people who are helping us with those standards, who are providing some assistance to our local school districts with these initiatives. One such initiative is the Kentucky Academic Standards Implementation, and that's to ensure equitable access to grade level appropriate learning to all students. We're also working with the Council of Chief State School Officers to ensure that each student in the Commonwealth, again, doesn't matter which part of the Commonwealth he or she is attending school, has access to high quality instructional resources and professional learning for our staff. At this time, I'm going to ask Mickey Ray, who's the new director in the Division of Program Standards in the Office of Teaching and Learning, to talk a little bit about what we've done in the last year with CCSSO, and then I'll jump back in and make a few other comments before we move on to the next slide. Mickey, are you with us?
I am. Thank you so much, Dr. Woodsucker, and thank you, board. I just wanted to mention in terms of standards implementation to give a brief update on that work. We do have new professional learning modules for reading and writing for mathematics, science, and social studies on kystandards.org. And so those are ongoing initiatives to support the implementation of the standards and to build knowledge and capacity around the changes for so many different standards documents. That's a lot for educators as they're processing true implementation of each of those documents. I also wanted to mention we are preparing a new document for publication, and it is around SEAD work, and specifically it will be integrating social, emotional, and academic development within the Kentucky Academic Standards for Mathematics. And we're very excited about that. The math consultants have been working on that to align social and emotional learning and those competencies to the standards for mathematical practice. We are preparing for live virtual March leadership meetings, and those will be hosted by the 8 regional co-ops around the state. And again, that becomes our year 3 initiative of standards implementation. We'll be preparing for some virtual workshops for teachers across the state. And then I'm sure you all have also seen the science standards are currently out for public comment. So that review process should begin as early as March, where we're bringing in the advisory panel and the review committee. So a lot going on in terms of standards implementation and assuring that students are having access to standards aligned grade level instruction. And then as Dr. Woodsucker mentioned, the CCSSO project is very exciting. We're a part of a group of 13 different states That is a cross-agency initiative as well. The OTL is able to work with OET and also OLE, and then some members from the commissioner's office as well. So that's exciting. And we are working to create professional learning supports for local schools and districts to be equipped and empowered to select high quality, standards aligned, grade level appropriate instructional resources to support, again, implementation of the Kentucky academic standards. So thank you for that.
Thank you. And moving on here quickly, I'm really proud to talk a little bit about our multi-tiered system of supports. It's a cross-agency project to provide guidance to help our schools and districts provide equitable services, instruction, and intervention practices to meet the needs of the whole child, not just the academic part, but also the social and emotional part. Next item, our equitable practices policy scan. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. You've heard quite a bit about that. This is really, really difficult work, but it's important work. It's important work for all of our folks here in the Commonwealth, and we're going to be patient. We're going to ensure that we talked earlier about ensuring that we have teacher voice, that we have administrative voices and parent voices. That's huge, and this work here really gets at that. And that the last part of my presentation, I'll give you an update on where we are with that. And as I mentioned earlier, we're very thankful for the funding for our Kentucky Academy for Equity in Teaching to help diversify Kentucky's workforce in our classrooms. And kudos to the folks who supported that, and especially our folks in the Office of Teacher Effectiveness and Licensure. Great job. Next slide, please. Very briefly here, some other initiatives that we're doing at the roots level, at the district level. We're working with our school leaders to address disproportionality in special education, breaking down those barriers to access to rigorous courses. We're talking about continuous improvement, professional learning opportunities here at the Kentucky Department of Education. Madam Chair, you had mentioned that, and we're happy to have Dr. Roger Cleveland and others in a consultancy role as consultants to help us do this. We know as we be prepared to have these courageous conversations about race and about privilege, that we have to start with the truth. We have to start with knowledge before we can move to accountability and before we can move to finally to change. But we want to make sure that we're doing this in a respectful way. We want to make sure that we're hearing all voices, because it's going to take all of us to get to this beloved community where we want to be, where we're always respecting the needs of all of our students and staff. Then also, we're looking here at KDE how we can utilize the assets and the expertise that we have right here in KDE. As someone said earlier, we're small but mighty, but we have very, very talented people here, and we're excited about utilizing their expertise and bringing that together. Next slide, please. And just real simple, a couple other things that I'm really happy about, that we're working with school districts about having consistent sample language to use. We're encouraging them to include equity, diversity, and inclusion in their strategic plan. Again, it gets back to the scan. And we're happy, as Mickey mentioned, that we're providing access to high quality standards and aligned instructional resources to ensure equitable access to all students here. And that's through our collaboration with the CCSSO. Next slide, please. The next part of what we need to continue to do is to continue to have courageous conversations. Courageous conversations about the meaning of equity, equality, and inclusivity. And that's the most difficult part of our work. How do we prepare our folks? How do we get our folks? How do we become comfortable being uncomfortable about having conversations about race, about equity, and privilege? And we're going to have to work hard. And that's one of the things I'm seeing in my first 90 days here, is that we're going to have to work hard to get people in a comfortable spot of being uncomfortable, so that their voices are heard and their voices are valued as we grapple with this together. Because there's still some conversations about, how do we do a better job of helping students and staff see themselves in the curriculum. That's critical pedagogy. And so that's another area we need to continue to have conversations around. And we need to broaden the definition of diversity to ensure that everyone is at the table, that everyone sees the privilege that they have, but also everyone can see how they've been marginalized as well. And then there's been talk about equity, equality, and inclusivity. I won't mention too much about this, but I'll make two very brief comments. When we talk about equity, a call for equity does not implicitly suggest racism. Unfortunately, some of our local leaders have said just that. And so we need to do a better job of helping to educate our folks about how different groups have been marginalized and why equity is so important. And it doesn't suggest racism, doesn't suggest that the other is racist at all. It simply suggests that we need to do a better job of helping people to understand how the marginalized group has been mistreated and what this means for them going forward. And the last thing I'll say about equality, I thought about this the other day. When we look at equality, we're talking about treating everyone the same. And we've been really taught to do that. Been taught to do that as growing up. But when we do that, we don't pay any attention to the differences. It's like I have 4 children, and they all have 4 different shoe sizes. I have 2 boys and 2 girls. If I were to go out and buy them a size 10, someone is not going to have a shoe that's not going to fit them. So let's continue to press ourselves on these terms and open ourselves up to these courageous conversations. Next slide, please. A meritocracy, meaning people have arrived to this point simply because of their hard work. And it suggests that all students have bootstraps. Many of our marginalized students don't have bootstraps. And so I ask us to keep that in mind when we start to have these conversations about equality and meritocracy. Next slide, please. Next slide. One other area that I think we need to continue to converse about is race-based stress and trauma. And that is applicable to all of our students. This trauma, whether it's racial or gender or sexual orientation and implicit bias, it's real. And we need to have these conversations across every school in the Commonwealth, whether or not they're a majority, minority, or majority, minority. It does not matter. Because at the end of the day, we're talking about the long-term future success of all of our students. And if we don't address it, it's going to have some serious emotional and traumatic consequences. One of the guides that we do have, and it's online for our folks, this was published in June. It's a guidance on how districts can facilitate conversations about race-based stress and trauma. It will be one of the many things as a part of our toolbox that I'll talk about later. Next slide, please. And now let's talk about the creation of an equity toolkit. This will be an online toolkit, an online collection of resources free of charge for all of our school districts here and to our community here in the Commonwealth. And some of the things that will be there will obviously will be an equity audit, examples of how schools can go about conducting equity audits, support on utilizing a multi-tiered system of support, guidance on connection between social and emotional learning. And one of the things I'm really excited about is the creation of modules on unconscious bias training. There'll be research-informed series of culturally competency and equity training modules that school districts can use. And interestingly enough, it was a student, we talk, and I know we have our student member here, Soliana, who's with us today. One of the members of the Student Advisory Committee, Commissioner Glass's Student Advisory Committee, said to me Dr. Tucker, can we create, this was a suggestion from one of our students, can we create some vignettes, electronic vignettes, or modules of how to begin to have courageous conversations about race, how to begin to help folks deal with cultural competency and equity. And so this is on the minds of our teachers and it's on the minds of our students. And we also want to ensure that we have resources available to help educators choose inclusive curricula. Again, getting back to this whole business of critical pedagogy. Next slide, please. Next slide. And at the end of the day, this is up to us. It's up to us to feel comfortable enough examining our privilege, but also examining how we've been marginalized, to examine our biases. By doing so and by reflecting, that's the only way we can chart a path for what the future is going to look like for our students. But I want to caution everyone is that it's going to be difficult. Having these courageous conversations is extremely difficult. Talking about race, talking about privilege is absolutely difficult. It's difficult for a lot of us. And we're going to work extremely hard in terms of how we can facilitate those conversations. Commissioner Glass and I and our Chief Communication Officer, Tony Tapman, and I have talked about this. How can we begin here, KDE, in fostering those conversations? And folks here at KDE can become ambassadors of equity, diversity, and inclusion, and role models for our buildings, and role models even for higher ed in fostering these conversations. And it's going to begin with a growth mindset that this difficulty we're having in these conversations is about failure, and failure is an opportunity to grow, as opposed to having a fixed mindset and looking at failure is limited and that we cannot grow as we tackle this important topic. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, back in late November, we began sending out a statewide equity and inclusion scan. And I did not want to come here to the Commonwealth saying that, wow, the Kentucky Board of Education, the commissioner, and several school districts have passed equity policies and they have it figured out. And I certainly didn't want to come here and say, you know what, we're really behind. We really need to get after this, or we're being reactionary to things that have happened here in the Commonwealth or across the country. I didn't want to have either one of those. So I'm taking the next year, or however long it may take, to really understand what is needed and what we need to do to address these issues. So one of the questions I asked in the scan, when you look at your buildings, what are some existing equitable practices with an emphasis on racial equity, inclusion, and diversity? What do you have that's already in place? And does your district have an equity and inclusion action plan, or is equity included in your district strategic plan? And I ask each one of you, Tony has now sent this out to every stakeholder who would fill this out in the Commonwealth, which is huge. Please take time. Please take time to answer these questions. So let's look at the few responses we've received. Next slide, please. And so we ask folks to please, fill this out, because again, when we look at our why, we want to ensure that we're being some assistance to our districts as they carry out this work. So here are the 3 questions. And so let's look at the few surveys so far. Next slide, please. So in a question about whether your school district currently has an equity and inclusion plan, 54.5% of the respondents said no. In another question asking whether equity is included in your district strategic plan, 33.3% of the respondents said no, and more than 51% of the respondents said equity is included in their district strategic plan. Next slide, please. So when we ask our folks, our stakeholders, what do they need? And this is some of the common responses we receive. Most of our students are white and need exposure to more diversity and assistance with unintentional biases. We need to create or show more models of best practices, as I mentioned earlier, to include more than race or ethnicity. Again, expanding that definition of diversity. And folks are really asking for us to provide guidance and resources, real resources, to help them make an equitable and rigorous learning environments a reality for students. Again, the importance of us building this toolkit for which we'll be rolling out soon. And to continue to take feedback on this issue and hold meetings with teachers, staff, and families. We're going to continue to do this, and we're going to continue to take feedback for the entire year. And we're going to be a model here at the Kentucky Department of Education. We're going to have small focus groups, listening sessions, so people can share their stories, that they're in a place where they're not feeling threatened, where people are not blaming them or shaming them, but being able to share their authentic stories. Again, it's part of that three-part approach to getting to a point where we're all focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion. Next slide, please. And lastly, it is up to all of us to advance equity and racial justice in our nation's schools. This work cannot be just the work of the Kentucky Board of Education or Commissioner Glass or mine. It has to be the work of all of our educators, both K-12 and higher ed, and of course, work being led by the Kentucky Department of Education to make this a reality for all of our students. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Dr. Woods-Tucker. I am so affirmed to hear about the work that you have going on. Your last slide makes me think of a favorite African proverb: if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. This does indeed take all of us and a commitment to improving the experiences of every Kentucky learner. I also really appreciate the way you have framed this of playing both the long game and the short game. We really must take a long view to address issues of systemic racism and diversity, equity, and inclusion in every one of our schools. But your willingness to shine a light on even granular things like the gatekeeping that often unintentionally happens at schools around who has access to 8th grade Algebra 1 and how orchestra defines the future of individual kiddos, for example, and really doing that in such a way that we are partnering with our school districts to engage in this work. I love it that you're coalescing these ideas and putting so much together so quickly, but you set us up for success as we move forward. I see some hands raised. We're doing well on time, team. So for those of you who have a question, the first hand I see is Randy Poe.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank Dr. Tucker for the work he's done. I think it's excellent. And so my question to you, Dr. Tucker, because I was going to wait to bring this up kind of a little bit later in the assessment, but you've moved me to bring it up now because I do think we have to confront things. And I think that one of the things, I think you did an excellent job with the toolkit and the others, but I also think the part when you talked about the critical pedagogy, I think we have to also go back and look at our history standards, our social studies standards. I do not think that, or I did a review and I talked to some history teachers and so forth. And right now we're not teaching civics. We're not teaching the diversity, the equity. It's not part of our particular standards. We don't teach about the women's suffrage movement. Like you said, it's not just about race. It's about all types of diversity and inclusion. And I think our social studies are lacking. And that would be something that I think if we're truly going to be a model, we have to then look at our pedagogy and what are we teaching in our classrooms if we're going to take that long view, because I think the things in the toolkit are things that, as Dr. Young was talking about, we can look for different things in and around schools and so forth. But if we're not teaching diversity And like, for example, the other year, the National Peace and Justice Museum opened up, and what an experience that is, that we should be teaching our students to realize that the civil rights movement wasn't something our historical perspective of slavery and everything is led up, but even in the 1970s, we still had lynchings in this country. And that is such a shame. And it's rooted in our society and our national level of what we're seeing. But our students are missing a whole generation of historical content in this area. So that's something that I think I would like to see your committee also with the curriculum department or whoever within the department there works on this, takes a look at those particular standards. I think we had a person at the public comment period that wrote a letter on even this particular topic a little bit, but mine is about that critical pedagogy that's being left out of the classroom.
Yeah. And that's part of the rubrics we're using as we look at the standards revision process through an equity lens. One of the questions obviously is, are we showing representation of students and staff, diverse students and staff here in Kentucky? It's the beginning work, but Board Member Poe, it's certainly important work, and that work that we need to do a better job of. And that's why our work with CCSSO is so important, because it helps to deliver just that.
Thank you. And Mickey may want to add to this too, but I think that a point that Randy raises is that Kentucky is a school-based governance state, and curriculum is the responsibility of our school-based councils. So perhaps you've had these conversations, but as we think about these environmental scans at the district level in Kentucky, we have that added challenge that we've got to get to the school-based level. And we design standards and model instructional practices at the state agency level, but we really need to engage our school councils in this conversation as well, as Dr. Robinson calls them, the content wars as they begin to emerge. Mickey, did you want to add to that? Speaking of whom, I will then follow up with Sharon, followed by Allison. But Mickey, if you want to add anything.
Just very briefly, thank you, Chair Young. And Dr. Poe, I would love to provide you with some information about the new Kentucky Academic Standards for Social Studies. There is a civic strand that is unlike the older version of the standards that is K through 12. And so we think that that is a very powerful component that we are working on to support teachers in schools in implementing the elements around civics education. There are also disciplinary clarifications that hit at many of those issues that you are talking about that are not, it's not woven directly into the standards language, but is in there as support for teachers as they're implementing the standards. So I would be happy to gather some information for you and get that to Chair Young to pass along to the board members.
Yeah, I think we would all have some interest in seeing that, perhaps that even as a presentation at an upcoming meeting. So I'll ask Leslie and Joette to capture that as a note, and we'll follow up on that topic. Nikki, thank you. Dr. Robinson.
Well, thank you, Chair Young, and thank you, Dr. Woods-Tucker, for that really encouraging report. It's a lot of work being done, and I think with a discipline and with a high degree of understanding of the complexity of these matters. And I just want to contribute as well that our board will have to stand with our KDE staff in what will likely become some really tough debates. We've been through wars about pedagogy and content and, what ought to be taught and how it ought to be taught. But we've all got to understand that our commitment to teaching and learning is almost a commitment to what some might consider subversive activity. and be really courageous in this is the point I want to make, because the students that we engage now, our learners across the continuum, are the learners that will be responsible for perpetuating a democracy are watching it further deteriorate because we can't support inclusion of all voices and all participants. So I really don't want to get on a soapbox, but I do want to underscore that this is hard, courageous work, and there's no time like now to get it done. I've been really encouraged, just kind of listening in on some of the conversations among our students who understand the urgency of now a lot better than some of us older folks and some of us who are trying to maintain like orderly systems in the box that we know, when our students are going to have to create order in a world that some of us probably can't imagine. So our outcome, the vision of what we're trying to do, has to be kind of refined by embracing their future as our inspiration and not our past. So please continue apace, and I'm looking forward to our supporting this work in every way that this board could possibly do.
Yeah. And we've also begun our outreach, not only with local school leaders, superintendents, diversity and equity officers, but also organizations that are leading this work here in Kentucky on diversity, equity, and inclusion. So we have a couple of meetings set up so I can get to know these leaders, some of these standard bearers who are helping us with this work, who will ultimately help us carry this message on.
Thank you. And I think we have time for one more question from Mrs. Sloan.
First, I want to say thank you. This work is amazing. As the teacher that's still in the classroom, I also, as all of you know, talk with lots of teachers across the state daily, and we really have been trying to get teachers and parents and everyone in our school systems to really understand the importance of this work and to not back down from it out of fear and misunderstandings. And I think that's a lot of what we're seeing. I have read and seen and have had things said to me when I've tried to push different topics that just sometimes really blow my mind, from educators even, that they're truly not understanding why this is important and the realities behind it. So I'm glad that we're taking this on. I will stand with you, Sharon, in this fight every day of the week for KDE and with KBE. I think also knowing curriculum comes from, and how we address that from our site-based decision-making councils, school site councils. I think they need a lot more training around this as well. Our councils do not really truly understand. I was a member of one. I was a teacher rep for 9 years. And I can tell you, having gone through that training for 9 years, that we really don't get trained in all the rights and responsibilities as a council. And they don't quite understand what they can do and what power they have behind them. And I think that's a place that we really need to focus and get some information to them. I do think that in light of recent events and some current events, that our commissioners sending out lesson plans and ideas publicly has been amazing. I think that is a great step. I've been able to share those things and say, hey, it's not just me as a teacher saying I need to do this in my classroom. Our commissioner is behind this. So I really appreciate that. Something else is getting administrators to understand and support their teachers. So many times teachers try to implement these lessons in our classrooms, and as we all know, our students go home and the message is kind of like a game of rumor. The message gets a little mixed up sometimes between school, classroom, and the home, and parents don't quite understand. So, we also need to look at including our parents in these conversations, and I hear Dr. Woods-Tucker saying that, and I'm so glad for that. But our administrators need to, I think, for lack of a better word, step up and protect their teachers and support them and say, hey, this is important, and our teachers do need to teach this. And just because they're teaching equity and issues and civics education doesn't mean they're indoctrinating your children into believing certain political beliefs. There's a way of doing that without bringing our own political beliefs into it. So I think all of that combined, we're going to get there. It's going to take some time, and it is going to take us standing up together, and I'm really grateful for that. And Dr. Woods-Tucker, as the teacher that's in the classroom, and I know you're talking about traveling around the state, I'd like to invite you. If you want to start in my district, I'm more than welcome to have that conversation. I'd be glad to do that.
Please do. I would I accept the invitation.
Awesome. We'll talk. Thank you.
And Thomas, it is a lovely drive. All right. Again, thank you so much, Mickey and Thomas and Jason, the whole team, for all the work that you're doing and for moving this forward. And I will tell you, I love the boots analogy. I always love a good footwear analogy whenever you have a chance to do that. So I think it sends the message, drives the message home in a really clear way. The next, yes, please.
I would be remiss if I didn't thank Dr. Tucker for the work that they're doing in the field of equity. And it's so important. I think the piece that you mentioned last, that you got to take it to the local levels and talk to the superintendents and principals about how important it is for inclusion in our civics and our history books, and how important it is for our teachers to get that across. But sometimes it's very difficult to get many of the lower socioeconomic parents on board. So the responsibility, much of it falls on the classroom teachers. So thank you for the work you're doing, and we'll get there sooner or later.
Absolutely.
We will get there. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. At this point, we'll turn our attention to the consent agenda. You'll find these items in the portal under action items A, 1 through 5. As a reminder, the consent agenda, which does require a vote, consists of the opportunity for us to approve the items in one action. The consent agenda was distributed to members in advance of the meeting to allow sufficient time for review. These items were recommended by KBE staff to be routine and non-controversial in nature. At this time, does any member wish to have any of the 5 consent agenda items moved to regular discussion? Hearing none, then I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
This is Holly Bloodworth. I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mrs. Bloodworth. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. We have a motion and a second. At this time, is there any further discussion?
I guess, Madam Chair, I would like to just discuss item number 4 for a statement of a concern, as I mentioned with you earlier prior to this. I'm all for the amendment and the action that's in there. I just want to bring up that I would like either the board or the Kentucky Department of Education to look at this type of action. I think that asking for a waiver for, I understand the reasoning that it's not considered under life safety under the current KAR, and that it had to go under a priority 5 project. But what's concerning to me is the length that a project that is going to be mandated because of other local government agencies telling a school district that they need to do something, that we should have to be coming back to the school board 30 to 60 days later for approval. I would like for KBE to look at that regulation so that things like this that are brought up don't have to be discretionary in the future. It should be something that if it's required to do, it's required to do and brought back up to us maybe in another fashion later, but to give the department the authority to make decisions in these things, because there's in the department, there's only a few people working and there's multiple projects. And when something like this is in the queue and then it gets put on hold, there's thousands of dollars in consulting fees to draw up for these waiver requests that have to be done, which I think that someone within Ms. Kenny's department could approve some kind of emergency situation. If it's got to be brought back to the board later for acquiescence, then fine, be it. But to eliminate the waste of drawing up consulting fees for waivers for something that is going to be mandated, because the school doesn't have a choice not to do. So I just wanted to put that on record that we may look at that KAR or something to give them leeway in the future for this not to have to take so long to get done.
Excellent. Thank you. You'll see you already have a response from Associate Commissioner Kinney there. Thank you, Dr. Poe. Just to be clear for other board members, Dr. Poe is not asking that the item be removed from consent, just a follow-up to the concern about finding a more, some regulatory relief that would allow Robin and her team some more expediency in processing those routine waivers. Any further discussion on the consent agenda? Hearing, oh, I'm sorry, yes, Claire.
And going through the items on the consent agenda, I just wanted to offer a note of praise for the Madison County Facilities Plan. I noted that they were updating HVAC systems throughout many of their facilities. And I just think with the concern expressed by many teachers about the lack of ventilation in many classrooms and workplaces, that just was a blessing to see, because I know those kids and staff will feel much safer. So I just wanted to make that little shout out for them. So thank you.
Blessings noted. Thank you. Any further? Oh, yes, Dr. Robinson.
Yes, Chair Young, I move approval of the consent agenda.
Excellent, thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Chair Young, I second.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Leslie, we will have, please call the roll.
Joanne Adams.
Joanne Adams. I vote yes.
Claire Batt.
Claire Batt, I vote yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
Holly Bloodworth, yes.
Mike Bowling. Alvis Johnson.
Alvis Johnson, I vote yes.
Patrice McCrary.
Patrice McCrary, I vote yes.
Cody Polly Johnson. Randy Poe. Randy Poe.
Oh, I see a thumbs up. It looks like he's having trouble unmuting.
Yes. Sharon Robinson.
This is Sharon Robinson. I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
This is Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
And Lou Young.
This is Lou Young, and I vote yes. And Sharon, I think you and I got caught up in that, and we double moved and double seconded. So these consent agenda items are so well approved. So sorry about that. The next two items are presentations that will be led by Commissioner Glass. Really looking forward to these. I'll turn it over to you, Jason.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Every year, the Kentucky Department of Education's Office of Special Education and Early Learning coordinates with the Kentucky Council for Exceptional Children to accept nominations for the Kentucky Special Education Teacher of the Year Award. School districts submit suggested candidates for review, and then those candidates are reviewed, nominations are scored, and are narrowed to a list of 3 finalists. The finalists and their associated staff are interviewed online to determine the Teacher of the Year. Today, the Kentucky Board of Education and I would like to recognize the 2020 Special Education Teacher of the Year, Miss Savannah Boone, and finalists Miss Jessica Tipton and Miss Amber Irwin for their outstanding work with students. And we also have with us Associate Commissioner Greta Hilton, who will be able to provide a few remarks of our congratulations and support for them.
Hi, thank you, Commissioner. So I just want to take a moment and extend a special thank you to all of the special educators across the Commonwealth. The special educators go an extra mile, as you know, for ensuring that students with disabilities and even students with the most significant disabilities are provided with specially designed instruction and the appropriate supports necessary so that each child can have access to a high quality educational environment. These staff work tirelessly toward improving outcomes for students with disabilities, and they often become advocates for not only our students, but also our families. So as you might guess, that each year when the Kentucky Council for Exceptional Children and the Office of Special Education join together, for this important task of choosing finalists and a Special Education Teacher of the Year. It is not an easy task because there are lots of high quality special educators out there. So I just wanted to give a special thank you to Kentucky CEC as well as the OSIL team, and a special congratulations to finalists Jessica Tipton, Amber Irvin, and Special Education Teacher of the Year, Savannah Boone. So I will turn it over to Dr. Marissa Waddy, who is the past president of the Kentucky Council for Exceptional Children.
Hi, thank you so much. Yes, it is my great privilege as past president of KYCEC to participate in this process, and you could not be more accurate, Ms. Hilton. This was probably one of the hardest things I've done. We have 3 amazing finalists that I'm going to present to you today. All 3 of these amazing finalists are receiving a list of awards and honors. They're all receiving plaques from KYCEC, monetary awards from KYCEC. They're receiving annual membership into the Council for Exceptional Children, and they're receiving legislative citations. Amber Irvin is our first finalist. She serves as an MSD teacher at Old Kentucky Home Middle School in Nelson County. Amber just inspired all of us so much with her heart and commitment to her students. She is positively impacting the climate and culture of not only her school, but the entire Nelson County community with the work that she's doing. We are so grateful for you, Miss Irvin. Where are you? I think we're hoping they can unmute and at least say hi so we can see their beautiful faces this morning.
Hi. I don't know if you can see me yet, but I'm Amber Irvin, and I really appreciate this honor and the opportunity to go through this process. It was amazing. So I appreciate your work on this as well.
Thank you so much. We are thrilled to honor you, Amber. Our second finalist is Jessica Tipton. Jessica serves as an LBD resource teacher for Madison Central High School in Madison County. She thoroughly impressed us with her leadership in her community. She is truly changing outcomes for kids through her Community to Work transition program, as well as her work for drug prevention in her community. We are thrilled to honor you, Ms. Tipton. You say hi to us so we can see your face as well. Is she somewhere? Okay, I'll go ahead, and then Jessica, we'll come back to you hopefully here at the end. Our third finalist is Savannah Boone. Savannah is a co-teacher primarily in English classes at LaRue County High School. Savannah is a tremendous instructional leader in LaRue County. She has spearheaded numerous initiatives to support students with exceptional needs. She consistently collaborates with district and community partners to engage students and families, which we know is so important and often so challenging to do. She serves as an invaluable resource to her colleagues and to her administrators. And so it is our great privilege to announce Savannah Boone as this year's Special Education Teacher of the Year. In addition to the awards that all 3 finalists are receiving, Savannah is receiving an additional plaque from the Kentucky Department of Education, as well as a full scholarship from KYCEC to participate in this summer's Special Education Legislative Summit in Washington, D.C. So we will be so thrilled to have you on our advocacy team, Savannah.
Thank you so much. I'm just so happy to be here with you guys today, and this is such a huge honor, especially because there are so many great special educators throughout the state, and I just feel so blessed, but also humbled, because getting to hear other people's stories is just amazing. And I'm so excited to be able to advocate for my students and for my community, but also for special education as a field, because that is a passion that I have, and I love what I do, and I'm happy to share that with others.
Thank you so much. And then Jessica, are you able to say hi to us at this point now as well, so we can see you? Oh.
I'm sorry, Marissa and Jessica, sometimes we have Teams goblins that just won't let the good stuff happen.
That's all right. Well, thank you for letting us honor these three amazing teachers today.
Thank you. Congratulations to all of you, and especially Savannah. Congratulations. We're very proud of you, and thanks for the work that you do on behalf of your students and students everywhere.
Thank you so much for allowing me to be here today.
Thank you. And then I will turn it back over to Commissioner Glass for the next presentation.
Thanks so much, Madam Chair. Kevin Brown served at KDE in various roles from 2004 to 2018, and as you are so well aware, most recently Brown served as the Interim Commissioner of Education from December 2019 until September 2020. Brown's time at the department throughout 2020 was marked with significant challenges that call for strategic educational leadership and clear ongoing communications that were forward-thinking, action-oriented, and aimed at advancing efforts to educate, feed, and support Kentucky's 650,000 students through this global pandemic. As a reminder regarding the Kevin C. Brown Award, the priority topic changes from year to year based on the desire of the board. And this topic and its corresponding criteria were approved at the board meeting in October. The 2020 award seeks to recognize a person, group, organization, district, school, or post-secondary institution who, through policy, practice, fundraising, or philanthropy, and despite any challenges, has made it a top priority to provide for the well-being of Kentucky students and provide them with high-quality educational experience. Criteria for the Kevin Brown Award include significant contributions that lead to improving or sustaining food service delivery, internet availability, innovative technology-based instruction, and or efforts to support the needs of schools, students, families, and or community members, and demonstrated leadership in measured areas to meet the academic, social, and emotional needs of students during the time of a pandemic. At this time, it is my honor to announce the 2020 Kevin C. Brown Strategic Priority Award winner as Soup for the Soul from Murray, Kentucky. Congratulations. And I'd like to take a few moments to share what the nominator had to say about Soup for the Soul. On March 13th, 2020, the city of Murray, Kentucky shut down with no opening dates in sight. As programs were canceled, schools remained closed, and students became unstable. Soup for the Soul stepped in. They began serving to-go lunches for students with their nightly meals in order to provide food to any family that needed it. With 1 in 4 students in the community not knowing where the next meal would come from, Soup for the Soul collaborated with both school district and the city to develop summer food programs that were safe for all, and that they were able to meet the needs of hungry kids in both school districts in Murray. They found a church to store everything safely and a small team to pack all the food. Family resource centers in both school districts worked to identify those most in need. And they recruited teachers to deliver food and books with no contact except for phone and digital communication. Through social media, word of mouth, Amazon wish list, and personal stories, the community rallied together to donate food, books, and money for the cause. Not a single child in need was told no. In all, Soup for the Soul fed 300 or more students and provided 30,000 meals and books until school was safely able to reopen. Today, we are so fortunate to have former Commissioner Kevin Brown with us, for whom this award is named. Mr. Brown, welcome back, and I'd like to offer the floor to you now for any remarks that you'd like to make.
Thank you, Dr. Glass and Chair Young. Thank you for inviting me here today. Congratulations to Soup for the Soul. I've also noticed in recent emails from the department is still utilizing the strategic initiative that we first developed when the pandemic started of educate, feed, and support. Dr. Glass, looking back on that, I think that may have been the easiest part of the pandemic, was just identifying those strategies are very obvious of what those should be. The hard part now is as the pandemic has evolved, it's becoming more difficult, perhaps in some ways, to continue doing that. And that's why I'm glad you're there and your leadership is there now. And the thing I think we learned was that, yes, at the state level, and sometimes we think at the state level, or even the district level, we can do everything on our own. And we, of course, used all of our available resources and sent money from the federal government, the state government, we waived regulations, but what it comes down to is the use of people. And then, of course, relied on the expertise of department staff, superintendents, cafeteria workers, bus drivers to educate, feed, and support. But then what we learned, and this is the example that Soup for the Soul is that it also takes others in the community to get this accomplished. And so I think that's the lesson, that the essential piece of strategy in public education is our ability to also engage others with their time, talents, and their funds to assist us. And that's exactly what, and from what I've read of the application and how you describe what Soup for the Soul has done, that's exactly what they did and are doing. And then on a personal note, for Soup for the Soul, Murray is very close to my heart. I spent several weeks there in Governor Scholars when I was in high school, and so I'm familiar with the region and fell in love with it. So congratulations, well done.
Thank you, Kevin, and thanks for being with us to acknowledge the great work, and also thanks for all the work that you did for the state. Olivia Robinson and Melinda Henley from Soup for the Soul, as well as their nominator, Nora Ramsey, are also virtually with us today. And I'd like to welcome them at this time to share a few remarks if they'd like.
Can you hear me okay? Okay, now you nominated me to speak first. I am Nora Ramsey. I'm the current board chair. I'm also a first grade teacher at North Callaway Elementary. And all of you looking at me right now know students are not ready to learn until you meet their needs. And hunger and homelessness is something that even the friendliest little town, Murray, Kentucky, we have been named that, struggles with. We've in the past year been 1 in 3 don't know where their next meal is coming from. And I would dare to say it's 1 in 2, or definitely still 1 in 3, if not more. So when we were able to still stay open and serve kids, a teacher heart, a mama heart, a community that we live in, it just took everybody. Olivia is going to say hi, but she was really the leader in this. It's her program. She's our program manager. We got her straight out of Murray State as an intern, and we kept her. She's one of our paid employees, but we never did a push for money. We never did a push for food. We weren't able to collect food like we usually do because it was a pandemic and we couldn't take in food. So we were just really innovative. And teachers are a big part of making this program work every summer. But the fact that they still stepped up in the middle of a pandemic and were willing to go to our student stores and deliver these meals, and Kroger, our local Kroger, was really big on giving us bags and big discounts on food, because we did actually in the summer with 3 extra weeks because schools open later. And they gave us such big discounts, and different banks and different people and different organizations stepped up that we ended under budget, feeding double the kids that we did the year before. So there's just so many amazing things that happen. And just as the teacher too, also knowing that they had a brand new book in their hand, there were different organizations that stepped up and gave us brand new books. And this is something that we do every summer, but this past summer was just amazing that that could still happen. And I don't know, I can answer any questions, but you're more than welcome to come and do a ride along, because we'll be doing it again next summer. We've already got applications out. It's a great partnership with Family Resource, and it's great that Murray and Callaway work together on this. It builds community within teachers and just bringing the schools together and the community together, because the biggest things happen when your community does come together like that.
Thank you, Nora. And I know Olivia and Melinda also were with us. Anything that they would like to add or say?
No, I don't know if you can hear me, but Miss Ramsey, we're just blessed for having a great crew, and blessings. It was a blessing to us more than it was the kids probably. And so we're just very thankful that we get to be a part of a wonderful community activity.
Excellent. Thank you. Thanks, Kevin, for being with us. And thanks, everyone with Soup for the Soul as well. Congratulations again for being chosen as the first ever recipient of this Kevin Brown Strategic Priority Award. And on behalf of the Board of Education and all of the staff here at KBE, I want to personally thank you for your commitment to the students of Murray, Kentucky throughout this pandemic. You're most deserving of this prestigious inaugural reward award, and we're inspired by all your efforts. I'll turn things over back to Chair Young now for remarks before our scheduled recess. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Congratulations, everyone. Thank you, Kevin. It's so fun to see you.
Congratulations, Soup for the Soul. This is Holly. I live in Murray, Kentucky. I can totally attest to the amazing work that they do all the time in our community, and especially stepping up in those innovative ways when students really needed food and support. I mean, thank you for all the work that you do in and out of the classrooms. We're just really blessed in Murray to have Soup for the Soul.
Excellent. Thank you. That's such a nice tribute, Holly. Thank you. And you will always be the first recipients of the Kevin C. Brown Award. So that's really exciting too. And before I forget one, I want to go back to Marissa, who has another recognition when it rains, the bounty pours. So back to you, Marissa, for one more recognition today.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, Kentucky Council for Exceptional Children has another award today that we would like to present to actually Ms. Greta Hilton. We have the Mary Mae Wyman Outstanding KYCEC Member of the Year Award. That award is for just the opportunity to honor a member who has shown consistently selfless service in promoting the education and welfare of children with exceptionalities in Kentucky. And so Ms. Hilton was nominated and selected because of her leadership as the Associate Commissioner for the Office of Special Education and Early Learning with KBE. We are certainly experiencing unique circumstances, as we know, across the Commonwealth. And throughout this season, and for many, many years, certainly leading up to this season, we know that Greta has just selflessly served and led our Commonwealth to support more than 100,000 students with exceptional needs and their families. We commend your dedication to the field of special education. We are just so grateful for your leadership, as well as your compassion and your motivation to improve the lives and outcomes for these students. And so while I wish I could put this in your hands, I will just show it to you here, and then I have to put it in the mail, which is kind of anticlimactic. But it's still my privilege to present it to you, and I'm so grateful for this platform where we can honor you in front of your colleagues. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you, Marissa. I'm honored and humbled to receive this award from my colleagues in the field of special education. And I will say that, again, Kentucky Council for Exceptional Children is an outstanding organization that's filled with special educators and others who have dedicated their lives towards serving students with disabilities and their families. And so just thank you again for allowing me to be part of the great work that's going on across the Commonwealth. And a huge thank you again to all of the education staff out there within our local districts and within our regions, and also to the OSIL team at KDE. So I will stop there and just tell you that I really can't say how much I appreciate this.
Excellent. Congratulations, Greta. Lots of love for you in the chat. Marissa, thank you so much for being here with us today. Before we break for lunch, board members, I missed an earlier note in the chat from Associate Commissioner David Couch. I want you guys to be sure and take a look at that. A lot of great details about broadband access in Kentucky and the ongoing great work that as a result of the KEPS master plan that David and his team shepherd right now. So a lot of great information there as well. And you will see that Tony has already released the press release about Soup for the Soul. There's a lovely link and a photo of Holly, who was willing to present the award on behalf of the department there in Murray in managing masking and social distancing for us there. So Holly, thank you so much for the extra time and effort to do that.
My pleasure.
So we are right on schedule in time for a 30-minute recess. And at this time, Megan, we will go ahead and pause recording, and we will all return we'll still be okay back at 12:45 to finish the agenda this afternoon. Thank you, Megan, and welcome back, everyone. We are now prepared for item 15 on our agenda, public comment. Included on today's board agenda is a dedicated public comment segment. But as you know, due to COVID and virtual meetings, these public comment segments have been somewhat different. Board, as stated on the board's publicly announced agenda, we do accept public comment in writing via email, or a written request is permitted via email in order to speak before the board. The board will only review information and feedback about matters listed on the current agenda. Please note that public expression is not a question and answer session, and it may not be possible for the board to read every comment submitted during any given meeting. The order of public expression will be based on the timestamp on the email received. The public comment period in any given meeting will last no more than 30 minutes. Again, special thanks to Todd and Leslie and Joette and the team for working out a way for us to hear from constituents through public comment. For today's meeting, the board has received public comments via email from 2 individuals. The first comment, received on January 26, 2021, is from the Kentucky Association for Assessment Coordinators, CAIC. Their comments pertain to the currently proposed amendments to Kentucky's accountability system. The letter from this association outlining their feedback was sent to KBE members in advance of the meeting and is posted on the KBE portal for public viewing. KDE staff from the Office of Assessment and Accountability will address this feedback during today's second reading of KAR 703 KAR 5:270. The second comment, received on February 1, 2021, is from Mr. Donnie Wilkerson. His comments pertain to the content of Kentucky's academic standards in social studies, as well as the need for systemic pedagogical change and the need for reform of the state's assessment and accountability systems. Mr. Wilkerson's comments were sent to KBE members in advance of the meeting and are also posted on the KBE portal for public viewing. On behalf of all members of the KBE, I want to thank those individuals, Mr. Wilkerson and CAIC, for taking the time to share their feedback and concerns with the board. We genuinely care about the opportunity to hear from constituents on matters that pertain to P-12 education across the Commonwealth. The next item on our agenda is a discussion related to the amendment to 703 KAR 5:270, Kentucky's accountability system. This is the second reading of this regulation, and we will be seeking action after the presentation. At this time, I would like to welcome KDE Associate Commissioner Rhonda Sims, as well as KDE Directors Jennifer Stafford and Kevin Hill, all of whom will provide an overview of the proposed amendments and discuss feedback received from a variety of stakeholder groups. You will find the presentation in the portal, and at this time, I'll turn it over to Rhonda and team.
Thank you, Chair Young, and good afternoon, board. It's a pleasure to be with you. We have another staff member, Jenny Larkin, who's going to be running the PowerPoint for us in the background. We have been talking about this now for some time, and this is a second opportunity to be in front of you, and we were able to have a second opportunity with the local superintendent's advisory council, as well as several other commissioner committees and groups, and Jennifer and I were able to speak with the CAIC board, and as Chair Young has mentioned, we will weave their comments into our presentation today as well, and we've had an opportunity to read Mr. Wilkinson's comments. Many of them are around the future assessments and just the need to try to slow down this kind of rapid change in the accountability side. So we would certainly be in agreement with that statement as well. Let us move to the next slide. You do have several things in the portal. You do have the regulation itself. It does have a number of strike-throughs, so it's not the easiest document to read because of changing of language and moving that around. There's also a very helpful summary of all changes in the reg and the reasoning behind the changes, as well as a document on data that we had put together at the request of LSAC on how the in-count impacts configuration of schools based on if you're a K-5 or a K-6 school, as well as staff notes, and then obviously the PowerPoint that we're using now. So just to make you aware that all of those are available, and for those listening in the portal. Obviously, you have seen the slide. I think we'll continue to be showing you where we are in the process of work. And as the commissioner outlined earlier, we are on a triple track approach related to assessment accountability with certain pieces that need to move forward more quickly. In his comments this morning, he shared with you that we will be taking your action today and making our final changes to the state's consolidated state plan in the area of assessment and accountability and submitting that forward in March. And we have asked for, we've already submitted an addendum related to the fact we had no testing last year and pushing back the reporting of CSI schools by a year. Also on the triple track approach, so right now, as you look at this, we are looking at the accountability regulation, which is track 1. But later today, we're going to be with you to talk a little bit about this exciting future look at assessment. And obviously that moves us forward long term for a real transformation. So let's move to the next slide. This summary you've seen before, and just want to remind you that much of the change on this regulation is to align it with what is currently in Kentucky statute passed in 2020 that was identified as Senate Bill 158 at the time of its filing. The alignment, it aligns the language in the regulation as well in an area of dual credit collection. So that's talking about courses and not hours, which I think is a little more helpful to the collection process for our partners in CTE. And then we talked with the board in detail around these 4 sub-bullets of the third area. And that's the recommendations along status and change, then how we combine everything together, seeking flexibilities for our English language learners on their progress indicator, and the minimum in count. Also, we have a change in Section 5 where we talk about some of the reporting, such as our long-term goals, will be part of that process of filing of our state plans in the future. Obviously, we haven't had an opportunity to report anything against long-term goals because we've not been able to administer the assessment. So as we have gone out to groups, we have focused on these particular changes that are outlined on slide 3. And what we have found in reaction is that there has been a lot of agreement on the status and change and the 5x5 colored chart. Remember, that doesn't appear in the regulation, but it's an important piece as we pull the system together, and it would be part of what we communicate in our state plan to the U.S. Department of Ed. The weights and combining performance, we've had a couple of comments of change that some groups have worked through, including LSAC, and we'll talk about that. Also, the CAPE board has made some comments in a second. Everyone is in favor of the English learner progress piece. Obviously, all Kentuckians that have weighed in at all in this topic really want us to seek all the appropriate flexibilities that are available to the state from the U.S. Department of Ed. And then the minimum in count continues to have some difference of opinion, or at least the need to look into a couple of other pieces of information. So as we've talked with groups, it's really the second bullet and the fourth bullet that we've really received any sort of significant feedback on. So as we move forward, we do want to remind you of the ones that are in agreement, that are part of this process, and then we want to spend more time on the ones that have had conversation around them. So as we look at combining status and change, and remember Senate Bill 158 uses really a modified California model where both how we do in the current year, which is status, is important. That's what Kentucky's used for many, many years of reporting. But also, are you improving, declining from the prior year? Now, obviously, change can only be reported in the second year of a system. And we're just hoping as we move forward and we're all in good health and we're back in schools fully and we're able to fully do the assessment, that eventually, we will have that second year and first year of data to perform. So the part of this is a little more futuristic based on our current situation. Let's go to slide 5, and we'll remind you of the 2 tables that we brought in front of you. And you remember with Brian Gong with the Center for Assessment, we talked about multiple options around these tables, and it really kind of narrowed down to 2. A recommended that's on the left side and an alternative that's on the right side of the chart. And we took both of these in front of groups that we discussed how this works. Remember, this is a reporting feature, and ultimately data is behind these tables, and we'll have to do an establishment of what the data point is from when you move to one color block to another, and the color will be used for public reporting. So the overwhelming support was for the recommended, and the real difference to point out to you between the 2 is the third or middle row. And you will see that on the recommended, there's more color in that third row. So if you are significantly declining, you're showing as sort of a yellow, as an orange warning. If you've maintained, you're at yellow. If you've made some moves upward, you're green, and obviously significantly upward, another green. And you'll see on the alternative, there's a lot more use of yellow. And obviously with all of these colors, because you can achieve the color in different combinations, we'll have to be clear also with the label to help people understand what does that color mean for my particular school and my district. So again, no real pushback. At the next slide, I think summarizes, we're following each of the topics, Chair Young, with a little summary of what we've heard. Everyone preferred the recommended table. So very little conversation there other than good questions and feedback. Nice. Great. And Chair Young, do you want us to just kind of proceed through, or do you want to stop periodically to see if we have questions? What would your preference be today?
Let's continue through the slide deck, and then I'll be on the lookout for hands, and
Perfect.
We'll interrupt if anybody needs something pretty quickly.
Perfect, and we will handle it that way. Thank you for that direction. So that moves us then to combining the indicators to reach an overall designation, because where Kentucky's system differs a little bit from the California model is we still will pull information together and do a final color overall that pulls all the pieces together. This also allows us to weight the components so you can put value on the components. California had everything sort of equally in their system. Kentucky has always had more of a weighted approach to that. Also, with having the overall designations and applying the weights, we will still have the ability to, with more precision, identify the bottom 5% of schools, which we're required to do federally as well, because obviously there are many combinations with the color alone that could yield you at the lowest ratings. So the color ratings, that had been a discussion with board members previously, and a recommendation we felt coming from that was to use color. And so we have indicated it'd be the same colors, and that would go on to the overall designation. So we would be able to combine data from the indicators, apply the weighting, and then generate an overall designation and use color for reporting of that. When we look at the information we've received on the overall weighting, we really, that's where we had some comments on the weights themselves. So as we go to the next slide, we will see what was proposed to you. And I should have probably stated earlier, we are not bringing to you today in the second reading any change to the recommendations that we brought forward in the first reading. We've had some, again, comments made by groups, but we did not put a change in to bring forward to you at this point. Now, obviously, if the board chooses to take action to move forward today, then that will release this for a 60-day public comment period. And the board then can look again at any kind of comments we would receive. I'm going to remind you of what we proposed in the overall weights and some rules that we have to be mindful of. And then Jennifer Stafford is going to help me here in reminding us of what some groups have said around the weights, because we did get some feedback around weights. Now, keep in mind that federally, we have to emphasize reading and mathematics more. And I think really where the difference comes in with what we've heard from Kentuckians, Kentucky has a long history of trying to equally consider all content areas. I think it's part of that whole child approach that we've been proud of in the state that we continue to want to enhance. And so many times groups will say, I want my science, my social studies, my writing to be equally considered with my reading and my mathematics. And so keeping in mind that we still have federal rules that say reading and math have to be more. Within the parameters we have tried to increase as much as possible the other three content areas because we feel we've heard that. So and we also heard from the board early on in your discussions, you'd like to see elementary and middle schools broken out separately. So you see 3 rows here instead of 2, which was in the initial system. For high schools, we have more components. As you have talked about and even highlighted today on some of your good news items, the post-secondary readiness measure comes into play at high schools, and it fits under the federal rules around student success. One of the comments that we received really looked at the balance between column 2 on how content areas of science, social studies, and writing are weighted and post-secondary readiness. So we did have a group that proposed a change, and we'll have Jennifer highlight that between those 2 measures. But LSAC preferred the measures as they were recommended here. Remember that at the high school level, reading and math plus graduation must equal 51% of the system. And at elementary and middle, we still must have significant weight on reading and math and our English learner progress. So Jennifer, I'm going to pause there and let us go to the next slide where we can summarize a little bit of what we heard from groups around the weights.
Thank you, Rhonda, and good afternoon, everyone. Members of the Division of Assessment and Accountability Support and I have been out discussing these recommendations with various groups. Specifically, Jenny Larkins from our division and Helen Jones has spoken to many of the commissioners' advisory groups, in particular principals, parents, teachers. We've also talked to the Title I committee of practitioners. So we've got a lot of input. The governor appointed committees of SCAC, which is the School Curriculum Assessment and Accountability Council, and LSAC, the Local Superintendent Advisory Council, have also weighed in on the recommendations that we have proposed. And the SCACs, for specifically the weights, SCAC recommended that we distribute the percentages a little bit differently than we have proposed. They recommended reducing the post-secondary percentage and increasing the social studies, science, and the writing components. They felt that with increasing the amount of weight on the state assessment results in science and social studies and writing, that the success of the students in the those content areas, as well as reading and math, would be reflected over in the post-secondary readiness. So they did propose a change to the weights. LSAC did support the recommended weights for that we brought forward. The only other opinion that was different than our weights that were proposed was from Chair Young. You mentioned that the Kentucky Association of Assessment Coordinators, who we work very closely with, did recommend changing the weights so that the reading and math and science, social studies, and writing would have equal weights across the grade levels. So what the schools tend to do is look at the weights by grade level, and the way it's proposed now is that there are different weights at the different grade levels. So when they take the percentages and they look at the different grade configurations, they are proposing that those weights be more equalized. So those, again, are the recommendations. Mostly supported the weights, but there were two kind of offerings and recommendations to change those weights just slightly.
And so following LSAC, Chair Young, we again remained with the recommended weights to come back to you at the board for this portion of the change.
Thank you, Rhonda, and thank you, Jennifer. Very helpful. And I know we did have some discussion, and you and your conversations have gone all the way around those mulberry bushes. So after having heard all of that feedback and synthesized it, then your recommendation will be to go with the original proposal. Back one slide, I think.
Yes, and we can back that slide up for you.
Yes. Okay.
There you go. That is what we're proposing. Obviously it will go to a broader audience for comment, but we do believe that, again, we are somewhat restricted by the fact that the federal level does expect reading and math to have more weight. And part of where we see that is even in the amount of frequency of testing. We in Kentucky still are maintaining our social studies and writing assessments. Science is required federally, but only one time for each grade span, once at elementary, at middle, and high. So part of this also becomes a frequency of how often we even can assess these content areas in our current structure.
Excellent. Got it. Thank you.
Okay, so let's move forward to the next topic, and it is the one that's really, I would say, has had most conversation around it. Because when we talk about the minimum in, and I'm going to turn to Jennifer to kind of mainly lead us through this, and as I tee this up for her, I want to remind you that, part of our early and initial discussions around a minimum in is you're looking for a balance between several factors. You're looking for a balance between reliability of data, and that also is the smallest number you can report publicly without revealing personal information about students. So you have at the small minimum in is about establishing a statistically reliable number that you can report without revealing personal information about students in your public reporting. And obviously we do sometimes employ suppression of data rules on top of that to make sure that we in fact keep individual student information privacy in mind with our reporting. Remember that school districts though receive everything, even if it's one student, they're receiving that. So it's how to balance between those really kind of competing factors of reliability and inclusion. And there is probably no single number or method that will work equally perfectly with every configuration possible of schools. There's going to be some slight difference of impact based on the configuration of schools you have. And so we did do some development analysis with Kevin Hill's group that we shared in advance with our superintendents of LSAC. So Jennifer, I'm going to tee that up to you at this point, but keep in mind we're still trying to achieve that balance because it is important to have that transparency, the reporting, so we know what our situation is in the state of Kentucky, that we value every child, but at the same time having that statistical safety around public information and reliability.
Thank you, Rhonda. And just as a reminder that the discussion about the minimum in does not come about from changes and requirements of Senate Bill 158. We brought the discussion forward around the minimum in so that people could have a very transparent public discussion on the minimum in. With Senate Bill 158, there was an amendment filed that would have changed the minimum in from what we're currently doing which is 10 students per grade level, to a minimum N of 30. Now that amendment did not make it into the final bill that was ultimately signed into law. But as that was going through, we thought that the public education stakeholders and the Kentucky Board of Education would be interested in having that discussion and that good educational discourse that would lead to broader perspectives and more input on the minimum N. And so as we're moving forward into the discussion of minimum N, as Rhonda mentioned, it's a policy decision that it is left up to the states. There's not a specific number that is required from the U.S. Department of Education. However, we do feel that it is a number that is required. There is a specific number for the minimum N that we have to identify. And many states do it differently. And it's what they value in their state and what they feel is appropriate to meet the educational needs. Now, this morning we heard from Mr. Brooks from the Kentucky Kids Count, and he was talking about the supports that students need and how to make them successful. And I think that this is a really good conversation as we get into the discussions about broader learning and equity in our state toward student success. And so with the minimum N, again, becomes a policy decision between reliability, inclusionary, and then being able to implement and have a simplicity in communication and implementation of the minimum N. So again, the recommendation is to emphasize more reliability in the system. With that comes a little less inclusionary. So if we stay with the recommendation coming out of our committees will be the minimum N of 30, and that is 30 students per school or student group. We would continue to report with the minimum number of 10 in the school report card. So we're really trying to get that balance between reliability and inclusion and transparency. And then again, that Kentucky reports at a level, so elementaries, middle, and high school level. So when we're talking about the minimum N, that would be by level for school. And if we'll move to the next slide, Jenny. So just as a reminder of where we have been, is that the recommendation is to move toward a total 30 per school level. So again, the examples that we've used in previous presentations demonstrate when the school would have either the indicator or the student group included into their accountability identification. So again, the example here is in reading and math, and it's elementary schools where the school demonstrated above the line would exceed the 30 total students, and the school below the line would have less than the 30 students, and those indicators would not be included in the accountability system. The next slide is another example, and this one is for the state assessment results in science, social studies, and writing. So you can see that for the school above the line, although the grade level in grade 5 has only 5 students, the total number of students in the school would exceed that minimum threshold of 30. And so that indicator or student group would be included into the school's overall accountability system. And then the example below the line, the school would not have the indicator or the student group. So Jenny, if you'll move to the next slide. As we've mentioned, we've been out discussing these recommendations with lots of groups, and including SCAC and our LSAC. And we do have And I liked what Dr. Glass used with LSAC, that we have multiple perspectives. They're opposing perspectives, but they're mutually beneficial. And so there are a lot of ways to look at the minimum N, and depending on your perspective, then which one would be supportive. So if we look at some of the feedback from our advisory groups, several of the advisory groups supported moving to the minimum N of 30. Now, SCAC was included in one of those groups. LSAC had a little bit different of a perspective, and although they recommended the department to move forward with the recommendation of 30 so that the regulation could move along in the process and we could get to this second read, they did propose and ask the department to go back and research a couple of different perspectives or ways of implementing that, or approaches. So they requested that the department look at using a percentage of students for the population. They also asked the department to look at using a combination of criteria that would be both 10 students per grade level and 30 for the school. So the combination of what we were previously doing and then the proposed. So they asked to look at that. Now, our CAKE board, the Kentucky Association of Assessment Coordinators, they did support staying with the 10 per grade level. So the Kentucky Association of Assessment Coordinators would not have us change to the minimum of 30, but continue with 10 students per grade into accountability. So they support remaining the way that we had implemented it previously. So those are the overview, the recommendations from our groups. And again, we've got a lot of good recommendations. They're opposing but mutually beneficial, to quote our commissioner.
Jennifer, go back to slides 13 and 14 for just a second.
Sure.
One of the things Rhonda does is to continue to remind me that the 10 still exists. So if I'm looking at these examples, do I understand this correctly? On the school above the line, they exceed 30 total for school. So those students would be included for accountability purposes, and the grade 4 students at 10 would be included for public reporting in the school report card.
So yes. So what we do is we ensure the privacy of all of our students. So we do not go below a group of 10 students for public reporting.
I should have given an example of the school below the line.
Okay, yes, okay.
Because there were 30 students in that disaggregated group for that school, the performance of those students would not be included for accountability purposes. However, those grade 4 students, because there are 10, would be publicly reported in the school report card.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct, Chair Young. And so, and I guess the addition I would add to that is that where we see the examples of the 5 students, the school still has that information on the 5. So
Sure.
Where the information is going to be used with students, communicated, obviously the parents are receiving information. It's just the public cap would not fall below the 10 because it's too easy to figure out an individual individual student's information.
That's always been the case.
Yeah, that's always been the case. That's not new. And obviously we continue to work on our suppression rules. And in fact, we expect to have some meetings coming up soon based on some audit recommendations that we received with the title audit to talk about suppression again. So that's part of just keeping FERPA in mind and personally identified information. information privacy. But we do think, again, you're trying to achieve this balance. You want to be transparent, and that 10 in reporting would allow you to still have a public transparency.
And
Right,
so
and
then
that's
on slide
specifically with assessment data would be reported. So there will always be the 10 for assessment data. Yes.
So then on slide 14, school below the line, as always, that information would not be included in accountability, nor would it be publicly reported for assessment in the school report card.
Correct.
Okay.
Chair Young, that was just like you had put on your DAC hat again from many years ago.
It's taken me a while to find that darn DAC hat.
So that really concludes our topics for you at the board. The two that have, had continued conversation, and those that have been well received. So we will turn to you, Chair Young, to see if there are questions, comments, anything else we could provide for you or dig into for you today.
Thank you. Before I entertain a motion, let's make sure we give everyone a chance to raise a hand or unmute and jump in if you have any questions for Rhonda, Jennifer, Kevin, or the team. I think you've been preparing us well, friends.
I think I saw Dr. Poe's hand pop up maybe just a second ago.
Yeah, I was just going to state what she did. Chair Lou was going to state, thank you for your work on this particular thing. I know it's been a long process, and thanks for including that information around the NCATs. I would say that just for clarification purposes for me, the LSAC slide that you had, so you were preparing data on that, so I take it that you have that. So, and you said that because of they wanted you to do the second reading so you could go on. So from this standpoint on, if you were comparing that data and the data of a multiple type of tier, let's say that it's 30 per school at the high school or middle school and 10 at a grade level, is that something that you can then do after this second reading? Just kind of explain that process to me if it came out that you did the LSAC version right there.
How'd you leave it with LSAC?
Sure, we can do that. I'll start, Jennifer, and you feel free to jump in, or Kevin either. LSAC basically recommended to move forward with the recommendations that we had brought forward, which is 10 for reporting, 30 for the accountability. Okay. But they do want us to explore with the U.S. Department of Education to see if a minimum end that used a 10 and 30 combination would be approvable, acceptable. And then the one that is a bit different is the percentage of the school population. And that is one that, obviously we will research on our end. Our legal office is looking into that. We have looked at what other states are doing. We have seen no place where a state has been approved to use a percentage. The federal law is very sort of specific in that it is an N count, meaning a number, not what proportion it is. However, we obviously honor our superintendents and what comes out of those conversations. So we certainly are not opposed to working with the U.S. Department of Ed to see and see, is there a possibility? We've just seen no evidence that that is something they would be willing to entertain. But we certainly would do that. So what would happen, Dr. Poe, in terms of process, let's just say we meet with the U.S. Department of Ed, we pose these two questions. If we find one or both of them are an option, then we would need to have someone there would need to be a comment put in the public comment section of the next step of this process. And I'm sure LSAC, either as a group or as individual superintendents, would be more than willing to state a comment. And then that would bring it back forward for you all to look at. But at this point, if you approve, we would move forward. It would release a public comment period of 60 days. We can work with USED and our legal office to see what is possible. And then again, it would come back up through that public comment section if there should be a change you want to consider. again, LSAC, I think, was cognizant of the fact we need to move the work along, but they also had sort of this a little bit more out of the box idea, and certainly we'll look into that for them.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. And then just one other comment. I'm glad on the post-secondary count, especially with the Kentucky Continuum and the other thing that that you looked at and made the recommendation to stay with that 20%, because if the goal is post-secondary, if they didn't score well on the subject matter test, they could still utilize a program like Coyote, or if there's ever a replacement to the Compass, to bring that post-secondary score up. So it's not a one-shot deal just in those particular subject matter areas, especially with what we heard in the public comment period, that standards and curriculum in our assessment is not necessarily lined up because of SBDM and so forth, that we've got to get better at that throughout our state. But so thank you for your work. Appreciate it. Thank you for the explanation.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. All right. At this point then, I would ask the board to entertain a motion to approve the amendments to 703 KAR 5:270, Kentucky's accountability system.
Madam Chair, Randy Poe, I make the recommendation.
Thank you, Dr. Poe. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Patrice McCrary, I second.
Thank you, Mrs. McCrary. Any discussion? Hearing none. Leslie, please call the roll.
Joanne Adams.
Joanne Adams. My vote is yes.
Claire Batt.
Claire Batt, I vote yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
Holly Bloodworth, yes.
Mike Bowling. Alvis Johnson.
Alvis Johnson, I vote yes.
Patrice McCrary.
Patrice McCrary, I vote yes.
Cody Polly Johnson. Randy Poe.
Randy Poe, I vote yes, and thanks to the committee.
Sharon Robinson.
Sharon Robinson, I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
And Lou Young.
This is Lou Young, and my vote is yes. Again, I echo Randy's comments of thanks and praise, Rhonda, to the team. You did a really thoughtful, took a very thoughtful approach to ensuring that the board members had the information that we needed all along the way as we tackled this track one in the process. So thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
And to all those folks that contributed to that conversation that have been mentioned today, thanks for your engagement. The next item on our agenda is approval of the local district working budget for Ashland Independent Schools. This board previously approved the working budgets of all school districts other than Ashland. However, the situation in Ashland Independent and this requested approval by the Kentucky Board of Education is unique and calls for a presentation by Associate Commissioner Robin Kinney and Division Director Che Ritter. At this time, I'll turn it over to Robin and Che.
Thank you very much, Chair Young. I do have Che Ritter, who is our Director in District Support Services. And we've also invited for the presentation and discussion today, Superintendent Sean Howard and Mr. Matt Wireman, who is an independent consultant that has been hired by Ashland Independent to help them through kind of the challenges that they're facing right now. If I can remind you, we did in December hear from Superintendent Howard, and at that time we had not received a working budget from Ashland Independent. I am pleased to report since that time we have received a working budget from them. However, it falls short of the required 2% for contingency. It is at 0.77%. They have engaged Mr. Wireman as an independent consultant, and since that time of the last December meeting, we have staff here at KBE have been talking frequently with the district, and they've been very cooperative with us and sharing the information that they can share at this time. And so we come before you as the chair said, with a unique set of circumstances. And we also have some legislation through House Bill 352, which is the current budget bill, which allows the board to have an option of a couple options to choose from, I should say. Previously to 352, if we did not have a working budget that had that 2% contingency, the board would disapprove that budget and send it back to the district and ask them basically to try again and try to work through their issues to come up with a 2% contingency. House Bill 352 allows the board to consider another option, and that is to approve a working budget with less than 2% contingency, but then require a report back to the board at each board meeting, the Kentucky Board of Education, with the financial status and progress of that district. KBE staff are recommending approval of the working budget under your option under 352. And we're doing that for a couple of reasons. I want to allow the superintendent and the independent consultant to address this as well. But our recommendation is based upon primarily that Ashland Independent, like all of our local school districts, are receiving significant funds from the ESSER 1 and GEAR funds. And so they will have some funding flexibilities that would not otherwise be available. While those flexibilities are not limitless, we at the department have offered our assistance in working with Ashland Independent to utilize those funds to the greatest extent possible. We've also talked to Ashland Independent about ending this school year, and then we've also talked to them of looking forward to the next school year and what their financial outlook may look like. So I'm going to stop there and let Superintendent Howard, who is online with us, and Matt Wireman also speak to the issue in Ashland Independent as they are closest to it, and then to answer any questions the board may have.
Sean, you may be muted.
Good afternoon.
Gotcha.
Thank you. As we mentioned before, we started working through some of these details with our independent consultant back in late November. He is continuing to work alongside us. There's a lot of internal issues that have been created that result in just a lot of unknowns at this time as it relates to the actual financial position of our district. We've formed an in-house budget committee to try to work through some of those things, and we're working daily to correct some of the issues that exist.
Thank you, Sean. Thanks for being here. We appreciate you got a lot going on right now, and we appreciate your time to come to us and help us think through this from your perspective as we move forward. Robin, is there anything else you'd like to add? I would note that General Counsel Todd Allen is here to support and advise the board if there is a line of inquiry that we would like to pose to Superintendent Howard or Mr. Wireman. Hearing and seeing none. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm always
no, go ahead.
Hearing none.
You're fine, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. Therefore, the matter before the board is approval of the local district working budget for Ashland Independent Schools. Do I have a motion to approve the budget?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Johnson, yes.
Much consideration, I make the motion to approve the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Madam Chair, this is Joanne Adams. I second.
Thank you, Mrs. Adams. We do have a motion and a second. We have time for further discussion if there is any. Thank you. Thanks to everyone. Leslie, please call the roll.
Joanne Adams.
Joanne Adams, I vote yes.
Claire Batt.
Claire Batt, I vote yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
Holly Bloodworth, I vote yes.
Mike Bowling. Alvis Johnson.
Alvis Johnson, I vote yes.
Patrice McCrary. Patrice McCrary.
Trying. Patrice McCrary, I vote yes.
Cody Polly Johnson. Randy Poe.
Randy Poe, I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson.
Sharon Robinson, I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
Lou Young.
This is Lou Young. My vote is yes. Thank you. Thank you again, Superintendent Howard. Keep working through it. We appreciate all of your diligence. And thanks, Robin and Shay and team.
Thank you, Chair Young and members of the board.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is the KDE Strategic Planning Update. So we will turn to Chief Performance Officer Karen Dodd, who will provide that update on strategic planning dashboard and potential metrics, what we've been calling the Keep, Stop, and Start survey, as well as the Commissioner's upcoming listening tour. Welcome, Karen.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Young, Commissioner Glass, and board members. So yes, I have a couple of things to go over with you today. We are going to look at the metrics and then that we're proposing for the Education Progress Dashboard, and then just a quick update on what we're gathering into for our future vision document. So first, let me remind you of one of Commissioner Glass's annual goals. We can go to the next slide, please. And that is to provide transparent reporting of pre-K to 20 indicators and long-range goals related to student outcomes, the educator workforce, including the diversity of the teacher workforce, and student engagement, benchmarked against other states as measured by the establishment of outcome goals, benchmark identification, and the development of a strategic dashboard. So all that to say that we're developing a dashboard to show progress on education in Kentucky. We can go to the next slide. In order to develop the dashboard, first, we want to make sure that we have the right measures included. So Melody Cooper and I have been working on this since your goals and the commissioner goals were finalized in December. We've met with Dr. Glass several times and other folks in the department. So first, I just want to go ahead and walk through the academic indicators, which are there on your left. And we're proposing that we use NAEP results for grades 4 and 8 in reading and math, ACT results in language and math, and that'll be benchmarked against the other 14 states that use ACT statewide. Post-secondary readiness, and this is a metric that we're using in accountability. AP and dual credit enrollment, and we noted this as an equity measure because we want to compare enrollment by student groups. Then we have the proficiency gap, and this is another way of looking at our equity gap using K-Prep results and comparing student groups in grades 3 and 8, again in reading and math. And then finally, the graduation rate, which of course can be compared to all other states. So hopefully you can see that we really wanted to focus on the student transition points and equity. And it's also important that we have the ability to collect the data and that we're able to compare the data, which will help us determine how well we are performing compared to other states where possible. So I'll pause there, and if there are any comments or questions on those academic indicators.
I see some questions. I believe I see Dr. Ellis.
Yeah, hey Karen, it's good to see you. I just have a quick question. So on the post-secondary ready, I'm assuming that is the definition that Rhonda just presented, so that would include CTE, the career transition readiness, since that's such a big part of our state. I was just clarifying to make sure that's included.
Yep, you got it.
Awesome. Awesome. And then the AP and dual credit enrollment, is that also possible completion as well going to be considered?
I'm sorry, is what going to be considered?
Completion as well, those who complete.
You know, we haven't actually talked about that. We'll look into that one. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
You can take the associate commissioner out of the girl, but you can't take the girl out of the associate commissioner or something like
Bless
that.
Karen's heart. I know. She's like, oh no, not Ellis again.
No.
Not at all.
Dr.
Thank
Todd.
you, Karen.
I had a question also about the AP and dual credit, because
Yes,
counting enrollment is not necessarily an academic indicator. It's whether they succeed or not, and how much evaluation is done on the dual credit. My concern is that people are encouraged to take dual credit because it feels good and looks good, but is it really working?
Right, I agree. So again, from the equity, the reason we were putting it under equity is really for that opportunity gap. So if you think of it that way, are students of color having equal access to the class? So that was what our original thinking was, but we can also consider, and we probably should also look at if they completed, like Amanda said, and are they getting that 3, 4, or 5 in AP or completing the dual credit? So we'll continue to look at that.
well, and Dr. Ellis can probably answer that too, Dr. Todd, in that I know CPE and KY Stats are tracking dual credit participation, including successful completion by various demographic groups. That happens to be part of my day job. And I know we're always reporting about both access and increasing access as well as achievement in those regards.
I'd love to see that. I think Amanda's going to send it to me. Thank you.
I think she made a note. Perfect. Excellent. Okay, Karen, non-academic indicators.
All right. So under the non-academic, first we have teacher satisfaction, and here we're considering using the Impact Kentucky for this metric. Then for student engagement, we're looking into some existing surveys, but it's possible that we may need to do a new survey to figure out another avenue for this indicator. So this one is still a little bit up in the air. And you're going to notice that with most of these non-academics, it's a little bit harder to get some of this information. So these are all a little bit more tentative. For the student health and safety, we're looking at Safe Schools data, but again, still trying to figure out the best tool to use here and then which elements from that tool. Financial equity, we're expecting to use the dollars allocated to Title I schools versus the non-Title I schools. And then student participation and or attendance. So as you all know, traditionally we've collected student attendance, but throughout the pandemic, we've had to think outside the box. So teachers are currently tracking participation through various methods, and we obviously don't have trend data on any of that yet. So moving forward, it's still a little unclear as to what will be required for states to collect and report. So until we know what that's going to look like post-pandemic, what we use for measuring participation or attendance is still in flux right now.
So Karen, thank you for not shying away from the squishier non-academic indicators. They're extremely important for telling the whole child, whole school, whole community story that we're after. One thought on financial equity. Did you consider, and why wouldn't we look, instead of the allocations, looking at per pupil spending Title I and non-Title I by school? Because it's when the money is spent, I believe, that equity is really at play.
Yeah, and I did have a conversation with Robin and her team last week, I believe it was, and that's another one we're still trying to figure out what all we want to put in there. So to be determined, but yes, we'll definitely consider that as well.
National Council on Educational Statistics has a lot of models around per pupil spending that we could riff on.
Okay, great. We'll look at that for sure. Thank you. Anything else on the non-academics? I see Amanda. Oh, sorry, Chair.
Perfect, jump in.
Just one thing to think about is, because this reminds me a little bit of when we did opportunity and access and we're trying to figure that out. And these are important pieces. I wonder if there's something around, I don't know where it would fit in with the health and safety, but the wraparound support. I know we talked about the influence of counselors or family resource, or even having librarian, media specialist, services that may not be academic specific indicators but help students thrive, help remove barriers.
Are you talking about an additional metric or an additional indicator, or are you talking about student participation and attendance?
Well, I think
about health and safety.
It's almost health and safety.
We could pull that from Eunice.
Yeah, and I'm almost thinking about, I guess when I think about health, it could either be mental health or their physical health. And so I think about, we talk about school nurses and the counselors, and those are huge wraparound supports that many districts share amongst buildings. So they may not have access to that. And so I just wonder if those are possible. I mean, those are input data pieces. They may not be output, but it may be interesting, like similar to how you're looking at financial equity as how they spend per pupil, but like what support services could be available to those students. And I know we had talked about that. Karen, I'd have to go back and really, I don't have the files anymore, but dig in my memory of what we did discuss around that possibility around student health, what services are available to students and those who have no access to those outside wraparound supports. But
yeah, I like that. And did you run into issues with the youth risk behavior survey we talked about briefly?
Yeah, we're kind of leaning away from that one. We weren't really seeing anything that was giving us a good measure there.
Too much beyond the control of school, I think. I see Dr. Todd and then Dr. Robinson and then Mrs. Batt. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yes, that's right. That's the order I had them. Lee.
I must have turned mine on again. I apologize.
Oh, no worries. Maybe it just stayed on. Dr. Robinson.
I don't know. This is a packed dashboard, lots of measures here, but there is a dimension that I'm not sure I see reflected, and it is there's a quality that we certainly have already seen in Dr. Glass's performance, and that is leadership. And I'm wondering getting out there with the conversations and all of that is certainly an indicator of leadership. But I think we see a lot of evidence of kind of strategic thinking and how you engage and offer others an on-ramp to join the revolution, if you will. And I'm just wondering if that's a quality or an indicator that we want to recognize in some way. I have no idea exactly what I would reference for documentation or what tool to use, but it's certainly.
Yeah, I think that might be. There might be something in Impact Kentucky along those ways. Are you thinking at the leadership at the school level?
I was referencing leadership with respect to innovation and problem solving and, working within the context of helping others see possibilities so that they can craft their own solutions. But that might be
Vice Chair Robinson, we might be able. Pardon me. We might be able to look at the items that are in the Impact Kentucky survey and see if there's something that gets at that within there. It's that's a national survey. A lot of states administer it, and there's a slew of questions in it. So there may be something around that concept in there. So we kind of have it listed as a placeholder to say we're looking at teacher satisfaction in some way, and the Impact Kentucky would be the source of that data. But if there are variables around sort of support for innovation and collaboration, which I think there are ones around collaboration that are in the Impact Kentucky survey, we could look at pulling that out and creating really another non-academic indicator using Impact Kentucky as the data source.
Thank you. And I think Mrs. Batt's hand is down and Mrs. McCrary's hand is up.
Thank you, Chair Young. I wondered, under the non-academic indicators under the student health and safety, are any of the family resource centers taken into consideration, because they have incredible wraparound services for our students that are invaluable?
Yeah, we did consider that as well. I didn't put that one on here, but we did talk about looking into that as well to see what might be available there.
Especially the elementary schools. I don't know how schools function without them.
Well, and I think that was what we were thinking, that it is primarily, it might go into the middle schools as well, but I think we were thinking it was primarily, and would that be enough if we only hit elementary? So I think that was kind of our stumbling block, but we'll keep looking at that as well.
And I don't want to lose all of the energy and momentum and traction that we're gaining right now around broadband access and one-to-one deployment. So that might occur somewhere around financial equity. It certainly will show up in per pupil spending if we go that route, but it might be worth its own bullet because of all the conversations that we've had today as well.
I think some of these may end up needing to be like coming up with an index. So looking at multiple measures and coming up with an index for combining them.
Well, like Dr. Robinson mentioned, it's going to look like the dashboard of a 747, not like a Buick. But sophistication is the name of the data game these days.
We'll try to keep it simple. We don't want to create a whole new accountability model on you. So we're going to try to keep it simple, but we want it to be informative too.
All right. I think now you were going to look to the future vision document, Karen.
Yes, we can go ahead and go to the next slide. And here again, I want to remind you of one of the commissioner's goals, and that is to lead a statewide effort to achieve consensus on the future of education as measured by the publication of a future vision document that defines Kentucky's desired education system and describes the portrait of a Kentucky graduate. So as Dr. Glass mentioned, both of these next two items were in his report this morning, and so I'm not going to belabor them, but I do want to share with you just a little bit more detail. So on the next slide, as you're aware, we administered a survey from October 5th through November 20th, and we asked 3 open-ended questions regarding what Kentucky's education system should keep, should stop, or should start. And we received over 3,000 responses. And while the responses were mainly focused on COVID because of when it was administered, it remains one component of the overall input we're seeking. And we still feel it's very useful and informative for the future vision document. You can see a link there at the bottom of the slide to access the dashboard. And I don't want to take up time today to walk through that, but I did want you to be aware that you can view the responses that are out there now. And then on the next slide, again, Dr. Glass mentioned this, and this is the tour, the commissioner's listening tour, which we are getting ready to kick off on April 6th, and that will start in Louisville. It will end on May 6th with the Kentucky Valley Educational Cooperative. Each session is going to start at 6 p.m. local time and last about 90 minutes. And even though the tour is virtual, we decided to coordinate them by region so that our education co-op directors can help us get the word out about the tour, and so we could adjust the time for those in the central time zone. We're currently developing a web page that will have all the dates, the registration links, a link to the survey dashboard, and any other information that will be useful for anyone interested in participating. So we're still in the early stages of pulling all of this together, but we're really hoping to generate a lot of excitement over the listening tour, and we expect to get a lot more input that we can use for the future vision document. Oh, and I will mention on this slide, on that slide that was just up, you don't have to pull it up again, but a couple of the dates did change, so that was not the most up to date. I think 2 of them got switched, but when we get them on the web page, and I think Tony's actually already sent out something an advisory about it, and they have that will have the correct dates on it. So, and that's all I have for today, unless you have any additional thoughts or questions. Or Tony, if there's something you wanted to add that I might have missed.
Yes, I was just going to add, and I'm sorry I can't share my screen at the moment, but I was just going to add that those 2 dates at the end we swapped just because of availability, and we did send out a media release on those. And we'll be sharing out via social for pre-registration. So thank you.
Thanks, Tony.
And Karen, you may have mentioned this, but there's a link to the start-stop.
The Keep Stop Start survey. Yeah, it was on that slide. I can put it in the chat as well for you.
Would. I think you got this first chance I've had to look at it, and it looks really informative. So
yeah, I'll get that out there.
Any other questions for Karen? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next review item is a continued discussion on Kentucky's assessment system. So back on deck, KBE Associate Commissioner Rhonda Sims and division directors. This discussion will focus on the future of Kentucky's assessment system and work underway with external partners. So we're moving to tracks 2 and 3.
Tracks 2 and 3. I think some real excitement here. I know sometimes we get down in the weeds of accountability, and it's not the most exciting topic, but even though it gets some comments, but I do think we can all agree that looking toward a future assessment that better supports academic outcomes and learning in the classroom is a positive way to go. So just a reminder, again, we'll continue to show you where we are in the process of the triple track approach. So we're really beginning conversation around topics 2 and 3. And we were pleased that Karen was able to be with you first today, because some of the conversation around this work is going to obviously kind of run parallel and also connect to the work that she was talking around in the listening tour. I will mention for you that we've developed just a very small little slide deck to help us walk through this and kind of the work as it's getting started today. Obviously, we invite the commissioner and Chair Young to add in as they wish, because they've been part of these conversations. I will say the work, I do believe, is evolving. We have some very early ideas on the table and a good plan forward, but we're still having some meetings even, in fact, this week. So the slides that we put together are a little more general than the PDF document that is in the portal connected to this particular piece. The PDF document is something was developed by our partners at the Center for Innovation and Education that outlines a little bit of a parallel process of a listening tour and planning around some phases. But let us dig a little bit into the work of the why and the how, and just keep in mind that you'll see a little more evolving of the concepts in the document than in our PowerPoint slides. They were produced a little bit earlier, but it still, I think, gives the general process of kind of where we are and how things are moving forward. So first, we'd like to talk a little bit about the rationale, and I think Jennifer is online with me. So I know she may want to take the lead on this. I'll make sure she pops up here. Obviously, we're working in our remote ways and can't look at each other across the table.
Well, thank you, Rhonda, and
Thanks,
thank you, Chair Young. So as we are working through the process of talking about a new systems design, we've got a situation that we're looking at learning as a whole. So when we are talking about assessment and accountability, we're talking and the board has really talked about equity and their commitment to equity that we heard earlier today from Dr. Woods Tucker, and also your commitment and your resolution from the board on your commitment to equity, and acknowledging that there are areas that progress is needed. That again, we heard from Mr. Brooks this morning and the Kentucky Kids group, that there are multiple ways of progressing the success and making students more successful in the supports that they need. which include the equal opportunities to learn, the multiple opportunities that students are provided in the school system. Those well-documented academic achievement gaps need to be closed, that some groups are outperforming other student groups. And there are gaps in both academic as well as their skill attainment. So there's a lot of progress to be made in Kentucky. We've made a lot of progress since the early days of KARA, but there is this next step in the iteration of Kentucky educational system. And we're envisioning that future of education as the first step. So that's learning in itself is more than just accountability. And that we see that accountability is one strand of that overall educational discussion. But it's really bigger than accountability and assessment. And it gets to the success of our students and how we want those students to learn, how we want them to achieve, as well as how we want to prepare them for that post-secondary, whether it is career, whether it's their next step in academic, or their next step into adulthood. So it's a large conversation that we want to engage all of our stakeholders in this educational process that we are envisioning in the state of Kentucky.
Thank you, Jennifer. And so you heard from Karen and Tony a little bit about the virtual tours of listening that really will focus a lot on what do we envision as the future of assessment in Kentucky. But keep in mind, you know, we work in the Assessment and Accountability Office, but really assessment should support your vision for what is learning, what is education in the state. And so obviously that means we have to look differently at what can we achieve with assessment. And our partners at the Center for Innovation have outlined a sort of a three-phase process. You know, Jennifer's talked a bit about the why, the rationale. We think this is a very important support, not only to the equity mission and commitment of the department, but also it's very much a support to the future of education and how we envision that. So we have kind of abbreviated these phases just a little differently than that document that we've shared that I would really emphasize again is a draft document. But Commissioner Glass wanted to make sure that that was in your hands and you could see that. So we, again, because we're just going to, and I mentioned it as draft because we're going to continue to have important conversations around it and it will help guide the work. So to begin with, this idea of the initial phase or the first phase, the document explained that as exploration and coalition building. We use the term engagement. It's important to run some processes. These will probably run with support from the department and CIE to have conversations more specific to what assessment should be that will run parallel to these listening tours that are ongoing. And I'm sure there'll be some overlap, some sort of cross-pollination on these conversations as well. But helping to build, again, that vision, that network involving all of our stakeholders, our educators, our families and communities. And we know that we have people who are very interested in what assessment can be. We have some current things. You've had a public comment today that spent a lot of time talking about how they would like to see assessment be different, they made some comments around different kinds of assessments as well. In addition to that, that moves into this first phase would probably be something in the range of about 8 weeks. And again, kind of simultaneous to the other listening tours you're talking about, and then some overlapping as well. Then on the phase 2, the idea of really working on building and establishing some learning partnerships through local laboratories of learning And part of that would be developing some prototypes around what assessment could be and what learning we get from that process. See that being maybe a 10 to 14 week kind of activity, at least in this initial planning. And then phase 3 becomes gathering what you learn out of phase 2 and gathering those insights from those local interactions to begin to launch more detailed idea of what might be a redesign of the state assessment system. Now, in addition to these activities, there are in the legislature, there's a currently filed a joint resolution. Representative Bowenjowski and Banta have been involved with that also call upon the commissioner to establish some groups to look at what assessment could be. So I feel like all of these things are kind of moving together in support of the bigger question of future of education, but also then how will this strand on assessment and eventually accountability? You know, we've gone through that first stage of arranging our accountability to meet federal and current state requirements. So multiple assessment designs can fit within that. It could be out of the work of a different kind of assessment, then that in turn could maybe influence needed changes in accountability. So those tracks that we're talking about, tracks can also kind of move around and influence each other, I think, across time. The partners in the work, we want to remind folks of who we're mentioning here today. The Center for Innovation in Education. All of us, I'm sure, recognize that name, Gene Wilhoit, and always when I say that name, I have a smile, as the executive director there at the University of Kentucky, and he's brought some great folks to the table in this discussions. The Center for Assessment, you're familiar with their work. Brian Gong, you've worked with many times. Scott Marion has been involved a bit on this as well, and he's done a lot of work around this topic with other states. And then obviously within our own department, the Division of Innovation, led by David Cook and Kelly Foster as Associate Commissioner, and the Kentucky Innovation Learning Network are some districts already well immersed in some of this work, are part of that partnership. And then obviously we see that partnership may grow as this moves forward with the work. So let me pause there and see what maybe additional comments others might have. We wanted to give you, again, just sort of a high level, here's where this is starting. I think it's got great promise and potential. And obviously, I think key to not only what's happening broadly about education, it begins with listening. And I think that's a very important part of getting to a better product.
Thank you. Any questions for Rhonda or Dr. Glass? Anything you want to add?
Chair Young, I have a question. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Just quickly, building on what Rhonda has presented, we've really put a lot of thought into how this will come together. We're grateful for the support for the Center for Innovation, the Center for Assessment, and what this work looks like, but it's going to begin with a lot of listening and trying to understand what aspirations are and how that fits into the larger conversation around the future of education in the state. At a recent meeting I had with career technical educators and the Association of Career Technical Educators, we talked some about the future of education and what our aspirations were and what learning could be, what school could be. And the first issue that was brought up was how does the current assessment system limit us from realizing that vision? And so I think that's telling that you have to also talk about assessment and the impact that assessment has on our schools and on our education policy framework, just in the wake of the No Child Left Behind era and these decades of really focusing on test-based accountability as a major driver for school improvement. So I'm excited about launching into this. I don't know where it's going to end up yet, but I think it's going to be a fun journey.
Amen. Yes, Dr. Todd.
A question on slides 4 and 5. On 5, first, let me just say I'm thrilled to see both innovation term used twice in that slide, because I think that's something that we really haven't focused on in the past. One question is the Center for Innovation in Education. Where is that funded, or what's its status?
It obviously works under the University of Kentucky. I believe it's funded by several groups. I think it has some Gates funding as well as Hewlett maybe as well. And Chair Young may have a little bit more detail, but it is, obviously supported through the College of Ed there at the University of Kentucky, but it does have outside funding sources. Again, we're always excited when we have internal Kentucky folks that can help give some leadership around some of this work, as well as our national partners. The Center for Assessment will be providing some technical work as this evolves over time. And the Center for Innovation will be helping us initially to craft some of those visions and messaging and manage that listening tool.
And Lee, you may remember that you and Mary John, when you first brought CIE to UK, they were located out at McGrathiana at the Coldstream property. They're actually just this month going to a fully remote setting as opposed to brick and mortar.
Okay. I didn't know where they ended up, but I have a question on slide 4 as well. Maybe it was the one before that. Let me see, 3. Yeah, there's the gaps in employability skill attainment. When I see skill attainment, I just want to, I guess one of my cautions is that we sometimes can get on to the skill attainment as if we're trying to educate people and prepare them to work for somebody else all their lives. We need to keep innovation high on this list because we need to be having our own ideas. Otherwise, we become the assembler of other people's thoughts, and that's the low pay scale. And so I know I mentioned before I had 2 companies, and one of them, 80% were 4-year degree employees, and the other company, 80% were vocationally trained. We need both of them, but we can't swap them off. That's a combination that you have to have in order to get those people who have been leaving the state to go to work for Google and other places to stay here and help us out. So that's just my pulpit I stand on all the time. So that's the only question I have is sometimes legislators, and I'll just go ahead and say this, get enthralled with trying to provide jobs without thinking about what the jobs are. They just want to provide numbers. And you can't fall into that if we're going to be a state that's going to have some future in the advancing economy. So I'll repeat that over and over again probably, but thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Todd.
This is a tough area to do assessment. And I really like when we interviewed the commissioner talking about doing real assessment. Is stuff really happening? If we just take tests and look at numbers on a piece of paper, it has proven in the past it doesn't really get you where you need to go. But we're trying to unravel this and do it right is really tough. And I really appreciate the effort that's going into it and the attitude.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Todd. And we will be sure to pass that along in our next planning session. I think you've made some excellent comments there. So we'll make sure those that are part of the conversation. And I'm sure the commissioner and Chair Young will do so as well.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Any other questions or comments? All right. Thank you. Thank you. I'm so excited. This is great work.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is what I signed on for.
Thank you.
The next review item is a process for developing the 6-year capital improvement plan governed by KRS 7A. And I'm going to turn it over to Associate Commissioner Robin Kitty and KBE Division Director Karen Worth, who will provide an overview of the process for developing this 6-year capital improvement plan. Back to you, Robin.
Thank you, Chair Young. February of odd number years is an exciting time because that's when we're kicking off our biennial budget request.
Woo-hoo.
And woohoo! So from now and each month that the board meets moving forward through October, we'll be talking to you about the biennial budget. We're really in a strange time right now because when we talk about budget, right now we are finishing the current fiscal year that we're in. So we're wrapping that up, heading toward home at the end of June. We are also anticipating and waiting to see what the General Assembly does with the next fiscal year budget. And that's unusual. Usually by this time we slide right into the next fiscal year because we already know what that looks like. But at the same time, while we're waiting to see what the fiscal year starting July 1st will look like, we already have to start preparing for the next biennial budget request. So February is typically when we do that, and we start with the 6-year capital planning process. That's kind of the first piece of the preparation of our budget looking forward. If you can think about it a little bit, sort of like a DFP for KDE, I guess, is the way to look at it. This is how we strategically plan for the use of capital funds for our properties. Next slide, please, Joette. So I'm going to talk to you just a little bit, very high level, and I have Karen Worth, my budget director, here with me as well. And we're going to talk to you just a little bit about the process. At this point, this is a review item, so no decisions need to be made. It's really just to kind of prepare you as we look forward for future decisions. But the 6-year capital improvement plan is governed by KRS Chapter 7A. We do submit it every 2 years as part of our biennial budget processing. It's organized in biennial segments, so we do 2 years at a time as we're planning. And then, of course, that first 2 years is what is actually being considered for inclusion in the governor's recommended budget and supported by the Board of Education that in the decisions you'll make in the fall. Next slide, please. There is a capital planning advisory board, and as part of this process, once we prepare and submit kind of our recommended capital plan, that gets submitted to the capital planning advisory board. They are advisory in nature, so they can't make any decisions that say, yes, this can go in your recommended budget, or no, it can't. And in fact, you can not even have it in there completely, and it could still end up in the governor's recommended budget. But this is the way this group of people actually look across state government, and they try to look at projects from almost like a risk and reward type look, and they will rank them and come up with like the top 10 that they think are good investments for the Commonwealth. So again, these folks are on act in a planning and an advisory capacity, don't set any policy or make any decisions, but legislators do look at kind of what comes out of their recommendations as they plan for the future. Next slide, please. As far as capital projects that need to be included as we consider, they have dollar thresholds. So any capital construction or IT information systems over $1 million, as well as capital leases and capital equipment $200,000 and above, should be included in your capital plan. I'm now going to turn it over to Karen, and she's going to walk us through so you can kind of see what our capital plan is comprised of now, and kind of our facilities and operations, the places that typically end up with capital projects. Next slide, please, and over to you, Karen.
Thanks, Robin, and good afternoon. In our 21-22 budget request, we focused on the needs that are similar across all of our campuses, instead of looking at specific projects at specific buildings. We found that there was a consistent need for roof replacements, HVAC improvements, and safety upgrades to our facilities across all 3 of our campuses. So we decided to go the route of requesting pools in those areas. And we were very appreciative that we received the dollar amounts you'll see on the screen on this slide in those particular pools. We also did receive an increase to our maintenance pool as well that has previously been funded at $675,000. So we did get an increase to $1 million. Next slide, please. We'll talk a little bit now about each of our 3 campuses. I know that you guys are already familiar with, but we just want to touch on them individually. Our Kentucky School for the Blind and Kentucky School for the Deaf are both operated under our Office of Special Education and Early Learning. Kentucky School for the Blind is located in Louisville on approximately 14 acres, and it is a residential facility when in-person learning is in effect. It includes 14 buildings, provides a K-12 education to blind and visually impaired students. And we don't have it on the slide, but I wanted to add that the last major construction at KSB that was funded was to the Hauser Hall dormitory, and that was in 2019. Next slide, please. Similarly, our Kentucky School for the Deaf is located in Danville, approximately 60 acres there in Danville. And like KSB, it's a residential facility as well when we are doing in-person learning. KSD provides instruction to deaf and hard of hearing students. And for KSD, our last major project there was in 2019 with the construction of the Margaret D. Marshall Elementary School. Next slide. And lastly, we have the FFA Leadership Training Center. This is operated under our Office of Career and Technical Education and is located in Hardinsburg, Kentucky. So pre-COVID, approximately 3,000 students would visit the FFA Center each year, and we are sure hopeful that we'll be able to share those opportunities again soon with those students. And the center is also prepared to provide services and facilities to community groups, industry and business, to provide meeting space and conference space. So we're trying to get a more year-round use out of the camp, and we're certainly prepared for that. The last major expansion was in 2010, but we have been able to renovate a cottage and the maintenance building in 2019. Next slide, please. So Robin touched on the capital planning board, and actually to enter the information that we gather, we enter it into what's called the capital planning system. It's simply a web-based system that agencies all across state government use. Our requests are due in the system by April the 15th. And then any instructions that may change from biennium to biennium on how to use and enter information into that system is actually approved by the Capital Planning Advisory Board. Next slide, please. And then lastly, we'll talk about next steps. So in addition to your feedback, staff in my office has already begun discussions with staff at KSB, KSD, FFA, and their prospective offices around campus construction needs. We will have a list of projects we wish to request for your review at the April KBE meeting. Again, the deadline to submit to the Capital Planning Advisory Board is April 15th, but we will have an opportunity to make revisions to our request prior to submitting in our biennial budget on November 1st. So that's all we have. Do we have any questions?
Any board member questions? Looks like we'll get several bites at this apple. So thank you for coming early with that information about our physical holdings. And thanks for getting that work, all that together. I remember district facility planning days.
Thank you, Chair. We'll be back to you in April after we collect all the information from interested stakeholders with specific projects so the board can review and consider.
And I assume we'll probably have more projects than we anticipate funding for, just like we do in the districts.
Yes.
Absolutely, we will have that, but we do see the validity of asking for those things. It helps us create a record of the needs of our facilities. So even if we're less optimistic that all will be funded, I would encourage us to really think about identifying those needs so that we can start building that record and conversation, even if we don't get all of it in that first biennium.
Smart. Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next review item is still Karen and Robin, but their co-conspirator this time is the KDE Director of Government Relations, Chuck Truesdale. This team will talk to us about the FY22 state budget as well as the legislative considerations currently being underway with the Kentucky General Assembly.
Thank you very much, Chair Young. As I mentioned before we started talking about the capital plan, we are in a kind of a different state right now as we're waiting for the next fiscal year budget to be passed. And I'm going to let Karen and Chuck do most of the talking with this presentation. Karen's going to focus on the budget side, and Chuck's going to help us with the legislative side, kind of what we know to date. We tried to make it as current as possible, but still anxiously awaiting to see what's going to happen in the General Assembly. So I'm going to turn it over to Karen and let her kick us off.
Thank you, Robin. Good afternoon again. Chuck and I are going to share with you today just a real high-level overview of the governor's recommended budget that was presented on January 7th in the State of the Commonwealth and Budget Address. So while the House and the Senate have both passed a committee substitute to House Bill 192, we are awaiting the final recommendation from the conference committee. So we hope to know something in the near future, as Robin said, and this legislative session does end on March 30th. So next slide, please. Okay, here we have a comparison to our current FY21 budget bill, which is House Bill 352. So as you can see, the general funds are lower in House Bill 192 than in House Bill 352 for fiscal year 21. And there are a couple of factors that play into this. The Office of the State Budget Director identified funds received from the Coronavirus Relief Fund that could be used to provide federal funds to be distributed to districts for COVID-related expenditures up to $500 per pupil. These allocations were distributed to districts in December as a portion of their December SEEP payments. So that's going to account for some of the reduction that you see there in general fund. There were funds in our health insurance appropriation that were to fulfill a shortfall, and that shortfall, that deficit was less than was anticipated. So that need was not there. So those funds dollar amount was lowered as well. The increase that you see there on federal funds is just simply a result of receiving additional COVID-related federal dollars. The appropriation went up in order for us to be able to expend those. Next slide, please. So this is our largest appropriation, which is SEEK, and there is the CRF, or what we call the Coronavirus Relief Fund line. So basically the general fund line was reduced by $130 million, and the CRF, or SEEK replacement is what we call it in my area, funds of $130 million were added in. House Bill 192 also recommended that the per pupil amount in fiscal year 22 be raised from $4,000 per pupil to $4,040. Additionally, it included a salary increase for eligible certified and full-time classified staff of $1,000, and that's in fiscal year 22. And if you are a classified staff that's working part-time, which is considered less than 4 hours a day, it was proposed that it be prorated down to $500 in fiscal year 22. Next slide, please. House Bill 192 also included a salary increment of 1% for eligible state employees in fiscal year 22. It did include language that the increment would not be applicable to employees subject to KRS 163.032. And this statute pertains to employees at our Kentucky School for the Blind and Kentucky School for the Deaf. These employees receive increases associated with the Jefferson County salary schedule, so they would not receive the 1% in fiscal year 22 per the language in House Bill 192. Next slide, please. Program flexibility language in House Bill 192 allows districts to use their extended school services and their Safe Schools funds for general operating expenses. This language has been in the last few budget bills, and it just provides additional flexibility to our districts to apply the funds where they have the highest need in their schools.
Is that flexible focus, Karen?
Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm. Next slide, please. And our mental health providers. As funded in House Bill 352 for FY21, House Bill 192 also includes $7.4 million in each fiscal year to fund additional school-based mental health providers. The language does say that the allocation method will be determined by the the Center for School Safety and the School Safety Marshal, which that happened in FY21, and the language would dictate that happened again in FY22. They would determine that allocation method. So I'm going to turn it over to Chuck now. He's going to walk us through our last few slides. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Next slide, please. The other part of the School Safety and Resiliency Act, which you might remember from 2019, Senate Bill 1, the school-based mental health providers was what they call the soft costs, and the security and safety facility upgrades are what we call the hard costs. In part because there is a mandate under KRS 158.162 that all of these school security upgrades, physical upgrades to their facilities, be completed by July 1st, 2022. And so there was $18.2 million included in bond funds in the last year's budget, which we assume will continue, and districts can subject to approval to their local board, they're going to apply for reimbursement from KDE for the costs of those. In addition, there is language that allows the districts to modify their district facility plan, or DFP, as Chair Young referred to earlier, to streamline that process, because as many of you may know, to update or amend your district facility plan is a very long and time-intensive and costly process, and this allowed them to update their district facility plans specifically to meet the requirements of Senate Bill 1 without convening that committee. And those security upgrades become the highest priority on the modified DFP, which helps, again, streamline the process for KDE to approve the reimbursement of those funds. Next slide, please. There was also additional funding, or in some cases new funding, for certain items in the governor's proposed budget. That includes textbooks, which you may also see as instructional resources in some cases. It's $11 million in fiscal year 22. That has been a $0 line item in the budget for a number of years now. The last time it was funded was fiscal year 18, and that was at $16.7 million. And so this is a very welcome restoration of funds for instructional resources in the governor's budget.
So
there's also, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Karen, textbooks used to be flexible focus funds. Would they again go into the flexible focus allocation?
Yes, ma'am. Yep.
And then also there is an additional $5 million in fiscal year 22 for the preschool program. There's no language in the budget bill specific for this, but we know from the supporting documentation that the goal is to support preschool programs in disadvantaged areas. And there are a number of ways that KDE could implement this, which we can get into if anybody has questions. But the intention is, we absolutely have underserved populations that are eligible for preschool right now, and we'd like to target those if possible. Next slide, please. Just as Karen was talking earlier about the capital plan regarding the School for the Blind, School for the Deaf, there are also significant operational needs at those two state schools. And the governor included an additional $1.5 million in each fiscal year. So he also increased the current year appropriation by $1.5 million for combined for those schools, which is a significant, what I would call, relief valve for the Department of Education's overall budget, because we have been sort of supporting KSB and KSD's what I would call cost overruns from our internal budget for a number of years now. And that is due in part to two reasons. One is that, again, KSB and KSD's personnel budgets are dictated by the Jefferson County School Board. When JCPS, by statute, when JCPS gives a raise to their certified staff, KSB and KSD staff must take that, even when the state does not include funding for state employees. The other half of that is that generally when there are budget cuts, and there have been a number of budget cuts in recent years, SEEK is generally held harmless, but the rest of the Department of Education is not. And so proportionally speaking, the resources for KSB and KSD are reduced. And so that those sort of on both ends of that equation have led to an operating deficit at KSB and KSD. And we're very thankful that the governor increased funding for those two schools. Next slide, please. Urgent needs school replacement and renovation. This is a somewhat new source of funding here at the department. This source of funding has generally in the past been at the School Facilities Construction Commission, although KDE staff have been very involved in the process of supplying data for this purpose. In the governor's recommendation, there's $100 million, and that is cash funding, it's not bond funding, in fiscal year 22. And the Board of Education would determine the allocations from this fund. However, there are some parameters in the budget bill on who would get that funding. Number one, they would have to be the highest ranked school facilities on the Kentucky Facilities Inventory and Classification System, which we call KFIX. And that's the report as of last February, which is the same report that the 4 schools were given funding for in the last budget cycle. So the fiscal year 21 budget was based on that same list. A1 school funds have not already been budgeted to finance that project. A1 schools are what you would consider your normal everyday elementary, middle, high schools, which means that alternative schools, preschools, other facilities are not included in that list. It has to be ranked as a priority 1 or 2 on the local school district's facility plan. And finally, they have to have a second nickel levy, the 10-cent equivalent tax, which is, these are all the traditional requirements that the General Assembly has used to fund urgent needs school replacements and renovations. And so again, that was cash funding in KDE's budget, whereas you won't see that in KDE's budget in the past. You'll see that in the SFCC budget instead. Next slide, please. And finally, if you look at the budget, there's always what you see as the LARS list, which is just a number of line items for various programs within the Learning and Results Services budget unit. And that includes this in fiscal year 22, extended school services, $23.9 million, $48.9 million for Friskies. And by the way, that is only the money that goes to KDE's budget. That money then goes to CHFS, and they have their own line item for Friskies. Gifted and talented education, $6.2 million in each year. Math achievement, $5 million in each year. Preschool, $84.5 million, and then, as we mentioned earlier, an additional $5 million on top of that in fiscal 22. The Read to Achieve program, $15.9 million in each fiscal year. And those are all, with the exception of that second year of preschool, that is all straight line funding. That is it is no change from what the budget that was passed last year. And again, as was the case in last year's budget bill, funding was not provided for several grant programs, including professional development, the Commonwealth School Improvement Fund, and the Kentucky Teacher Internship Program, or KTIP. Next slide. And there were a few other provisions that were not located in KDE's budget language itself, but are in other KDE-related budget units. The one is additional offers of assistance. The existing budget that was passed last year included $58 million in offers of assistance through SFCC. Those are offers that are given in this biennium, and they will actually be funded in the next biennium. And the governor's recommendation increased that to $100 million, which up until about 5 years ago was the traditional level of biennial offers of $100 million. In the Energy and Environment Cabinet budget, there was a significant settlement a few years ago, as you may remember, where Volkswagen was misrepresenting their fuel efficiency. And part of that settlement, the General Assembly chose to use about $8.5 million to reimburse school districts for 50% of the purchase cost of up to 5 school buses that are at least 2001 or earlier school chassis. So these are older, fuel inefficient buses. And to my knowledge, all those 168 buses were on has been like teacher scholarship programs that had been removed in previous years, and the governor once again in his Education First budget added $2.1 million for a teacher loan forgiveness program, and that's the way that it has operated in the past. It's a forgivable loan program. For every you can get $2,500 per semester as essentially a loan, and then for every semester you receive the loan, if you teach 1 year in a Kentucky school, that loan is forgiven. And so there was $2.1 million for that. And in addition, there is a $1 million teacher scholarship program. In addition, all of this from lottery revenues. And KIA will have to design the parameters of the teacher scholarship program. That is not currently a program they operate. It's only a loan forgiveness program. Next slide. I think that's it for this presentation, but we certainly welcome questions at this point on the budget bill.
Oh, I see a hand.
Yeah, Chairman Young. The questions I had, 2 things, and I wasn't quite sure on this. If this was just the proposed budget that the governor was putting, or KDE is adding to it, but if so, is 2 things that that I didn't see, and they may be in there. Is one, I think last year or the year before, the state and equalized a third nickel, but they only did it at about 25 cents. They didn't do the full match. So I was wondering our position on that, of adding that into the budget. And the other thing was a couple years ago, the funding was flatlined for on CTE programs, locally operated technology programs. There's only a handful that's funded, and there was a waiting list. And instead of dividing out the pool further, we just stopped that list. And there's several districts that through the executive branch and KDE created locally operated schools, but they're funding them themselves. There's no state money coming. So I'm hoping that from KDE standpoint or from our board standpoint, we're allocating or advocating for to make sure those nickels are funded, and local operated vocational schools that are not funded receive funding.
Karen, you want me to take this one?
Sure.
And sort of just as a bit of background for everybody's information, I did start earlier in January as KDE's Director of Government Relations. For the previous 18 years, I had worked at LRC. About the last half of that, working in the budget office over there as their education analyst. So I was sort of the Nichols point person and their area and technical centers point person. So fortunately, you'll be happy to know, Dr. Poe, I met with Senator McDaniel, who's the chair of the Senate A&R committee this morning, and both of those areas actually came up. On the nickel funding, the governor's budget did include that 25% for those extra nickels in FY21 and again in FY22. And as has been traditional, that language is in there so that in FY23 and beyond, they would be funded at 100% of their full equalization. Sorry, sir?
I said fantastic.
Yes. And KDE has repeatedly advocated for full equalization of all nickels because our facilities need at this point, I believe, is somewhere around the neighborhood of $8 billion statewide. And there's not nearly enough money to cover all of that.
We might back up just one step, Chuck, to make sure that our board members understand that nickels are tax levy set-asides specifically used for the purpose of school construction and renovation.
Correct.
And capital improvement.
Local districts will levy what we call a 5-cent equivalent, which is about 5 cents per $100. But depending on tax collections and other factors, it may range a little higher than actually 5 cents. And the state traditionally, in statute, if you levy one of these, it can be recalled by your local citizens. But if it goes through, the state traditionally has equalized those in the same one that they equalized Tier 1 funding. And as traditionally has happened, the first biennium, you get 25% that you should get, and then after that, you get the full equalization. And they continued that last year, and we expect that to continue for the foreseeable future. On the area technical centers, actually, I appreciate, because I know, Dr. Poe, you were a point person on this a number of years ago when you created the Ignite Institute in Northern Kentucky. And so I use that as a prime example to Senator McDaniel this morning as to how the funding for locally operated vocational education centers just does not make logical sense. And so the governor maintained the current level of funding of about $12 million for that LAVEC pool. And we've informed them that the full cost to fund all of those LAVECs at the same level would cost about $3.5 million on top of that to put everybody in the same pool and to equalize that funding. There is still an inequity between state-operated and locally operated centers on an FTE basis, but this would be a first step toward that full equality.
Okay, great. And what do you feel that the take was from there? I know that it's a prediction game, but was Senator McDaniel's up to that, or is there something else we need to help you on with that particular thing, Chuck?
Everybody that I have talked to on this issue, Senator McDaniel and others, seems to understand the need for a more logical, reason-based method of funding for our career and technical education system. Obviously, they don't commit to anything just yet because of the enormous pressures on the state budget right now. I feel good right now. I think and I may be naive here, but I think they actually listen to me when I try to talk sense into them. I'll put it that way.
Well, thank you for your efforts and thank you for the update.
Thanks, sir.
All right, if you will look in your portal, you'll find a document where Chuck has chronicled legislative updates as of January 31st. So I will ask Chuck to give an overview about how we want to approach this, and then we can open it up for questions about any specific bill that has been filed that is on the list. And I saw there was a new one this morning that we may want to talk about, Chuck, as well. So yes. If you would take a look at that document, that'll help guide you, and then I'll turn it back to Chuck.
Okay. Well, that document in the portal has, I think, 47 different pieces of legislation on it. I don't know, it's about 15 pages or so. So it's pretty dense. I apologize for that. So I won't talk about all of them. But those 47 bills don't include the bills that were just filed yesterday when legislators returned to Frankfurt. There are about maybe a little less than a dozen filed yesterday. And so this also does not include the bills that are not education specific, but also may impact education, particularly the bills that were passed earlier in January, and then the governor vetoed them, and then those vetoes were overridden yesterday across the board. I'll talk about a couple of those in particular because they affect our work going forward. And obviously they don't affect, that doesn't include the budget bill, which obviously we spent a lot of time there just now. The first bill that I want to talk about that is not education specific and is not on this list is House Bill 1. Again, that bill passed earlier in January. The governor has vetoed that. The legislature has overridden his veto, and a lawsuit has already been filed, and a hearing was held this morning in Franklin Circuit. When I last checked just before I came on here, we had not gotten a ruling yet from Franklin Circuit on whether an injunction will be issued or not. We will keep you posted on that. House Bill 1, however, would allow schools as well as other businesses and groups to operate in person as long as they have an operating plan that conforms to either CDC guidance or state executive branch guidance, whichever is least restrictive, and that would last through the end of next January of 22. Now, there are some complications there. CDC does not consider its guidance to be something that you can build a legal framework upon. It's not mandatory, it's merely advisory in nature. So we're not exactly sure how that may or may not conflict with executive branch guidance or mandates. But our understanding right now is to the extent that KDE's Healthy at School or other guidance is more restrictive than what CDC guidelines are, then districts could simply ignore KDE guidance altogether and operate within the CDC recommendations. In addition, the language in this bill is very, very broad. So it's unclear whether the board or the department would have any authority to close a school for any other reason. For instance, if there were other safety hazards not related to the COVID pandemic, if there were wastewater issues or structural issues or something of that nature, it's completely unclear whether we would have the authority to suspend in-person classes or something of that nature. Hopefully that is something that will be resolved. That's it for House Bill 1. House Bill 5, which is not, to my knowledge, being challenged in court, but was also vetoed by the governor and overridden by the General Assembly yesterday, removes the ability of executive branch agencies to temporarily reorganize outside the scope of the General Assembly sessions via an executive order. This means that the only way to change the organization or structure of any government agency would be to seek it through the legislative process, which, again, the General Assembly is only in session a few months every spring. What this really means for us right now is that the Board of Education, the Department of Education, and the Education Professional Standards Board are all currently operating under temporary reorganizations. And so if they do not pass, their confirmation bills do not pass, and I'll talk about those momentarily, that means that we would all have to go back to the way things used to be in the before times. And so I'll get into that momentarily, but it does put pressure on us to make sure that those confirmation bills do pass in this General Assembly session, and I'm obviously working very hard on that. The number one priority legislatively for KDE right now, other than the budget bill, is House Bill 208. That is a continuation of last year's Senate Bill 177 and conforms to the emergency regulations that we're currently working under that give flexibility to the department and the school districts on how to approach the pandemic while also maintaining certainty of their SEEK funding streams. Number one, it gives local districts the flexibility to move to non-traditional instruction beyond the statutory limit of 10 days, subject to the approval of the commissioner. Obviously, they're all already doing that for the current year. But the bill that has been filed is not exactly like the bill that we are working on. There are some revisions that have been made to the bill that will be rolled out. We expect that bill to have a hearing next week in the House Education Committee. We're working with Chair Huff to improve that bill, mostly in light of the legislation that's already passed and the possibility that there may not be a state of emergency by the end of the school year. This House Bill 208 would also require districts, as they have been, to measure participation during those NTI days, since they cannot measure attendance, since we don't have students in person in the classroom for all those days. It allows districts, it does not require districts, but it allows districts to grant emergency COVID leave to employees, and they would not, in that case, have to take sick days as a result. It directs KBE to apply for federal waivers relative to the school nutrition programs and IDEA implementation. It allows KBE to waive assessment and accountability requirements in accordance with any federal waivers we may receive. It allows local boards to revise their teacher evaluation plans to accommodate the different way we are delivering instruction now. It allows districts to provide contractor salary notices to employees via email or other means rather than through the written communication. And it provides for alternative SEEK calculations, which by statute are based on attendance in the classroom, and obviously that is not happening right now. So we would continue through fiscal 22 the sort of static frozen in time numbers from either fiscal 19 or fiscal 20 as districts chose at the time. And finally, it grants schools flexibility regarding instructional time, such that if you use some of that time to COVID-related activities like cleaning the classroom or such, that doesn't mean you have to extend the school day on top of that. That's it for House Bill 208. The other bills I want to talk about are reorg bills, starting with the Board of Education bill. House Bill 178 is sponsored by Representative Steve Sheldon. And that bill is not confirmed in its current form. It does not confirm the existing executive order, which adds a student, a teacher, and the the Secretary of the Education Workforce Development Cabinet as non-voting members of the board. What his bill does is it enforces demographic balance to the board. It requires an even split between the two major political parties. It mandates an even split of genders, and it mandates minority representation in proportion to the state population. We have expressed we are very much in support of a balanced board. However, there are some concerns that the way the balance would be achieved would sort of enforce quotas of certain board members rather than true diversity of viewpoints and backgrounds. And I can discuss that a little further if anybody's interested, but the long and short of it is that certain groups, for instance, say Republican women, would not potentially be represented on the Board of Education, and I don't think that's the intent of the sponsor. So we are working with Representative Sheldon to work the reorg into his legislation. He is very amenable to that, to make sure that our teacher and student members and the Cabinet Secretary are all three members of the Board of Education as non-voting members. However, the holdup at this point may be leadership in the House and the Senate. So I'm working with them to get their blessing. But the sponsor himself is very much in support. The chair of the House Education Committee is very much in support of that. To Chair Young's point earlier, there was a bill that's filed yesterday, Senate Bill 152, which also follows along with the board composition. It would mandate that the teacher member of the Board of Education be the serving Kentucky Teacher of the Year. And we do have several concerns about that. I've reached out to Senator McGarvey, who filed that bill, to express our concerns, and hopefully we can work with him to instead support the reorganization bill that we're working on ourselves. There is another bill that has not yet been filed, but we are working with.
I was actually talking about the Max Wise bill.
Which bill is that?
About
he has a few.
Supplemental year for high school students.
Ah, okay. I will get to that in just a moment then, Chair.
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry.
No
There's also another reorganization bill we're working with Senator Wise on. We've been working very closely with him on a number of issues to confirm the EPSB and Department of Education's current model structures. Those have not been confirmed in a number of years, such that if they're not confirmed this year, EPSB will go back to the cabinet as an independent agency. And the current system seems to be working very well. For those of you who have worked with Associate Commissioner Rob Akers in our Office of Educator Licensing and Effectiveness, he's very good. He has a very good shop. We are very fortunate to have Meredith Brewer stolen from that shop to be our new Director of Education Policy. So we'd like to keep them all here. And the same thing for the Department of Education. It's mostly a cleanup, but for efficiency purposes, we don't want to have to spend this summer relooking at our structure when we should be focusing on student and education recovery and dealing with learning loss. To Chair Young's point, Senator Wise, I believe it's Senate Bill 128 was filed today or yesterday, and that's not going to be on this list simply because it was filed yesterday, not enough time. But that bill would allow students to essentially return to school for an extra year to supplement their education. And there are a number of concerns about the bill. I'll be very honest. In theory, it makes a lot of sense. Students missed out on some opportunities, particularly academically, and they would like to maybe play catch up. Some students just learn better in an in-person setting than they do in a virtual setting. However, there is potential for abuse, we think, in this. I don't think I'm speaking out of turn to say that athletics plays a huge role in, I think, a lot of students' choice to return. On top of which, because of the way we're doing SEEK funding right now, districts would not get extra funding for the students who return unless something else changes. And so we're afraid of a disproportionate impact on wealthier districts versus districts that don't have maybe that financial support to absorb those extra costs. That's sort of a high level view of it. I would say one of the things I did like about it is that districts would have to make that choice on a broad spectrum. So you couldn't simply allow Johnny and Sally to return for an extra year to work on their education, but not let Bobby and Susie also return. If the district allows one student who chooses, they have to allow all students who choose.
Thank you. I know we've already kept you a half an hour, Chuck, but we will have time for a few questions, board members. I see a hand from Dr. Poe.
Yeah, Chuck, my concern that I would bring up to Senator Wise too, and Rhonda Sims could add in, that would also affect a school's accountability rating because that fifth year student then is not considered a graduate when they come or from that federal standard. Is that not correct?
Well, I will defer to Rhonda, obviously, on all accountability questions, but I will say it does allow students who have graduated to come back for an extra year, sort of almost as a gap year. And that may complicate the system significantly.
But if a student's yeah, okay, go ahead. Rhonda, you know this better.
Well, and I will, yes, I'll add in the big issue will be we'd have to have some rules around the 4-year graduation rate, because the 4 years is what you're required federally to do. We do a 5th year rate. So we would have to have probably, I know our office has put into the bill review, we would just need some special tracking, and we'd have to probably have some rules around how to do that. Then obviously, if there were retaking of some assessment that contributed, then that also could impact the overall accountability. But we were looking mainly at being some change with the graduation rate.
Yeah, so because the issue's always been on special needs, if we kept them for a 5th year, they would count. How is this going to be different than that?
So
Because we didn't count them as a graduate or what?
yeah, they would be graduates.
Yeah.
They
So
would
you
grade
would have
13
a graduate take a 5th year.
Grade 13, Randy.
Yeah. Okay.
And you may be thinking, Dr. Poe, about our alternate assessment students. Many times they stay in through grade 14. And I think we apply the graduation standard on their last year in. But
Correct.
we would have to have some way to, obviously look at these students a little differently. And well, that means we'll have to do some different collection.
Okay. It just seems like a nightmare, but okay.
It'd be a little messy. That's for sure.
Yeah. The other issue related to graduation, though, now that you've touched on it, is that we've heard concerns that, students would be allowed to sort of repeat the same course. If they feel like they need to take Algebra 2 again to master that content, we wanted to make sure that they can't use those 2 Algebra 2 courses, as separate counting toward the 4 math units they need to graduate. We wanted to make sure this is actually to supplement that, and they can't simply repeat the same course over to get those 4 credits, that they still have to take 4 distinct courses to meet all those requirements.
And then we have a question from Mrs. Batt, followed by Mrs. McCrary.
Hi, Chuck. I had a question about Jerry Miller's HB 113, which I know he in the past has referred to as a cleanup bill. However, yes. I know many people have expressed concern about some of the language in it in terms of anti-spiking and the remuneration included in retirement incentives and increasing the final pay and calculating pension benefits. Can you maybe talk to that a little bit for us?
Add to that, Chuck, especially in light of this summer and next summer, when I know school districts are hoping that they can employ teachers for additional days to provide summer learning. And yes. That in fact be a problem for them in terms of their final calculations.
Yes. That as well as, avoiding retirements that right. I think we could be having a wave of.
I'm going to try to avoid speaking out of turn, so I'm counting on Todd Allen to, hook me out if I say something I shouldn't. My understanding is that House Bill 113, as opposed to maybe past bills that Representative Miller has filed related to housekeeping measures, that this is a pure housekeeping bill and that everything in it has been specifically requested by Gary Harbin and the Teachers Retirement System Board. I don't have anything in front of me particular to this bill, but I do know that in past housekeeping bills, and speaking with Bo Barnes, who's their counsel over there, almost every provision in this is to either conform to federal law and federal guidance, or it conforms to existing practice on teachers' retirement. There's a couple of things that are actual substantive changes, and those really affect, for the most part, teachers who are able to retire with a disability pension, and it pops them up to higher than they would ordinarily be eligible for. And it's a very small amount, but that is my understanding. I'm happy to reach out to TRS and get more information for you to put any fears to rest on that. As to Chair Young's question about how we would deal with summer programs and retirements, we have reached out to TRS. We are still waiting to hear. They are reaching out to their tax counsel because most of the things that they have questions about, again, deal with their interactions with the federal tax code to make sure that when teachers retire, that they actually have, I think it's a 90-day or 3-month separation before they can return. And we're trying to find out because summer programs do not count. If you are paid for that, that doesn't count towards your retirement calculation. However, apparently it does count in terms of bona fide retirement if you retire and then come back, even though that doesn't count towards your retirement. We are waiting to hear back again from their tax counsel on how that would work. It does not seem to affect teachers who are currently teaching and have no intention of retiring, but we have asked that question as to teachers who are thinking about retiring but would like to help with some of this education recovery and learning loss this summer in these summer programs. Hopefully we'll have an answer for you very shortly. We would love to get one.
So Chuck, if you do get more information, we'll push that out to the full board.
Absolutely.
And then I have Mrs. McCrary followed by Dr. Todd.
So many questions. So many questions.
So little time.
I'll limit it. I will limit it. Senate Bill 128. What grade levels? You may have mentioned that, but I'm writing furiously, so I may have missed that. Do SEEK funds come along with these students, I'm assuming, just as always? And I can see this being a budget crisis for our schools because of having to hire additional teachers, of having to find additional room for students and whatnot.
Yeah, those are all very good points. And we have addressed all of those with Senator Wise. This would only affect high school students. So they have to be enrolled in a public high school. There would be no SEEK adjustment for those students, if only because for the upcoming school year, SEEK is not going to be based on actual student counts. SEEK is a trailing calculation, and because we weren't able to calculate attendance this school year, it wouldn't affect next year. But that does play into your next point, which is that this could present a budget situation for a number of districts, and it would be, as you might expect, more critical to districts that have less flexibility in their funds, that aren't as wealthy and can't make those adjustments. And I've expressed the concern that what that may do is make the decision that districts make, because districts don't have to participate in this program. They can choose to not do that. But we're afraid that that decision will be made on a financial basis rather than an academic basis.
All right, thank you. Dr. Todd, followed by Lieutenant Governor Coleman.
I have a question. I was writing some stuff down you may have talked about, but House Bill 149 with the tax credit for school choice, where does that stand this time and what impact could that have?
Well, in my general analysis, it hasn't moved anywhere yet, which is not to say that it won't. We're still early in the session. However, House Bill 149 would have a significant impact on the state's general fund revenues, at least $25 million the first year and escalating every year thereafter because there's no sunset provision. To me, that says, generally speaking, those significant revenue measures move at the same time as the budget bill, and the budget bill is currently in conference committee. I've honestly struggled to see how House Bill 149 can move forward once they pass the budget bill, unless we know ahead of time that the budget bill is assuming the loss of those revenues. We won't know that until probably mid-February. I will say Dr. Glass and I have met with Representative McCoy, who's the sponsor, and then Senator Alvarado, who's the sponsor of the companion bill, Senate Bill 25 in the other chamber. We've tried to provide alternatives to them, but they are pretty firm on that. But at the same time, the bill does not seem to be moving at this point. So
wasn't there a similar bill last term when there's a similar bill and it died somewhere along the line? But
they usually do. And I know that there are a number of legislators who have a problem with, number one, there being a lack of a sunset provision. And two, there's an escalator in this bill that it's $25 million the first year, but it could go up the next year, up the next year, up the next year until it swallows the budget whole. And we have expressed that concern on top of a number of implementation issues that we think present sort of an equity problem for our students.
Are there any opposing sides that you're speaking to that are going to stand in the way of that happening?
I mean, there are a number of opponents. All of the education groups obviously stand in opposition to
legislators though. Are there any?
There's an interesting dichotomy. I like to say that the legislators who understand the bill most generally have an education background. The legislators who understand the issue most are most opposed to the bill. However, as you know, there is a significant one-party majority in both chambers. And so I don't know if that'll be enough to stop it if they decide to move it. The biggest obstacle right now may be simply the financial obstacle of blowing a $25 million hole in the budget immediately after they've just passed a budget bill.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Jacqueline.
All right, well, Dr. Todd, let me say that I don't know that you'll find a bigger opponent to this bill than me and the governor, and I can promise you that in whatever capacity I can, I will fight it to the bitter end because it will be so detrimental to public education. So, but I actually wanted to speak to another bill, which was the KBE reorg bill, 178. And, you know, while there may be other issues in the bill that should be considered, I just want to speak to the part that excludes the Secretary of Education and Workforce Development, because that's one of my hats. You know, I don't know that you can have this conversation unless you are willing to acknowledge the hyper partisan politics that consume our news and media every day. It's exhausting and frustrating, and I know you all share that sentiment. But I have always maintained that public education should not be a partisan issue. And I've not just said it, I've lived it because I have been inclusive in everything that I've done as a secretary and lieutenant governor of both parties. Going back to last spring when we had the virtual high school graduation ceremony, that was only supposed to be the governor and myself. And I made the decision to include 2 Republican legislators in that graduation ceremony. I certainly did not have to do that. When we formed the school reopening task force last spring, there were no legislators on it at all. And so I worked with interim Commissioner Brown to add 4 legislators, 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans. As President Thompson and Commissioner Glass and I were putting together the Commonwealth Education Continuum, I advocated for the voices of legislators, and there are Republicans, elected Republicans from the legislature on this continuum. And so, you know, no matter who the Secretary of Education and Workforce Development is in the future, that position is critical to the interest and the work of the Kentucky Board of Education. Everything in that cabinet that I oversee goes from early childhood to all the way to job creation. And our attempt this entire time has been to break down silos, not to create them. And so while I recognize the partisan nature of this bill, let me just speak to this from a position of someone who understands what's in the cabinet. If the Secretary of Education and Workforce Development is left off of the Board of Education, so is the voice of adult education, of KY Stats, of the Kentucky Department of Libraries and Archives, the Governor Scholars Program, the Governor School for Entrepreneurs, Proprietary Education, the Division of Workforce Investment, and the Kentucky Workforce Innovation Board. So this is a lot bigger than the one person that sits in that chair, and we have to make sure that we understand what's at stake by following through with something like this. So I want you all just to think about the updates I gave in the cabinet from the cabinet this morning. We are involved in every aspect of public education in the Commonwealth, every aspect of job creation. If it doesn't originate in our cabinet, it can't happen without us. And so it only makes sense that the Secretary of Education and Workforce Development would be on the Kentucky Board of Education. And it's as a non-voting member. I'm not advocating that this seat be a voting member, because I think it is the same parallel as having President Thompson on from the Council on Post-Secondary Education. So I just wanted to make the point that I have led by example. I've been inclusive of the legislature. I've been inclusive of both parties in everything that we've done in public education in Kentucky since I've been sworn in. And it's all because I know that public education is not partisan. And so I recognize the roots of this bill and why it's been filed, but I know that all of you will agree with me that I don't know how you have a Board of Education without a Secretary of Education, even if it is a non-voting member. So I just wanted to make that point and let you know that we'll be advocating for that for obvious reasons to make sure that every voice in Kentucky is heard.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And you put the tri in trifecta or the super in superfecta. So know that you have my support in that regard. And the Secretary of Education has been a member of the State Board of Education ex officio since as long as I can remember too. So while you will always have a seat at our table, we want to institutionalize that moving forward with reconfiguration in order to recognize that as well. And I've had a chance to talk to Chuck about that, and to Dr. Glass, I know you have too. Thank you. And I think we have time for one more question, and I see Mrs. Batt.
Yes. Well, one of the bills that is floating around in so many teachers groups and causing a great deal of concern, of course, is the bill for new teachers and creating the new tier for their pensions. And I think this is causing so much concern because everybody, of course, is aware that recruiting new teachers really is one of the pathways to improving our education system, and we want to find the best teachers and recruit them. So can you talk a little bit about what you see or what kind of impact that you all see as arising from this bill, and the reaction that you're getting from legislators as you talk about it?
Well, I'll be honest. This bill, Representative Massey's bill, given the overwhelming majorities in the House and the Senate, may be the best that could be achieved as a compromise. I will say that. I think Representative Massey did include a lot of voices. We may not be happy with may not be thrilled with the final version. But I know that a lot of education groups, including Dr. Glass, have been in the room during these discussions. I know that voice has been heard. And to your point, I was very clear with everybody that I've talked to that when KDE, or at least when I am looking at these teachers' retirement system reform bills, there are two issues that I always keep foremost in my mind. Number one is, will it make it easier or more difficult to recruit teachers? Because getting high quality teachers in the classroom is maybe the number one indicator of whether we will have the student achievement that we hope for and expect. The second issue and this may be my budget background speaking, is that what does it do with teacher sick days? Simply because we need teachers to have the ability to bank those sick days, and this bill does that. It at least does provide that, an ability for teachers to bank sick days, because if they are incentivized to use them or lose them, a lot of them will use them, and that means more substitutes in the classroom. Substitutes mean that, number one, we struggle to get enough substitutes as it is. And number two, even the most highly qualified substitute is no replacement for the daily teacher and the instruction that they've been getting. And that again leads to a decline in student achievement. Those are the number two things that we have always focused on. But to your broader point, it seems to be moving. I think there's a hearing tomorrow, maybe, in the House committee. It seems to be moving. This may be, I think it's a significant improvement on bills we've seen in the past. It may be the best we could get if they are determined to have some sort of a reform bill.
And this is House Bill 258 on your list if you have not seen that one.
And just to chime in quickly, the fundamental shift that this bill accomplishes is that new KTRS members that are coming in, not anyone that's currently in the system, would be on a new tier, and that would move away from a defined benefit model to what one might call a hybrid model. There's a foundational defined benefit and then a supplemental benefit that moves based on the performance of the investments that that tier of employees contributions make over time. So that's the structure of it. And I think, as Chuck mentioned, we should give Representative Massey credit. He brought a lot of groups to the table, and I was part of those conversations. And not everybody got what they wanted, but I do think that the staff at LRC that worked on this and at the School Boards Association tried to listen to the concerns, and they kept bringing back proposals to address the concerns that were brought forward. So I don't think that you ever get to a point where you've made everyone happy with, especially with something as charged as a pension conversation in Kentucky. But I just did want to mention that there was an effort to be inclusive of different perspectives in the construction of it.
All right. Thank you so much. Next item on our agenda, give Chuck a bit of a break. To Dr. Glass, this is an update on the Consolidated Appropriations Act 2021.
Well, I'll quickly kick things to Robin Kinney and her team to talk about all of these federal efforts. So Robin, come on.
Thank you, Dr. Glass. Again, we're here talking about money again, and this time money that's coming from the federal level. We're going to talk for a few minutes today to update the board on information we've been sharing with our local school districts regarding the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2021. Next slide, please. The Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2021 contains lots of measures to address pandemic relief and also appropriations for the fiscal year. We're going to introduce a new acronym for you today. It is the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations. We are now deeming that to be CRISA. And CRISA is the part that's really focusing on the educational funding components and relief package for public education. It includes $81 billion split between funds for Gear 2, ESSER 2, and higher education relief. It is part of the overall act, which it's very, very large. It's a $2.3 trillion spending bill, and it combines $900 billion in stimulus relief for the COVID pandemic, and then also addresses an omnibus spending plan for the 21 federal fiscal year. Next slide, please. Within the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act, or CRISA, I'm going to shorten it for that. I've included on this slide the total amounts for ESSER 2 and Gear 2. If you recall, with the first CARES Act funding, we had an ESSER 1 and a Gear 1. So both of these programs that were in the first round of CARES Act funding are now being extended and supplemented. There is available a 10% maximum SEA or for the state agency reservation and allowances for administrative costs. And like the previous ESSER 1 and ESSER 2, school districts will be able to request reimbursement for permissible expenses back to March 13th of 2020. That was the date of the original emergency declaration. And with the second round of ESSER 1 and ESSER 2 and Gear 2, it allows for a longer time frame. So we're looking forward all the way to September 30th of 2023, whereas the original ESSER 1 and ESSER 2, that period of obligation was only through September 30th of 2022. Next slide, please. ESSER 2 is being billed as the largest and most flexible discretionary K-12 fund in history. I will say and appreciate that the U.S. Department of Ed has made it very easy to access funding with ESSER 2 and the public portion of Gear 2. We did not have to do a separate application process. Those funds are added to our account. So we've already received our ESSER 2 fund allocations, and we have posted those ESSER 2 allocations for our local school districts. So they're able to exactly see how much they're going to receive. substantial increases in amounts for individual districts over the ESSER 1 dollars. And with that substantial increase in dollars, we are encouraging districts, along with the length of time that they have to expend these funds, to really be thoughtful and strategic as they plan for the expenditure of these funds. Next slide, please. 928 million is Kentucky's allocation out of ESSER 2. The commissioner shared that with you earlier this morning. Allocations to the districts from that are based upon the district's Title I proportionate share. And this slide just shares some of the provisions of the administration of ESSER 2 funds. I will say I'd like to really express the appreciation of the Department of Education to our superintendents and our finance officers and all those local districts that really helped us tell the story of the need for ESSER 2. As we considered what that would look like, we were hearing some conversations early on about districts not expending their ESSER 1 dollars and why would they need more funds. And really, our districts played a vital part in kind of explaining that situation about how budgeting works and how those ESSER 1 funds are really budgeted throughout this school year, not meaning that we didn't have other needs that were certainly going to need to be funded. So it was really appreciated, all the work of our educational partners, our district superintendents and finance officers that really helped to tell that story, which I think really significantly resulted in additional funds coming to our public school system. Next slide, please. If we reflect back, ESSER 2, like ESSER 1, has very broad permissible uses, lots of flexibility for our school districts. Any allowable activity under ESSA, IDEA, Adult Ed, Perkins. Of course, there's that continued need for COVID preparedness in terms of whether it's PPE they need to purchase, sanitation efforts, thermometers, all those types of preparedness activities. And then you'll see in bold on this slide two areas that are really starting to be emphasized. The first being we're kind of turning the corner because everyone's gotten familiar with the use for preparedness expenses, but we're really turning the corner now to focus on learning loss and what that means for our students. So away from preparedness and actually addressing the impact of the coronavirus pandemic on our schools and students. So they can expend these dollars on assessments, evidence-based activities, parent engagement, attendance, and improving student engagement. Also, an area that's been highlighted with ESSER 2 is school facility repairs and improvements. So this is that area that we're talking about, and I think was mentioned earlier, to reduce the risk of virus transmission within our schools and supporting both our staff and student health needs. So you'll see really a focus of interest in that area. Next slide, please. Again, as we're looking at learning loss, a little more information on what those efforts might look like. We will be encouraging schools and districts to really think about that. And even though we're encouraging that, we know they're already thinking about that. They are thinking about how do they address opportunities or learning that didn't happen as effectively remotely as it may have in person, and then finding ways to address that. So there is great flexibility for districts to kind of fashion based upon their district needs, really what they need to address with the ESSER 2 funds. Next slide, please. We've also heard some questions, and we've jotted down a few that we shared in response to district questions, additional permissible uses. Again, focusing on the delivery of health and medical care and guidance in our schools with nurses and mental health professionals. And then we had a question about employee emergency leave days. Even though the federal requirement to grant those additional emergency leave days expired in the end of December 2020, we wanted to make sure that districts know it is their decision on how to grant those, but ESSER funds are permissible to be used to pay for those additional emergency leave days if they so choose. And we will be sharing this information and updates to this information on February 9th, as the commissioner talked about. At our next superintendent's webcast, we've created additional written guidance on SR2, and we've also started a FAQ page so we can help districts with their questions on expenditures. Next slide, please. So as we think about the other piece that we talk about, which is GEAR funding, this is the Governor's Emergency Education Relief Fund, and GEAR 2, if we reflect back to GEAR 1, public K-12 education was very fortunate to receive out of this pot of money the first go round funds to support both technology purchases and food service purchases in our districts. And right now we are in discussions with the governor's office and the cabinet about uses of funds from this allocation moving forward. A little different from GEAR 1. GEAR 2 actually is divided into two pots of funds. The first pot is Kentucky's allocation of $19.5 million, and that's for public school efforts. It could also be for institutes of higher education or other educational partners. So that's the piece that we're still waiting on some guidance and direction on. The new piece to GEAR 2 is an appropriation or an allotment of $40.8 million for emergency assistance to non-public schools. So the department will manage that pot of money to non-public schools, and we're currently working on how we will distribute and allocate those funds to the non-public school environment. We have had some discussions with the association affiliated with non-public schools and are working on getting the application prepared so that they can apply for those funds expeditiously and understand their use of that. Next slide, please. I was going to just touch on a couple of things as well that are not necessarily through the Department of Education, but you might hear about it, or our districts might hear about it. Lieutenant Governor Coleman really focused on the continued emphasis on broadband for not only our students, but also for families. And there is a $3.2 billion pot of funds to access broadband through the Federal Communications Commission. And while we don't have additional information on that right now, it does provide a way for individuals to access a $50 monthly internet subsidy and also provide some funding for providers. One of the criteria that you can become eligible for this pot of funds is if you participate in free and reduced lunch. So that's how our districts may hear about that or may get questions about it. Next slide, please. Pandemic EBT is also on our radar. We are up to getting ready and preparing for round 3 of pandemic electronic benefits transfer. And this is really to help our families and students with that food insecurity that we were talking about and heard about Soup for the Soul, really helping with this morning. So this will be rolling out as well. Next slide, please. And then we've also heard included in the Consolidated Appropriations Act, and we've learned a little bit about this as recently as yesterday, there's some language in the bill that allows for partial reimbursement for our districts and covered daycare centers for additional costs incurred during emergency school closures. And so we're learning about that. I have put that under my category, another glimmer of hope for our districts as far as helping them with those extra expenditures. Again, it won't be for all districts, but it's those that were operating in a deficit because their increased amount of effort and revenues that they had to spend continuing our feeding efforts. Next slide, please. The other good news from the Appropriations Act, again, this is just looking at other areas that will receive increased funding that are not related necessarily to pandemic relief, but you'll see those on the slides, and it's always good to see those additional funds being appropriated to support public education, and some of the things that are ancillary but very, very important in the child care, Head Start, and child care funding for providers phase. We talked a little bit about the need to really be able to get people back to work and get children back in school is sometimes tied to those external child care needs. Next slide, please. I did want to include just again about the emergency leave. I'd referenced it earlier, but this is employers are no longer required to pay this emergency family and medical or emergency paid sick leave past December. That is when it expired, but just included this slide as a reminder to our districts that they could use ESSER funds to pay for those additional days afforded to their staff. Next slide, please. And then finally, I'll just wrap up the Coronavirus Relief Fund, which were funds that were appropriated. Again, part of that for the last mile internet, back to that broadband initiative that we keep trying to really make sure is tackled and supported. And also additional funds to support school districts under the Coronavirus Relief Fund that Karen talked about in her budget presentation. And those expenditure of funds, the deadline was extended. So we thought those were actually going to expire at the end of December, and we've been allowed another year in order to tackle those. So overall, good news for local school districts about funds that are going to be available to them. We are continuing to work with them about permissible expenditures as questions come in, and also just helping them to be very thoughtful and strategic about this really historical amount of money that's going to be coming their way. Next slide, please. I think that's all I have of the good news to share, and I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
Well, we like good news when the letter B for billion is attached, so always good. I've been, as everyone, following the national news around President Biden's relief package that includes a lot of conversation around reopening schools. Do we have a sense yet about what that looks like, the 1.9 trillion?
We don't. I mean, I think it will continue to offer the same flexibility of what we're already seeing with CARES and now CRISA. I am hearing some heightened emphasis again on the ventilation and facilities areas for our local school districts. So we will continue to monitor that very closely and of course push that out as soon as possible, just like we're trying to do with the ESSER 1 and ESSER 2.
Thank you. I hope that didn't sound too greedy.
No, it didn't.
Dr. Poe.
Yes, I hope one of the things that we do push there too, I know on the screen you had mental health, and I hope that when we're talking about mental health, we're talking about mental health for our students and mental health for our adults in our particular buildings. Because right now I know a lot we can do some assessments in that with students, but I think we're forgetting about the adults and what they're also going through. So they should be able to spend money on the CARES or one of these funds for some mental health screening for adults also.
Dr. Poe, that's an excellent comment. We do, ESSER funds can certainly be used to support our staff. And we hear more and more about some of the challenges they're facing, teachers, administrators, even central office. Lots of people are very stressed out and challenged by all that the pandemic has brought to them. So I think that's an excellent point, not to forget that we need to support our staff as well as our students when it comes to really supporting them on mental health.
Thank you. Any other comments, Dr. Glass, or any questions?
Thank you. I'm excited about what all these funds will be able to do. I think if we're thoughtful about the way that they're applied, we can really create some amazing experiences for kids. This should all be looked at through a lens of how can we make up for what our kids have missed out on all of these past several months. How can we, if we've had a school year that's been pretty awful and disrupted, how can we make the next 2.5 school years amazing? And so I think we're going to have the opportunity to do that.
I love it. I love it. I can't wait till we're fully reopened, safely fully reopened.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Always exciting. From Todd Allen, the hearing officer's report.
I'm flattered, Madam Chair. The full hearing officer's report is posted in the board's portal for your review. Just a quick overview. The board currently has 3 of its administrative regulations that are pending through the public hearing or the public comment period that closes at the end of this month. If we do receive any public comments, then obviously those will come back to the board at your regular April meeting for a statement of consideration. But I will pause momentarily to see if there are any questions about the hearing officer's report and those regulations that are in process.
In all seriousness, that tracking helps so much, Todd. Thank you. Seeing no questions, the equally glamorous litigation report.
Thank you again. That also is posted in the board's secure portal because that is a confidential and privileged document that we provide to the board as an update on all of the pending litigation. Any new items since the last report appear in bold font in the report. There's nothing that requires the board to go into closed session for discussion that I'm aware of. However, I'm happy to pause in the event that there are any questions.
Off the hook lightly this time, Mr. Allen.
Thank you.
Thank you. And board members, thank you so much for helping us work very efficiently and productively through today's meeting. But that brings us to time where we can pause for board member sharing. If any of you have anything that you would like to share with the full board today, raised hands are fine, or feel free to unmute. I think that's a function of fatigue at this point, likely.
I would like to, this is Lee, I would like to say that it's impressive that progress is being made on some of these difficult areas like assessment and so forth in a time when the situation we find ourselves in everywhere is so difficult for the teachers and the administrators. And yet there are people that are still studying things like the retirement issue, which is big and thorny, and trying to get through the assessment piece. So I've been very impressed with the content of this meeting and want to thank everybody for the effort that they put in. It's the most important thing we can do to continue to pull this state up to where it needs to be. And you're doing a great job.
I echo those sentiments, Jason, to you and the entire team. A lot of productivity happening here today.
There was certainly very talented and capable staff here, although we may have to consider mental health supports for them after all the work that they've done through this.
Absolutely. Dr. Poe. Still muted. Uh-oh.
Dr. Poe, you were muted.
I'm sorry. I said, due to the announcement email you sent out the other day, is this Leslie's last meeting with us? And if so, I just wanted to thank her for her service that she's been delivering. She's stepped in and done a fantastic job and answered any questions I had in between any of the board meetings. So thank you, Leslie.
Absolutely. It's been my pleasure.
Thank you, Leslie.
And I believe this will be Joette's last meeting with you as well. So we want to bid her thanks and farewell.
And we're just learning of that and are not quite over the shell shock. Joette, we appreciate you.
Thank you.
You have all taken such good care of us. And in all seriousness, the productivity of this meeting, the efficiency of this meeting is thanks to this team. And you do it in such a way that the important work is the center of all of the conversation. And I think that's so important. It always feels very important and energizing to be a part of these meetings.
I would like to throw in my thanks to Joette as well. She has been with us from day one holding our hand as new board members and walking us through so much. That will never be forgotten and will always be appreciated. Joette.
I want to echo those same sentiments to Joette and Leslie, especially Joette. She's walked me through a whole bunch of stuff. So I'm sorry to see you go, and I'm excited for what the future holds for you guys. Thank you.
And Joette, you have always done it with kid gloves, gentleness and kindness. All right. Well, team, thank you so much. I will now entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting.
Patrice McCrary, I so move.
Thank you. And a second?
Joanne Adams, I second.
Thank you, Joanna. You all always scare me. I always wonder what would happen if we didn't get that second. I assume no discussion. Leslie, if you would please call the roll.
Absolutely. Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. My vote is yes. Thanks, everyone.
Claire Batt.
Claire Batt, I vote yes, and thank you to everyone as well.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth. I vote yes.
Mike Bowling. Alvis Johnson.
This is Alvis Johnson. I vote no. No, just kidding. I vote yes too.
He just likes to watch me twitch.
Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary. I vote yes. It was great to see you all virtually, and I long for the day when I can see you in person.
Cody Polly Johnson. Randy Poe.
This is Randy Poe, and I vote yes. And thanks to all for a great meeting, and thanks for the great service, Joette and Leslie.
Sharon Robinson.
This is Sharon Robinson. Thanks everybody for a great meeting, and I vote yes to adjourn.
Lee Todd.
This is Lee Todd, and I want to thank Joette and Leslie as well, and I approve.
And Lou Young.
Adding my thanks to the team, and I vote yes.
Wonderful. Thank you all so much.
Megan, we are adjourned.